The man squandered every year getting dubbed an absolute loser, merely to expire lonely on a frosty killing field, packing a suitcase full of absolute remorse. Despite arriving on Earth as a member of a world-famous clan of blade swingers, the fellow possessed the combat skills of a potato, while enduring years of being his relative's personal garbage bin. This guy observed that sibling getting auctioned while the kin collapsed, since he lacked the strength for intervening. Furthermore, once he eventually became a beast, everyone he cherished had already kicked the bucket. However, destiny provided our hero a fresh start to mend his blunders by chucking him into the past, at this moment wielding top-tier techniques from a blade god alongside some helpful spoilers for his biography. He intends to show his relatives precisely why poking the sleeping dragon was a massive mistake. Witness the total chaos when the clan's resident joke evolves into their most terrifying nightmare overnight. The tale begins beneath the crimson moon on a smoke-filled war zone, where our 30-something protagonist is questioning every single choice he ever made. He is totally spent, drenched in red juice and dirt while exhaling a massive groan, thinking this entire existence has turned into a fiery pit of despair. The man hobbles across the corpses, trying to pinpoint a major blunder, while mental baggage feels way bulkier than the oversized toothpick he's lugging around. The blade sits stuck in the soil, wrapped in some glowing mystical restraints, as he contemplates how training sooner might have kept his life from being a dumpster fire. Some memory reveals a girl getting yanked toward a spooky abyss with his ropes, and he believes his sis wouldn't be imperial property if he tried harder, pondering whether that man might have morphed into such a scary beast if the past hadn't been a complete train wreck. The different vision appears, depicting a lady wrapped in fluffy pelts, making him realize a better life could mean never crossing paths with the teacher. That female mentor rescued the man from the gutter while sharing all her wisdom, and frankly, she appears capable of bench pressing a mountain. The guy recalls her grin with warmth, labeling those times as peak existence, since the lady was far more than an instructor, actually serving as a guardian angel. Returning to now, he looks like he lost a fight with a lawnmower, feeling guilty for not being a nicer student when his boss was still around. He is clinging to life by a thread, using his weapon as a makeshift crutch, while inhaling oxygen seems like a chore he can barely manage. Surveying the pile of stiffs beneath the dim moonlight, a harsh realization strikes the man that such an outcome wasn't exactly his dream career path. However, the situation is spiraling further, as a sneaky figure creeps toward his blind spot, casting a pointy shadow that suggests he is about to get poked. That warrior detects some movement and spins around in pure disbelief, because despite being a top-tier fighter, he assumed he was the only survivor left in this graveyard. Actually, it is a tiny child holding a sharp stick, looking scared out of his wits but oddly committed to turning our hero into a shish kebab. The youngster's weapon is vibrating like a blender, while our main man thinks it's pathetic that the pipsqueak can even keep his harbor steady. That fellow flashes a grim, red-stained grin while teasing the brat's courage, noting an attempt at saving those kids. Although here stands a youngster seeking some violent revenge, the child yells how he murdered his old man, aiming the pointy end directly at our guy's nose. While the vibes are incredibly awkward and intense, this blade expert merely gazes back using those exhausted, golden peepers, looking totally bored by the whole "you killed my daddy" routine. The man chuckles slightly, describing the situation as unfortunate using a creepy smirk, having fully accepted his status as the big bad within this youngster's life. That small fry bellows about beastly natures, his leaky eyes pouring salt water while his knees do a jittery dance of terror. Our blade expert finds that particular insult as refreshing as a lukewarm soda, considering beast is basically his middle name on weekdays. He begins decorating the floor with internal strawberry jam, gripping his ribcage as his physical vessel sends a formal resignation letter. A discarded toothpick rests in a crimson puddle, while his gray matter suggests that permanent nap time sounds like a fantastic plan. The juvenile is leaking like a broken faucet, whispering sweet lies about endurance while attempting to locate his missing spine for round one. Our main man flashes a gory grin and echoes the beastly title, preparing to serve a spicy plate of harsh truth to the youngster. He rattles off his resume of deleted dynasties and toasted kingdoms, proving that monster is actually a bit of a polite understatement here. Invading the boy's personal bubble, he wonders if the lad can even count high enough to track the massive body count he has accumulated, standing like a vertical lighthouse despite his leaky bits. He mentions that his monstrous vibe should be pretty self-explanatory by this point. He suggests the pipsqueak check a mirror, noting that his vibrations are loud enough to be mistaken for a faulty washing machine. Observing the jittery youth with the shiny butter knife reminds him of his own awkward face, so he casually requests a formal introduction. The lad barely wheezes his primary label through a throat full of panic. Jack Stewart is the name provided, which makes the old killer's eyes pop like he just saw a tax collector from beyond. A wheezy laugh escapes since he also answers to Jack, proving that the universe has a real lazy sense of humor today. Luck and Gaze. He confesses that Stewart's father is just another forgotten talmark in a very long and very crowded ledger of corpses. The boy's expression becomes a masterpiece of misery upon realizing his entire family history is basically just spam mailed to this old man. The youth screams that despite any flaws, the man was his hero, delivering a dose of sincerity that actually hits pretty hard. Our veteran slasher feels a weird sting of jealousy, mostly because his own upbringing lacked anything resembling a functional parental unit or hub. He refuses to say sorry for the murders but offers the brat a limited time coupon for a single free shot at glory, tapping his own ribcage like a bull's eye. He basically gifts his vital organs to the boy on a silver platter today. He orders the youngster to perform some impromptu acupuncture with that blade and finally collect his shiny prize of cold-blooded vengeance. The intense pressure is overwhelming the lad, and his composure. The warrior sees this as the ultimate chance to clock out from his miserable shift on Earth and finally embrace permanent retirement. The stems are wobbling like gelatin, knocking on the Grim Reaper's front porch, though destiny seems to be playing a weird prank. He dangles the title of Monster Slayer in front of the kid, making it seem like a really lucrative career move for orphans. Inside he knows he could patch up his guts and fix his knees, but he is honestly just bored of existing right now. The lad finally loses his marbles and charges forward with a war cry, swinging the metal stick with all his puny might. However, our veteran fighter has already checked his mental bags, having zero interest in continuing this whole breathing and walking routine. The blade halts mere centimeters from his heart because the boy's noodle arms decide to go on strike at the last second. The weapon makes a noisy metal sound on the dirt, signifying that the kid has officially resigned from the vengeance business. The young boar, Jack, completely collapses into a heap of tears, sobbing uncontrollably right in front of the man he was supposed to absolutely despise. The swordmaster glanced down at the sobbing figure, realizing just how straightforward the outcome turned out to be. The boy simply wasn't built for murder. He actually looked down at the weeping youngster with a surprisingly tender expression. However, he mused internally, there must be something more to this whole ordeal. He extended his hand and informed the boy that he had done well, expressing genuine pride that the child avoided becoming a cold-blooded monster just like himself. He explained to the youngster that living as a hero after committing murder leads to an exhausting existence filled with deep regret. He wished to spare the boy from having to inherit his own personal doom. He seriously advised the boy to avoid living a life steeped in regret, emphasizing that the youngster possessed plenty of time and a wide, open future stretching before him. In a rare flash of compassion, he gently placed a hand on the boy's head in an attempt to offer comfort. The so-called monster was actually demonstrating a sliver of humanity at the absolute finale. His personal resolve began to falter as he surveyed the gory scene surrounding him. He realized his strength was rapidly depleting. He instructed the youngster to go forth and announce to the entire world that the infamous demon was finally deceased. The lengthy war had officially come to an end. Jack lifted his tear-filled gaze to ask why a person possessing so much power would willingly select to endure such a thoroughly wretched existence. The swordmaster offered a faint, enigmatic grin in response, simply saying, "Who can say?" He admitted he truly had no idea of the answer either. As his vision started to dim, he mentally cycled through the exact same question in his mind, wondering why he chose to live in precisely this manner. He stumbled forward, his head coming to rest on the boy's shoulder just as the first snowflakes began to drift down. It certainly felt like an unexpectedly serene finish. He slowly slid down onto the icy ground, fully comprehending that this particular moment signaled the definitive conclusion to his narrative. He mentally defined the sensation of dying as losing feeling in his fingers, much like a balloon gradually losing air. It felt remarkably dispassionate. His eyelids started shutting against his will. Even though a small part of him wanted desperately to linger, the entire scene was rapidly dissolving into total darkness. Just as he drew his final breath, the world immediately surrounding him fell into complete silence. The chaotic battlefield was finally completely motionless. In the very final instant, a surprising idea suddenly entered his mind. He began to ponder all the different possibilities that could have been. He entertained the idea that if he could restart his entire life, he might have the ability to change this pathetic ending. Such a decision would completely reshape his entire existence. The imagery transitions to a breathtaking, sunlit garden where enormous magical clockwork gears are visibly turning in the distance. It appears our hero is being offered a precious do-over. Our main character is currently plunging through a dark, ugly abyss. The visual spectacle is incredibly cinematic, yet also genuinely disturbing to observe. A large text notification suddenly appears, declaring that the sensation felt precisely like dreaming. Well, obviously, since falling into the abyss usually provides exactly that feeling. We suddenly switch perspective to a child with massive brown eyes who appears completely disoriented. He's outfitted in expensive noble attire, which instantly confirms his wealth. We observe portraits of his parents, who sadly passed away just as he entered the world. Now that's a truly terrible way to kick off a brand new life. Next up is his incredibly attractive sister and a middle brother who apparently behaved like a total bully toward him. He actually retains complete memory of his past existence though. Feast your eyes on this dramatically grim image of a person wearing a red cape, perched upon a literal mountain of bodies. After abandoning his given name, he became known as the Sword Ghost, which is undeniably a very cool title. He regains consciousness in a bedroom featuring an impossibly massive, ornate window. He instantly begins questioning if what he sees is reality or merely another bizarre nightmare. He looks at his reflection in the mirror and discovers he is back in his very small, childlike physical form. He ponders if he truly expired and if this entire scene is just his life flashing back to him. The confused child is grasping his head tightly and perspiring heavily. He believes he is completely losing his mind. And honestly, I would also freak out if I suddenly found myself shrunken down. The perspective flashes back to a majestic academy, immediately followed by a city reduced entirely to rubble. This was the very conflict he began in his past life, which is definitely no heroic action. Gory metal points leak fluid while on. Screen captions label him a savage despot. This man functioned as a beast amidst demons formerly. Mature Jack just loiters upon a massive collection of remains under a crimson moon. He decimated an entire kingdom plus every associate because he lacked mercy. We view a tight shot of his elderly, drained visage. He attained every goal and triumphed constantly but appears about as cheerful as a funeral. Subsequently we observe him resting there, mouth first in the mud. He was completely prepared to welcome the eternal slumber and quit everything. Real skeletal remains were tossed around his person. He possessed absolutely no motivation remaining to continue existing in that specific realm. Suddenly the visuals go black with captions mentioning that his pulse finally ceased. Quite the flair for dramatic storytelling. Returning to the present, small Jack is clutching his ribs in sheer amazement. He cannot believe he truly traveled back to his youth. His eyes are bulging while he perspires, questioning how any of this logic functions. Welcome back to the beginner level, friend. The viewer sees a massive wealthy manor behind a metal fence. Things look tranquil, however knowing this plot, it probably is chaos. Multicolor glazing exhibits a mythical combat and wielding steel. It transpires that Jack represented the final infant within that renowned Volunteer lineage. Little Jack is eclipsed by a gargantuan monument in the courtyard, possessing a noble rank at that age is quite a boast. Some attractive scarlet blooms appear while the narration notes he might have lived a cozy life if he lacked a hunger for control. The boy reaches out to pluck a blossom in the so-called rose garden. It looks like an expensive cinematic fairy tale sequence. He is perched solo in a pavilion at the manor, which is basically an elegant outbuilding hidden away from every other person. The greenery looks stunning, but the words drop a bombshell. The area is actually designated for banishment. This pretty sight is his jail. He is just a tiny juvenile in a massive vacant pavilion. The entire intent of this spot was to keep him isolated from his kin. He is slumped upon the ground gazing at the scenery. He is totally secluded, which is a fairly depressing way for a youngster to develop. Really ivory series showing captions. Specifically, this localized zone, the rose garden, effortless and extremely concise. Suddenly, a figure yells to him with a beverage. Jack looks up, likely startled that anyone is bothering with him. And everything changed. The footage transitions to a radiant, transparent sapphire atmosphere, offering a lovely deviation from those depressing historical segments. Jack stares at him with a slight grin. Assuming Ron was always rather cunning. He is already evaluating people with a mature perspective. He playfully asks Ron if the liquid contains poison. Ron looks completely terrified, as though he might experience a sudden cardiac event. Jack offers him a beaming smile and says he is forever grateful to Ron, which is a pleasant change of pace. Ron appears incredibly comforted and quite satisfied. In the background, you see Jack relaxing while his servant remains by his side. While taking a gulp, his gaze turns serious. He observes there are precisely 11 people in the yard, and just Ron. We see the walkway and discover that, besides Ron, 10 guards are lurking nearby. They are essentially his sitters and wardens. Jack determines he only needs to worry about Ron and can disregard the others. Now he is left wondering about his next strategy. A high angle view shows the water fountain in the pavilion zone. It is a nice arrangement for a penitentiary, I suppose. He's swirling his glass and concluding that this regression is definitely genuine. The trouble is, he has no plan for his future. The bird is just resting on a branch close by. Jack muses how only 1 hour passed since he discovered his time travel. To be frank, the fellow appears quite uninterested since his schedule is completely empty, which is a total mood. The boy suddenly recognizes his own youth at 14, forcing him to experience the entire struggle of existence a second time. Looking at his palms reveals soft skin without a single scar and a missing minor organ, proving he is a fresh level 1 character. He snickers regarding his feeble physique versus wealthy peers, yet nobody realizes a seasoned veteran inhabits the tiny anatomy. That spooky silhouette appears behind the boy, indicating there was a specific cause for his current lack of talent. The camera zooms in on fancy shoes climbing the porch, indicating that some uninvited guest is about to kill the vibe. Jack seems thoroughly rattled as he flinches, having expected 0 visitors in his depressing little garden for outcasts. His gaze widens while a dark titan leans closer, leaving him to ponder why the entire vibe is deteriorating so quickly. Darn. An abrupt smack impacts the cranium, causing him to grasp his scalp while lamenting such poor situational awareness. Close visuals capture a trembling, irate iris alongside a fracturing noise, proving that an individual is experiencing a seismic meltdown. Shattered glass and red liquid cover the rug, while an idiot jeers that nobody should bother a stray puppy during its dinner. His big sibling arrives appearing like a classic adolescent tormentor in azure clothes, shrieking because the boy forgot a polite salutation. The protagonist returns a glacial stare, likely calculating a dozen unique strategies to erase his antagonist from the physical plane. This clown is Feline Volunteer, the spare heir who is 3 years senior and acts like a typical snooty fantasy villain. The sound of Jack grinding his molars is audible as the truth about his blocked minor development finally comes to light. That older brother looms above the lad with absolute scorn, making it clear this relationship is a radioactive mess. This was all caused by the jerk's cruelty and threats, so Feline has officially earned the top spot on the revenge list. The older brother hovers in the patio, peering ready to explode while Jack waits silently as the animosity reaches a peak. Observe Jack's expression, as his jaws clamp tight enough to break rocks while his gold eyes smolder with pure vitriol. Feline stares with such nausea, inducing arrogance that Jack, despite living for decades elsewhere, still finds this man's face absolutely repulsive. The memory depicts a Hoth where the antagonist's insults repeat endlessly, as he nonchalantly mentions that their hand heartlessly dumps out a beverage, accompanied by Felon's voice echoing a promise to end Jack's life whenever he pleases. Little Jack looks miserable while soaked in tea and tears, as Felon tells him he is a useless failure at magic. The harassment never ceased. The scene when the sibling doused the helpless lad in beverages while threatening murder if he improved his station. Those heartless eyes watch as he orders the boy to live like Rokil, ensuring his brother remains an entirely microscopic and sad creature. The second son relaxes and chuckles while Jack sits hunched in agony, enjoying a truly pathetic and sick little power trip. Gulping tea with a prickish smile, the jerk boasts about inheriting the marquee title while treating his brother like a discarded rug. The boy's legs are drenched and trembling, as he recalls being too terrified to ever confront his brother during those years. Even the help joined the fun, whispering insults behind his back while being the family disgrace became his daily identity. Our hero usually escaped while crowds chuckled, acting as a joke for kin and commoners alike. But the tragedy is expanding. Currently, the siblings are busy hurling insults, mostly because Felon mother's side, the man-discount bunch, basically invented being a total jerk. The camera pans across a sunny, fancy mansion that looks like a postcard but felt like a dumpster fire for poor Jack. Felon seems completely disgusted by the mere sound of his brother's voice, especially since he views their sister as a useless female spare. Jack's sister stands lonely by the glass, looking classy yet sad, being the solitary human in that mansion who actually cared if he lived or died. She is gorgeous, yet this backward society forbids her from leading the clan, which really flushes her brilliance and kindness down the drain. Staring at the Lorne, she feels the weight of her blue blood, serving as the eldest kid while remaining a captive to outdated rules. Her future was doomed early on, shown symbolically by pretty blue flowers stuck inside a messy clump of pointy white briars. She is headed for a loveless wedding, destined to rot in a random palace just to produce heirs for some other guy. Which sucks. Jack glares at Felon while his temper flares, realizing his brother is the biggest creep planning to exploit their sister for personal profit. Felon keeps a cool expression, making his schemes extra gross, since he treats his own flesh and blood like a cheap chess piece. Jack grips his pants until his knuckles turn white, vibrating with fury because Felon is attempting to auction their sister to wealthy idiots and kings. Jack's pupils begin to shine with a scary vibe, as he considers that Felon really needs a permanent nap 6 feet under this very second. Felon snaps and prepares a swing, yelling about Jack's weird stare, because he hates it when his favorite punching bag stops acting afraid. Thwack! Jack snatches Felon's arm out of the sky without sweating, and the confused look on Felon's mug is worth its weight in gold. The soldiers in the rear are totally speechless, having never guessed the puny baby of the family would resist, much less stop a bull. Felon is losing his mind, his features twisting while his limbs stays trapped, shouting bug-themed insults because he is no longer the boss here. Jack simply gazes at him with those bright, tubby eyes, remaining incredibly relaxed, which is actually much scarier than some loud temper tantrum. Jack shifts like lightning, snatching Felon and tossing him over his back, executing a perfect toss that sends the big brother airborne. Felon hits the tiles with a loud groan and immediate crash, ensuring he will need plenty of ice and ibuprofen tomorrow morning. Jack looms over his fallen foe, peering bored, while Ron stands behind them looking like he witnessed a zombie, his mouth hanging wide open. Jack offers a sassy little grin and wonders if he should have helped him up, showing a level of sass that breaks the scale. Felon gets up quickly, radiating magical energy, beyond ticked off that her supposed loser like Jack made him look stupid before the servants. He shows his fangs like a hungry beast, charging up his power, while the staff retreats knowing Felon is about to flip his lid. Jack looks utterly fatigued, exhaling deeply as if this fight is a boring errand, showing zero fear toward Felon's fancy light show. Felon collects a mountain of energy, spinning a glow around his body, though to a seasoned blade expert, it looks like beginner stuff. Ron sprints forward, waving his limbs to halt the violence, scared out of his wits that Felon might actually murder Jack today. Ron begs Felon to chill and stop using magic on his sibling, but Felon just looks hungrier for blood, his eyes turning bright red. Felon ignores him, slapping Ron across the jaw and knocking the butler aside, which makes Ron moan and turns this mess into a personal feud. Jack observes Ron collapsing, pausing his gaze to freeze over, caring nothing for himself but furious that his only pal got hurt by a jerk. He flashes a tiny, sinister grin at Felon, fully aware of what Ron can do, yet deciding to finish this little spat on his own. Felon hollers like a lunatic, labeling Jack a cocky jerk, all vowing to dispatch both the master and his high horse butler in one go. Jack squints his peepers, pondering how Felon runs his trap like a broken record, so he prepares to seal those lips permanently. We beckons Felon with a cheeky finger wag, mocking the guy by wondering if his fighting style relies entirely on hot air and insults. Felon loses his marbles and unsheathes a glowing magic toothpick, making Jack realize this shiny metal stick is actually meant for some very serious business. The camera zooms on a dusty boot ready to kick off, while Jack admits his current vessel has the athletic ability of a potato. Felon charges with a flashy sideswipe that looks like a neon disco light, but Jack is already hugging him before the swing finishes. Jack slips under the defense like a sneaky cat, letting the steel breeze over his hair because he already knows the script for this beatdown. He sidesteps the frantic hack with surgical precision, watching the magical buzzing butter knife whistle past his ribs by a tiny hair. Fallon boasts some tier 3 magic, but Jack views him as a mere toddler flailing around with a very overpriced and shiny kitchen utensil. Jack teleports behind the clown, leaving Fallon hitting the breeze, while Ron stares from the dirt with his jaw hitting the pavement. Jack snatches Fallon from the rear, contemplating a simple toss, but decides instead to give the boy a much-needed lesson in humility. He murmurs into the guy's ear that school is now in session, leaving Fallon looking like a deer caught in high beams. Jack seizes Fallon by the neck and shirt, immobilizing him, as the bullet finds that this petite parm is actually made of solid reinforced steel. Ron is completely flabbergasted, failing to compute the scene, while Jack muses that magic junkies really ought to invest in some basic common sense. Jack flashes a scary shark smile and agrees to proceed, getting ready to hand out the diploma of pain he previously promised. With a crunchy thud, Jack bounces Fallon's skull off the porch railing, effectively turning off the lights in that empty head of his. We see the guy's face folding under the pressure, leaking a pathetic squeal as he realizes his ego just met a very hard surface. Jack looms over his sleeping sibling, peering like a nightmare, figuring this is just a small refund for decades of being the family punching bag. Jack drives Fallon into the wooden fence with a wet smack, burping his windpipe like a discarded sock, done being everyone's favorite doormat today. Balin wheezes for oxygen, his complexion turning a lovely shade of tomato, as he stammers a shocked sound while witnessing his brother's terrifying new personality. Jack dumps the passed-out jerk like yesterday's garbage, peering down to see if there is any life left, though he honestly could not care less. He strolls off, bored by the carnage he created, whispering to himself that it is time to find the next item on his list. Ron and the Tin Can Brigade stand motionless, totally stunned, as one guard wobbles forward, debating if he should fight a kid who just dismantled a wizard. The camera shows a guard gripping his hilt so hard his knuckles turn white, terrified by a child moving with the grace of a professional assassin. Jack ignores them entirely, merely lifting a palm to signal a halt, projecting a vibe so bossy that even the grizzled veteran stopped dead. His pupils sparkle with a creepy yellow flame as he warns them to stay put, unless they fancy becoming a decorative floor rug too. The sentries swallow hard and start sweating under their buckets, realizing they definitely do not earn enough gold to mess with this pint-sized demon. Jack notes that it is splendid they found some common sense, before spinning around to yank a clump of Fallon's hair like a grocery bag. The boy hauls his sibling across the wood like a sack of laundry, actually having the nerve to moan about how much the big oaf weighs. Fallon emits a pathetic whimper while his scalp gets stretched, as Jack treats the future High Lord like a broken doll destined for the bin. Jack eyed the fountain, concluding it was a perfect location to finalize his plans. We asked with chilling politeness if Fallon wasn't feeling terribly sweltering today. Pip pulled the semi-conscious Fallon over to the fountain's edge, casually suggesting a head cooling session. This terrifyingly calm approach to public payback was only the first item on his itinerary. With a powerful shove and a loud splash, he plunged Fallon's head directly into the fountain. The time for pleasantries was officially over, replaced by pure, cold reality. Bubbles erupted to the surface as Fallon sputtered and fought underwater, the soundtrack of his struggles, entirely composed of gurgles, conveyed his feelings perfectly. Jack held Fallon firmly, wondering how the elite could be so surprised by the situation that he forgot to use his precious marner. It was truly a pathetic display. Jack reflected on the enormous misery the scoundrel had caused him in his past life. Every underwater second Fallon experienced was a tiny, satisfying bit of payback for years of abuse. Flashbacks detailed the family's ruin, the sister sold off, the father poisoned, and Fallon reigning as a tyrant. He recalled the shocking atrocities committed after this particular jerk became the marquis. Fallon's greed led to the complete destruction of their home. We saw a cobweb-covered dining hall, utterly abandoned where all their family history used to reside. The self-proclaimed marquis house eventually vanished without a trace. This empty, dusty room was the sad remains of their legacy, all thanks to Fallon's impressive incompetence. Addles Jack, now the legendary sword ghost, reviewed everything with cold indifference. He wasn't bothered by avenging his father or the house itself, but there was one thing he would absolutely never forgive. He remembered his older sister reading her books. She was the smartest person he had ever met, and she was the one who truly sacrificed absolutely everything for the family. Jack bared his teeth, snarling at the fools who wasted his sister's sacrifice. Fallon's arrogance essentially threw away the one single chance they had for survival. We see her during better times, descending the mansion stairs with her refined, elegant nature. She truly was the very soul of the house. She spent her days laughing and learning, entirely oblivious to the cruel fate her family would force upon her. Jack still struggles to imagine how she must have truly felt. He remembered her grand wedding, which was actually just her being sold for the glory of her house entirely undeserving of her. It was, in short, the beautiful present sentence. She looked desperately sad as she was led away, her eyes searching for help that never arrived. Someone politely asked if something was amiss, but she couldn't even speak the truth. Enter the fourth imperial prince, a man infamous for his disgusting and sadistic acts. He was a person Fallon and their father decided to hand her over to. The prince leaned close with a vile smirk, asking if she felt anxious. This particular fellow was essentially the working definition of a creep. He commanded her to keep her head bowed, not, and smile like a porcelain doll. Her life within the empire was solely mistreatment and misery. While the others feasted at home, she was suffering in silence for their benefit. The juxtaposition between this fancy dining table and her pain was truly sickening. She endured everything thinking she was protecting her family. Jack realized that even if his father or Felan knew her actual fate, they probably wouldn't have even cared. Back in reality, Jack pulled Felan's head out of the water before he actually drowned. He was so lost in anger over the past that he almost worried he might kill the guy too early. Felan was a total mess, gasping out pleas to spare him between coughs. He transformed from a tyrant to a shivering wreck in just a few minutes. Jack yanked him up by the hair, forcing him to beg for mercy. "Spare me," Felan cried. His pride completely shattered alongside his nose. Jack looked at him with utter boredom, claiming he was quite familiar with the look. He had seen that exact expression on thousands of people right before he ended them. The flashback showed the sword ghost standing over a pile of corpses. In his past life, he was exactly the person who made others beg for their lives every single day. The specific expression is made by those engulfed in the fear of death. They mused, "Piwas, after all, an expert at identifying the precise moment a person's soul breaks." He whispered into Felan's ear, telling him to reflect very carefully about everything he had done so far. The mental torture was clearly more effective than the water. He offered a sarcastic apology, claiming Felan probably didn't even remember the future crimes he hadn't committed yet. He asked chillingly what he should do to make him remember. Jack leaned in with a terrifying grin as Felan shuddered in pure terror. He wondered if Felan truly understood the value of family. The jesting maybe direct experience would help him learn. The elder brother bellows for a cessation of hostilities while descending into a panicked frenzy. Though the protagonist watches the meltdown with the same interest one gives a dying net, the butler eventually regains his speech to plead for an end to the violence before irreversible damage occurs. Feeling profound anxiety for the welfare of both siblings, the youth pours his features becoming expressionless as the rage evaporates. Since he enjoyed his entertainment and the victim evidently received a sufficient educational beating, he lets out a weary grunt and returns to a state of total apathy, making the oscillation between a bloodthirsty beast and a distracted child seem quite bizarre. With an audible snap, he delivers a parting blow square to the heir's chin to conclude the session, which was the specific tutorial he mentioned earlier. He flings the unconscious sibling toward the sentries as if discarding kitchen scraps, finalizing the transition from noble leader to literal human baggage. He aims an index finger at the primary watchman and utters a short command, "Dur," making the grunt stand rigidly while stuttering a fearful, "Certainly," in reply. The boy nonchalantly treads upon his relative's torso or face while moving along, physically bypassing his kin to proceed with his afternoon tasks without further thought. He instructs the security team to clear away this clutter, finished with the botanical scenery and this miserable apology for a family member. He glances over his shoulder once more to state that the victim is still breathing so they ought to fetch him and depart, exhibiting some incredibly feral conduct. The servant scurries forward to check on the boy's status, struggling to grasp how the formerly fragile child just pulverized a wizard using nothing but his fists. The lad simply dismisses the concern while remaining spotless, whereas the attendant is the one dripping with stress, proving the hierarchy of this dwelling has irrevocably altered. The butler observes as the men haul off the senseless victim, staring at the protagonist with a blend of reverence and actual dread. Realizing the world has tilted, the youth remains poised while pink petals float around him, appearing like a genuine aristocrat who is tranquil, composed, and exceptionally lethal. News of his feats permeates the mansion instantly, with the entire social structure of the estate being upended while the boy firmly manipulates the mechanism of change. The elder son resembles a heap of laundry as he's dragged off, entirely senseless following the savage thrashing the protagonist administered among the shrubbery. The victim was no mere nuisance but the designated successor supported by the mighty Manny's dynasty. While the matriarch can be seen having a meltdown and shrieking for aid, general hysteria grips the property as the heir is deposited into an infirmary. Since his anticipated path to becoming the next marquis just crashed into a giant mountain, bedridden with a fractured skull, the psychological shock gifted him a lasting phobia of bats, which is peak irony. So it is expected that the residence is in turmoil after those events. In the interim, the boy relaxes in a seat as if he hadn't ignited a familial rebellion. While the servant looms nearby questioning the sudden evolution of her frail child into a monster, he is actually consuming a slice of fruit pastry while the household collapses, proving that his focus on dessert is truly unmatched by anyone else. The boy enjoys the sweet garnish without a hint of stress, while his attendant appears to be on the brink of a total psychological collapse from the nonchalance. Whispers travel like a plague through the servant quarters as everyone wonders how a ranked magic expert was defeated by a toddler who has zero combat experience. The staff speculates whether the boy was masking his true potential previously, debating why he chose the specific hour to show his teeth while they chatter in the hallways. The brother is unconscious and wrapped in thick gauze, appearing quite pitiful for a man who was supposed to take the lead role next spring. The domestic worker is visibly shaken while grabbing her dress as the gossip flows, with many suspecting the little brother is actually hunting for the succession. An aristocratic woman with dark locks appears thoroughly stunned by the disturbance, loudly asking for a summary of the events because she is completely uninformed. The scandalous chatter is only in its infancy and will not subside shortly, serving merely as the prelude to the mayhem the child is about to unleash. Every resident of the noble mansion is feeling extremely tense, as they all anticipate how the primary patriarch will manage this absolute cluster of a situation. The master of the house remains in his ornate office with his spine toward the viewer, appearing very intimidating while mulling over some particularly serious problems. The Lord issues a frosty command, instructing his staff to retrieve the third child without delay. He is visibly upset that his designated successor has been converted into a decorative fountain sculpture. The entire household seems to be collectively holding its breath, anxiously waiting to discover how their master will respond. It feels like a countdown to a catastrophic eruption, and everyone is trying desperately to avoid being caught in the fallout. Meanwhile, back in his private chambers, Jack finishes his meal, a faint smirk playing across his features. He comments on the delicious taste, entirely disregarding the impending thunderstorm gathering in the mansion's main section. Ron anxiously informs Jack that his father has commanded his presence in the main structure this very moment. The bubbler's visible fear suggests he believes this confrontation marks the final chapter for his young charge. Jack merely looks up placidly, appearing completely unbothered by the command. He has already witnessed every possible misfortune and intrigue this household could offer during his prior existence. Right this instant, Jack inquires, his completely lackluster demeanor capable of driving any typical aristocrat into a rage. Ron looks prepared to physically haul Jack to the study, fearing for his young master as well. Fleeing, Jack gets up and immediately moves toward the door. Now hesitating for a moment, Ron tries to follow, pleading to be allowed to accompany him, hoping he can at least attempt to mitigate the situation. Jack simply dismisses him with a quick gesture, asserting that he is fine and capable of handling things without supervision. He is evidently prepared to deal with his father according to his own strategy. Ron stands frozen in place, appearing thoroughly helpless and agitated. He harbors genuine concern for Jack's safety, even though Jack himself appears completely unaffected by the situation. Jack departs, simply telling Ron to take care of things. He moves like a man with a singular purpose, despite being trapped within the frame of a child. The grand staircase within the mansion loudly proclaims the family's extravagant riches. This vast residence has eyes on every corner, and currently, every single inhabitant is listening intently. As Jack moves through the passageways, hushed rumors chase him like a constant shadow. He can feel the silent condemnation emanating from every member of the staff he walks past. Individuals are openly watching and murmuring beneath their breath as he proceeds. They are fascinated by the perceived failure who suddenly found courage and decided to spoil the tranquil environment. Jack releases a weary sigh, appearing thoroughly fed up with the entire affair. For him, it feels like an eternity since he last had to engage with this kind of trivial family conflict. He passes through an intense line of judging gazes, but remains completely indifferent. He is accustomed to being either ignored or derided, making this new focus seem like a simple inconvenience. He eventually reaches his father's study, but he is already becoming impatient. He is more bothered by the onlookers gawking at him than he is by the actual consequences awaiting inside. He hopes this discussion will finish promptly so he can return to enjoying his cake. He moves to grab the door handle, but freezes when he spots the posted guards. The heavily armored guards simultaneously cross their large halberds, physically preventing him from reaching his father. It's certainly a very cold greeting from a man who is supposed to be family. They treat him as if he were completely translucent, a classic strategy to belittle him just prior to an audience. Jack privately concludes that the display is completely absurd. Jack lets out an amused snort, declaring their actions entirely ridiculous. He looks directly at them, questioning if these particular knights have actually gone insane. He refuses to yield before the pair of behemoths fully encased in plate armor. The hallway's silence grows oppressive as they attempt to frighten the young boy into submission. Jack Dawson pours for Thorpe, delivering a precise, armored kick to the side of one knight's shin. He is tired of being treated as invisible and forces them to acknowledge his presence through pain. He considers how his former self would have simply turned away upon seeing their intimidating expressions. But not anymore, he decides, his eyes glowing with a renewed, formidable focus. He grabs the guard's armored helmet and orders him to alter that expression immediately, or Jack will fold him in half. This child delivers remarkably savage warnings, and his sincerity is undeniable. The guard stands completely perplexed, only able to stammer out a bewildered apology. He struggles to understand how he is being subjected to harassment from the individual considered the family's biggest disappointment. With a sharp metallic crunch, Jack places his full weight onto the knight's armored boot. The guard lets loose a tremendous bellow, filled with pure, unmitigated anguish. The guard drops to his knees, clutching his foot as Jack simply continues forward. He declares that he will not request again, making it obvious who holds authority in this interaction. He turns back toward the sentinels and asks why they refuse him entry when he is the one who was called for this meeting. He has entirely subverted their attempted display of dominance. The second guard trembles visibly, stammering that he truly cannot reveal the reason why. They are stuck between the constraints of their orders and an extremely frightening young boy. Jack's gaze sharpens as he comprehends the actual circumstances. He concludes that his father instructed them to remain outside as a strange method of atonement or reprimand. They sighed deeply, realizing his father was trying to make him wait in an attempt to assert dominance. He thought to himself that his old man truly hadn't changed a bit over the past several years. Instead of waiting patiently like a dutiful son, Jack simply turned on his heel and walked away from the study. The guard was utterly baffled, stammering apologies as Jack made his escape. He told the guard to let his father know he could come to him if he had anything important to discuss. He was completely over being summoned for meaningless power plays. The guards were left staring in astonishment, debating whether their young master had finally lost his mind. Nobody in this household ever refused a direct summons from the head of the family. Inside the study, news finally arrived that Jack had left, essentially delivering the ultimate insult. The messenger looked terrified, as if he expected to be executed for reporting the defiance. The Lord stopped in mid-sentence, his quill hovering above the paper in sheer shock. For laughter, his thought, realizing this was the first instance of anyone ever daring to defy him. The servant confirmed the information, appearing faint from the sheer audacity of the youngest son. He felt compelled to apologize for Jack's incredible nerve and simply walking away. Instead of erupting in anger, the Lord actually gave a dark, intrigued smirk. He simply said, "I see," genuinely fascinated by Jack's new personality. Standing tall in his vast study, looking imposing in his noble red cape, he noted that the youngest son had grown significantly. He seemed to actually respect the move, marking a shift in their dynamic. He tossed his writing instrument onto the desk with a sharp click, satisfied with the unexpected turn of events. The balance of power in the house had officially shifted, and the Marquis was ready for the next move. Jack was chilling in the garden, thinking to himself that his old man would probably show up soon. He had a great view of the huge estate, just waiting for the drama to commence. Suddenly, he heard movement and quickly whipped his head around, becoming instantly alert. His golden eyes were sharp, not missing a single detail approaching his direction. We get a beautiful view of the stone bridge during a magnificent sunset, with flower petals drifting through the gentle breeze. It looked peaceful, but a storm of family conflict was clearly brewing. A powerful figure stepped onto the bridge with a heavy thud, identifiable by their high-end boots. Jack could tell immediately from the footwear alone that this person meant business. Jack calmly took another sip of his beverage, totally unbothered by the arrival. He thought, speak of the devil, realizing his father had finally arrived for the showdown. There he was, the noble lord himself, marching into the garden with a whole procession of guards and assistants. He looked completely serious and ready to bring down the hammer of justice. Jack watched his father approach and thought his face screamed pure stubbornness. He couldn't help but inwardly chuckle, because despite everything he'd seen, his father hadn't changed one bit. The Lord stood directly in front of Jack, looking down at him with a commanding expression. Jack, however, remained comfortably seated. The massive power play in this hierarchical society. He looked at his father's profile and essentially considered him a non-entity. He remembered how this man literally attempted to murder him in a previous life, so any filial affection was completely gone. He recalled how his father sold out his own son to a lower-level thug just for a small boost in influence. He had zero respect left for someone who treated his own family like negotiating pawns. Jack noted that his father always hungered for more power than he could handle. Worst of all, the guy completely lacked the actual skill required to achieve his grand ambitions. Jack finally spoke up, asking in the most casual voice possible what brought him all the way over here. He wasn't even attempting to show the slightest respect a son should offer his father. The Lord was already losing his temper, demanding to know precisely what Jack had done. He was clearly referring to the rather brutal educational experience Jack had given his older brother. Jack simply gave him a blank, intense look and played completely innocent. Asking, did what? He was clearly a master at pushing people's buttons without breaking a sweat. The stepmother started shrieking at him for showing disrespect to the head of the household. Jack didn't even acknowledge her presence, internally dismissing her as nothing more than a yapping duck. He propped his feet up on the nearby table, delivering a blatant insult to noble etiquette. He then asked why they didn't just go inside if they had come all this way to converse. He stood up, drink still in hand, and began walking toward the main building. He casually questioned whether they really planned to conduct this important meeting right here in the dirt. Suddenly, a small saucer went flying through the air. Someone was definitely throwing a serious tantrum and taking their frustrations out on the fragile dinnerware. The entire group of attendants looked completely horrified by Jack's actions. They couldn't believe a commoner's child would dare to act so boldly in front of the Lord. The plate hit the ground and shattered into a million tiny pieces. The tension in the garden was so thick you could cut it in half with a very dull knife. The grumpy Marquis is throwing a glowing yellow tantrum, letting his magical stink fill the room just to make Jack feel like a tiny ant. Look at how he strangles that working stick, making mystical juice leak everywhere while the atmosphere gets heavier than a lead pancake. Jack reacts with the enthusiasm of a wet napkin, pondering if his pops is checking for a hidden battery pack in his chest cavity. The nobleman stares down and finally gets it, realizing the boy has absolutely zero magic engine inside, which actually leaves him looking shocked. He figures the kid must be a secret ninja instead, suddenly deciding that his supposedly trashy offspring might actually be worth the price of rent. Pops demands to know why he hid those skills, but Jack just chugs his drink, knowing the old man would never buy a time travel story. The wicked step, Mum is glitching out again, screeching insults about born peasants while vibrating like an angry cell phone in the corner. The boss tells her to zip it, confessing he used to think Jack was garbage but now sees him as a functional tool. Spoken like a true villain, Jack lets his peepers glow a spooky amber while staring back, evidently not thrilled about being treated like a useful kitchen appliance. He asks a chilly question about whether his son's status expires if he loses his utility. showing everyone that his father's heart is basically empty. The big boss fires back by asking if the boy even desires a family connection, proving he is a top-tier antagonist without any soul. Jack gazes elsewhere, having zero interest in that brand of validation. Since he's finished begging for scraps from people who suck, he spins around and struts off, leaving the whole crowd paralyzed while the help starts gossiping like they are on a reality show. The nobleman just says alright, pretending he doesn't care about being ghosted, though he's definitely updating his mental files on Jack. The crowd is scratching their heads, confused why the boy is ghosting them without a temper tantrum, as his chill vibes make no sense. He pauses to toss a glance back at his bonus mommy, preparing to launch a spicy verbal grenade right in her direction. He mentions her face is folding like an accordion and she needs a spa day, making her look like a ticking bomb of fury. He rocks a cheeky smirk while departing, realizing that watching her malfunction brings him pure joy, which is honestly a mood. He drops a fake polite farewell as he exits, leaving the group to simmer in their own saltiness while he claims the victory. He wishes them a pleasant night, and even asks them to say hi to his brother, the one currently getting patched up in the hospital. The scene fades to gray with a caption about their lovely family buns, dripping with enough sarcasm to drown a giant whale. We pan across the school roof-ups under a blanket of twinkly lights, indicating that the clock is ticking forward in this tale. Jack reads a flyer that puts him in time, out for nearly 3 weeks thanks to his recent armor. Though peace and quiet sound sweet, he doodles in his chamber, whining about the overreaction to his brotherly beatdown, as if assault is just part of a balanced breakfast. He thinks it is wild he gets punished now, when Felon used to treat him like a punching bag without anyone batting an eye. He draws pictures while wondering what prison life is like in this joint, showing he does not give a single hoot about the penalty. He figures he is already living the hermit life in the garden, so staying indoors is no biggie while he sketches some petals. Ron is sweating bullets while Jack works his charcoal, wondering if his pops is just using this as a way to ground him permanently. A light bulb suddenly explodes in his brain, and he shouts about the school, remembering he is actually supposed to be attending classes. The shop reveals the giant fortress of learning, where at 14, dear, old Jack must suffer through his required years of sitting at a desk. The sudden memory of the academy classroom confirms that every single pampered child of the gentry is required to attend classes. It turns out even a high-level sword master, through somehow time travel backward, finds mandatory education to be an absolute drag. The scene shifts to students casually socializing across the academy campus. Odessa 4-year curriculum, and Jack, despite his past life experience, is currently stuck repeating the very beginning as a first-year student. We observe a picturesque view of the academy building during sunset. It turns out the students are currently enjoying their summer break, which totally explains why Jack has been hanging around his family's manor. Jack chuckles to himself while sketching at his easel, finding immense humor in the fact that he has to be a school kid once more. The idea of being a student again is truly side-splittingly ridiculous to him. His expression quickly hardens as thoughts of his mentor, who has strong connections to the school, cross his mind. He concludes he must stop procrastinating and cannot afford to keep playing games with the ridiculous Marquis family. Upon finishing his masterpiece of reverse, he makes the firm decision that returning to the academy is essential. There are much larger priorities on his plate than dealing with the petty nonsense of his dysfunctional family. Crunching the numbers reveals he has 27 days remaining on break and 20 days of scheduled confinement. The 6-day journey means his father has essentially forced him into a direct, non-stop trip straight back to school the second he is released. Ron is standing nearby, looking noticeably ill at ease. Jack turns toward him and inquires whether he has finally wrapped up whatever mysterious chore he was supposedly performing. Jack rises to his feet, demanding directions to the solitary confinement cell. He is completely ready to serve his time and get on with the more significant mission that awaits him. Ron appears completely uncertain, refusing to make eye contact with Jack. Jack asks if Ron has been struck mute and insists on knowing the exact location of the confinement area. Ron lowers his voice and explains that there is only one specific location in the entire sprawling mansion that qualifies as a solitary confinement chamber. This information immediately sets off alarm bells for Jack. He reluctantly informs Jack that the location actually serves as the local holding cell for criminals who have committed serious offenses within their territory. Ron genuinely looks heartbroken to deliver the bad news. Jack's face breaks out in a cold sweat as the full gravity of the situation sinks in. He keeps thinking there must be some mistake, realizing this isn't just a simple grounded, home type of punishment. The realization hits with full force, symbolized by the word prison appearing in bold text as Jack's face registers pure horror. His father literally just sentenced him to genuine incarceration. Ron sadly confirms the situation with a nod, leaving Jack staring blankly ahead. He is completely shell-shocked and unable to process the incredible news. Jack drops to the ground, appearing utterly defeated and frustrated. He screams out a challenge to his terrible old man, wanting him to wait and see, emphasizing he will certainly not cooperate peacefully. His enraged yell echoes across the extensive grounds of the estate. Jack has reached his absolute limit with his father's annex, and the situation is about to spin completely out of control. While most wealthy children volunteer for glamorous charity work during their breaks, Jack, the failure, is currently confined to bed with his head wrapped like a mummy following the infamous Fountain debacle. As everyone else attends fancy parties, dances with potential matches, and networks to secure their future as prominent heirs. Jack's life has taken an extremely sharp and unexpected detour. For the nobility, these academy breaks are just more work, not relaxation. The perspective changes abruptly from lavish ballrooms to cold iron bars and heavy shackles. This new reality is Jack's current situation, which is a major contrast to the social gatherings he just missed. The tight shot captures Jack's bare feet chained tightly to the unforgiving stone floor. He isn't even bothered about missing the social gatherings, since he never truly desired to inherit the family fortune anyway. He sits there in his uncomfortable prison uniform, wearing an expression that clearly says he is completely done with everything. He has spent his whole existence feeling like he was out of place in this oversized house anyway. That's just what people in the Marquis household keep telling me. Who thinks, what a truly terrible environment where even the servants make you feel like you are not welcome there. Jack stares at his own reflection, or maybe just glares into empty space with complete hatred, contemplating his awful old man. It seems quite certain that his relationship with his father is now permanently broken. The protagonist, with impressive confidence, voluntarily walked into the prison on his own before the guards had a chance to apprehend him. He seems to be treating this entire arrest procedure like a casual check, an air resort. The heavy shackles audibly click shut around his wrists with a definitive metallic clang. It has now been officially confirmed. Our main character is safely locked up behind bars. In the background, poor Ron is completely disturbed, actually wiping away tears as he witnesses his young master being escorted away. The huge difference between Jack's cool demeanor and Ron's hysterical panic is quite comical. Ron's face clearly shows he is utterly devastated by the events unfolding. Jack internally judges him as inexplicably pitiful, which is a remarkably cold observation considering this is probably the only person who likes him. Jack eventually tells Ron to cut it out because all the crying is making things awkward. P.S. being led away by fully armed knights as if he were a dangerous felon. But his primary concern is simply maintaining his image. Jack sits in the pitch black cell, obsessing his new one, Sar lodgings. While he has certainly enjoyed much better accommodations in the past, P.S. taking this whole solitary confinement thing surprisingly well. He notes his dad gave him a bed and a bucket toilet, so maybe the old geezer has a sliver of consideration after all. The bar for basic decency must be pretty low if a bucket in the corner qualifies as a perk. He gets 3 square meals a day, although calling them square is a generous term for whatever mystery sludge is floating in that bowl. It looks like something a swamp creature coughed up. A fly buzzes annoyingly around Jack's head, and his facial expression says everything is the true level of filth in this cell finally sinks in. He looks down at his blanket, noting it probably hasn't seen soap or water in at least 500 years. This entire location is essentially a health code violation wrapped in stone. A close-up shot shows flies literally landing in the soup, which makes Jack believe even the local peasants would turn their noses up at this garbage. Jack sits there with his arms crossed, thinking that even for a punishment, this feels like overkill. We spend all day brooding in the dark, which is exactly how you start cultivating some truly powerful villain energy. The wide view shows the prison looks like a massive stone pit. Apparently, nobles who own territory can make up whatever laws they like, essentially becoming absolute monarchs over their little patches of land. The heavy lock on the iron gate is a grim reminder of his predicament. In this kingdom, the vassal possesses absolute power within their own borders, which is less fun when you read the one being imprisoned. Jack looks at a vision of the Marquis turning his back on him, confirming the abandonment. Even though his father dumped him here, Jack still considers himself the man's son for now. He gives a dark little smirk to himself. He hasn't even done anything properly rebellious yet, but his dad still chose to throw him in a cage just to be safe. He starts wondering what kind of fabricated story his dad will tell the public to cover for felon. He imagines some trivial excuse, perhaps involving poison or a forbidden artifact. Looking out the tiny window of his cell, Jack starts imagining the perfect scenario his dad would cook up for the public. It will probably be something that makes him look like a total monster in the process. He imagines a flashback where Chibai Felon discovers Chibai Jack doing something shady. You can tell Jack has absolutely zero respect for this ridiculous narrative they're likely building. In his imagination, the Chibai Dark was cackling maniacally over a bubbling green cauldron. The story, Jack volunteer, disgrace of the house, learn black magic, dare, that sounds like a convincing lie. The imaginary scenario continues with heroic Felon trying to torque some sense into his wicked little brother. The whole thing is so over the top that it's essentially a parody of itself. Imaginary Jack zaps Felon with a wand, shouting at him not to try ordering him around. This propaganda version of the fight makes Jack look like a total brat. The fake story ends with Felon lying on the ground, wounded but still forgiving his brother. Jack basically rolls his eyes at how utterly nauseating this version of events truly is. In the gut-wrenching scenario he imagines, Felon is depicted as an absolute angel forgiving his brother. It's essentially a saccharine fairy tale where everyone is a saint except Jack. Jack figures this is exactly the kind of stuff the Marquis and Marchioness are discussing right now. They are probably busy patting themselves on the back for their brilliant PR strategy. Jack lumps down, literally feeling sick to his stomach just thinking about them. He realizes he simply cannot afford to waste his precious vacation time in this disgusting hole. He looks completely disgusted, shadows covering his eyes in frustration. The ongoing family drama is one thing, but the living conditions are the actual crime here. He lies back on the dirty bed, trying to refocus his attention. He has 3 major things on his mind that are significantly more important than his dad's pathetic lies. He closes his eyes and thinks of his sister, Bronze, and his master. These are the people he actually cares about, the ones truly worth fighting for. The text doesn't mince words, stating he is currently an extreme weakling. Part honesty is always the first step toward a training arc, right? He checks out his thin arms, noting he is 168 centimeters tall and only 55 in mass. In this world, being that weak is essentially a death sentence. The vertical panel shows skulls in a spectral figure, symbolizing the survival of the fittest nature of this world. He knows that only the strong actually get to survive and thrive. He clenches his teeth, completely determined. He isn't planning a massacre like in his past life, but he still has a massive list of people who need to get what's coming to them. He looks at the basic supplies in his cell and thinks about the academy. He desperately needs 2 things right now, time and power, and he knows the academy is the only place he can get both. The image of a powerful lion appears behind the text. He plans to buy time while discovering new talents to boost his power back to what it was in his past life. He reaches out into the dim light of his cell, thinking about how he needs to regain his power to protect the people he cares about. He is completely finished with being helpless. He balled his hand up so tightly that his knuckles look like tiny white golf balls. He decided it was time to put his nose to the grindstone. He pushed himself up from the mattress edge, grumbling softly to himself about the task ahead. He was prepared to initiate the first stage of his major makeover. A sudden surge of sapphire-colored energy began crackling around him as he concentrated intently. He made up his mind that he would simply take everything he wanted from this dimension. The glowing hand symbol indicated the various tiers of magical individuals in this realm. He understood the power hierarchy inside and out, knowing this was just the starting line for his ascent. A convenient diagram displays the Marner circle structure. Tiers 1 through 3 are for rookies, while 4 through 6 are for those with expertise. He definitely planned on skipping to the highest level possible. The hierarchy climbs all the way up to the 10th circle, where practitioners are known as masters or super beings. These individuals were essentially divine entities working around in fleshy suits. The azure energy started churning in a whirlpool motion around Jack's torso as he initiated his self-improvement regimen. This gloomy holding cell turned out to be the ideal spot, as no one was nearby to witness his full potential. He shone with brilliant sapphire light as he successfully created his initial circle. The process only required 2 hours, leading him to believe that this reincarnation thing definitely came with a few handy bonuses. He began tossing around small spheres of luminous blue energy, thoroughly impressed with his own pace. Since he started practicing much sooner than in his previous life, he was significantly ahead of where he needed to be. The sudden noise caused him to jump, making the Marner around his hand sputter like a faulty neon sign. Someone was definitely coming down the corridor toward his prison. He started to panic, frantically attempting to conceal the glowing energy by waving his arms wildly. He absolutely could not let anyone in the household discover his abilities at this stage. The distinct rhythm of high-pitched chews resounded through the cold stone hallway. Jack immediately began worrying if his dreaded stepmother was returning for another round of yelling. He quickly ducked under his filthy comforter, listening carefully to the approaching sound. He soon realized the steps were much too delicate to belong to the intimidating stepmoms. The clicking noise on the pavement intensified as an individual proceeded down the lengthy, dimly lit passage. The tension was building faster than a high-stakes poker game. An expensive pair of footwear abruptly halted directly outside his iron-barred door. He held his breath in anticipation, eager to discover the identity of this visitor. He cautiously peeked out from under the blanket and heard a gentle, recognizable voice murmur his nickname. Hearing Jackie sent a wave of utter astonishment through him, making his eyes pop wide open. Rage. The voice belongs to Thort, practically falling over himself in his rush toward the bars. He looked exactly like someone who had just encountered a figment from their imagination. He caught sight of a person with long, gracefully cascading locks. This individual was someone he only retained memories of from his previous existence in various night visions. The person standing there was Elizabeth Falantier, peering through the metal bars with a look of deep concern. Her eyes were beginning to overflow with emotion. She extended her hand through the cold iron to cup his cheek, her voice wavering with emotion. She wanted to know if he had sustained any injuries whatsoever. Jack stared back at her with large, tear-filled eyes, letting out a soft, almost inaudible sound. The cold, parted assassin disappeared completely, leaving only the vulnerable younger sibling behind. A splash of pink cherry blossoms filled the frame as the words kind and beautiful sister appeared on screen. The specific family reunion was shaping up to be an emotional rollercoaster for sure. The scene opens on a close-up of Jack's tiny prison window, fitted with iron bars. It was dark outside, and the single source of illumination came from the faint moonlight. The delicate hand carefully stretched through the bars and held Jack's cheek. He recognized the gentle voice calling him Jackie, a nickname he hadn't heard in what felt like centuries. Jack gazed up at his sister, Elizabeth, who was watching him with extreme concern. He offered a slight smile in response, attempting to convince her that he was entirely unharmed. Elizabeth's expression was shattered, demanding to know why he had sunk so low as to use dark magic. She insisted through the bars that she would have gladly instructed him in any form of sorcery he desired. She practically pleaded for his mercy, stating he should have remained at this school for a while longer. It was obvious she placed all the blame for his current predicament squarely on her own shoulders. Jack simply stared back, feeling slightly dazed by the interaction. Hearing her call him by that old name and witnessing her distress was having a major impact on him emotionally. Elizabeth was now shedding tears, her eyes overflowing as she squinted through the metal barrier. She was terrified that he might be concealing hidden injuries from her view. Jack responded with a brilliant, heartfelt grin, causing the corners of his eyes to crinkle slightly. He informed her that he was not harmed at all, just overwhelmingly happy to see her again. Lunging toward the metal enclosure, he startles Elizabeth with his sudden proximity, wearing an expression so fierce it could probably melt steel or at least boil an egg. Glowing under the lunar rays, Jack wears his heart on his sleeve while staring at her, confessing his immense relief that this is not some weird hallucination. Sliding down the cage walls, he rests while Elizabeth hovers nearby, still suspicious that he might be crazy and asking once more if his brain is functioning. Jack shoots her a bold smirk and drops the ultimate bombshell, suggesting they ditch this joint and elope like dramatic star-crossed lovers. Elizabeth's jaw practically hits the floor as she envisions a life in the woods with wandering tribes, perhaps raising goats and growing winning cabbages. Glancing at her boots, her face turns somber as she mutters his name, clearly calculating the odds of surviving their current mess versus his wild plan. Propped against the dungeon bricks, Jack pleads for her to dump their fancy aristocratic titles and relocate to a quiet village where people are not total jerks. Elizabeth bellows his name with a mix of utter disbelief and enough irritation to make a statue flinch, clearly offended by his scandalous proposal. Jack jumps back in surprise, resembling a confused goldfish with his mouth agape, never imagining she would actually bite his head off like that. She forbids him from uttering such nonsense ever again, insisting that the Marquis is their blood and that family ties are tougher than overcooked steak. Gripping the iron so hard her hands turn pale, she argues that their old man's romance produced them, so Jack needs to stop being a brat. Pivoting away to lean on the chilly masonry, she acknowledges the old man's hatred for him but vows to fix their relationship even if she dies trying. Offering a melancholic grin, she begs him to survive just a bit more, asking for his trust while he hides the painful truth like a total professional. Elizabeth slides her fingers back through the cage toward him, and as Jack stares at them, it finally clicks that he has successfully time-traveled. The mood shifts to something adorable as Jack chuckles while Elizabeth ruffles his hair, teasingly calling him a giant infant during the sweet family reunion. Jack inspects his palm, preparing for his upcoming stunt because the window for chatting has officially slammed shut like a heavy door. His face hardens as he instructs Elizabeth to retreat a few paces, leaving her scratching her head and wondering if he finally lost his marbles. Shuffling backward with a puzzled expression, she questions his request, completely unaware that she is about to see something absolutely bonkers. Jack begins radiating a giant blue magical glow, his pupils blazing with intensity, as he confirms the distance is ideal while mystical energy dances around, lifting his shimmering palm toward the iron entrance. He sends ripples of magic through the atmosphere, while Elizabeth watches the show with wide-eyed wonder. With a thunderous explosion, Jack deletes the door from its frame using a magical surge, filling the corridor with blinding sapphire light and gritty debris. The entrance lies pulverized on the floor in tiny fragments, leaving Elizabeth hovering in the rear with a face that says she forgot how to speak. Elizabeth stands paralyzed, her gaze fixed on the vacant threshold, unable to process the fact that her baby brother just became a human demolition crew. Staring at the mangled metal, she wonders aloud when he managed to draft the magic circle. As the scale of his talent finally starts sinking in, Jack wanders out of the wreckage and yanks Elizabeth into a suffocating embrace, letting years of agony evaporate like steam in the heat of the moment. He clings to her with desperate strength while the magical smog dissipates, finally enjoying his liberty and refusing to release her from his grasp. Elizabeth remains stiff as a board in his arms, her brain still rebooting, while Jack murmurs a heartfelt apology against her shoulder. Zooming in on Jack's mug, tears are actually streaming down while he holds her, sobbing apologies because he carries more baggage from his previous life than a busy airport. Elizabeth recoils slightly, wearing an expression of peak anxiety, as she asks if he is truly alright or if he ate some moldy dungeon bread. She stares directly into his soul with a face full of maternal worry, desperately needing him to confirm his sanity one more time. The lad offers a moist grin, murmuring that his current mood beats being a soggy biscuit by a long shot. Squeezing the woman in another embrace, he grips her firmly as if afraid she might evaporate like mist, peering toward the horizon with hardened eyes. The protagonist swears this attempt won't become a flaming train wreck. His features turn rigid while cuddling, internally pledging that his sibling will never again suffer for their messy relatives. With a gaze pulsing with focus, the brother promises to unlock her future, granting her total freedom to live lavishly. A quiet view from behind shows the pair hugging in that gloomy jail corridor, two figures against the gray stone. Suddenly, the man's face darkens with malice, recalling the foul secrets extracted from that fourth prince in a past life. The massive message box pops up, signaling that the lightheartedness is over and the real drama is starting now. The heavy iron barrier blocks the end of the rocky hall, peering about as friendly as a shark in a bathtub. Thinking back to his previous existence in the pit, he remembers uncovering a truth that flipped his reality upside down. The hero's fist clenches until the skin turns ghostly, vibrating with a rage that could melt lead upon remembering the event. Stomping through the masonry passage, the heavy clatter of his faux pas resonates like a rhythmic march toward a final reckoning. The murky vision depicts a victim tied to a rack being questioned by a cloaked figure, showing the protagonist's old methods. The prisoner is wailing in terror, yet the masked interrogator merely watches with a cold detachment of her marble statue. Shards of old memories involving his sister surface, highlighting a catastrophic fate that only he has the burden of knowing. The captive trembles while sobbing for pity, but the past version of the hero just insults those villains with pure venom. Gripping a sharp device, the hooded man demands to know how they could mistreat his kin so horribly and unforgivably. The victim shrieks while the protagonist vows eternal vengeance against the Tolkien royals, finally becoming the beast everyone eventually dreaded. The flashback concludes as he calls those siblings absolute degenerates, a remark that leaves the air feeling thick and chilly. 10 years post-departure at 17, he observes how the global power structure has been completely demolished and rebuilt from scratch. The once mighty Teglin realm has vanished, and tragically, his own volunteer bloodline was erased like chalk on a blackboard. Rising from the wreckage, the Tolkien Empire grew into the land's sole titan, doubling every province under its iron-fisted authority. Naturally, the volunteer clan was doomed to a fleeting existence, a harsh reality the guy understood better than a dying star. He envisions his sibling groveling before the fourth Tolkien prince, a scene saturated with pathetic helplessness and overwhelming desperation. Currently, the woman is stunned by the news, wondering if her sister lied about the jail while her teacup wobbles. Within his mind, he sees his sister imploring that royal brat for mercy. Stuck in a submissive pose on the floor, the prince mocks her from his seat, and the hero recalls the grim fact that she was never a legal spouse. The royal hits her, shouting to stop annoying him with trivialities. A cruel moment forever scorched into the protagonist's brain. Even after the strike, she persisted, though the heartless prince ignored her entirely. Showing the empathy of her brick wall, she kept pleading, offering to trade her entire being for their safety, ready to toss everything away for a tiny mercy. He vividly recalled his sister's grueling, non-stop 3-day begging session on the palace floor, showcasing a level of family loyalty that her relatives absolutely did not deserve. The prince, however, simply watched with detached amusement, finding it quite entertaining that her simple political hostage would exert such effort for a futile cause. That was the version of events he had received, forcing him to spend years suppressing the agonizing details of her suffering in the dark corners of his memory. But the truly devastating reality, the absolute worst-case scenario, is a secret known only to Jack himself, who alone comprehends the full extent of the nightmare she endured. We jump back to the academy, where a large building sits beneath the clear, innocent sky, marking the official beginning of Jack's new chapter in life. Two students are walking and chatting. One expresses gratitude to the other for preventing him from getting utterly lost on his way to the representative's office. Suddenly, Jack feels a distinctly malevolent presence, causing his eyes to widen considerably, and he instantly spins around, fully prepared for confrontation. The hand clamps down on his shoulder from behind, as a voice suggests he might be seriously misinterpreting a few things, causing Jack's eyes to glow with dangerous light. It turns out to be the fourth Imperial Prince, Ian, who grabbed Jack, telling him that while he could learn about the volunteer house, the timing just wasn't right at this very second. The prince leans in close with a chillingly smug smile, generously offering Jack permission to continue breathing, provided he agrees to follow every instruction perfectly. Jack knows what happens next in the future. His sister becomes the fourth Imperial Princess's personal plaything. Because for the prince, people were just disposable tools to be wielded like a sword. Given the desperate situation, Jack understood precisely what was inevitable, namely the powerful individuals taking complete advantage of the less powerful ones. What actually occurred was both simple and horrifically predictable, as he recalled witnessing his sister's state, thoroughly shattered and exploited by others. She was eventually prosecuted and summarily executed by the legal wife after the fourth Imperial Prince successfully ascended to the throne, sealing her unfortunate fate. Jack lets out a roar of agony, the memory of his sister's fate completely tearing him apart, a pain that stubbornly pursued him through death and back again. Roughly 1 year later, the volunteer Marquis house was utterly destroyed, leaving behind ruins of his family home that serve as a stark reminder of his failure to protect them. Every individual and object associated with the Tolkien name became a high-priority target, and as long as they retained even the smallest connection to the Empire, he eliminated them. After hearing the story and comprehending the full truth of his sister's agony, he transformed into a monster, which served as the official catalyst for his bloody rampage. And this was only the start. He made a vow to completely erase every single trace of their existence from the face of the earth. In the present moment, Elizabeth gently touches Jack's cheek, reflecting on how the previous timeline was far too horrific and agonizing to even truly imagine. She offers him a soft, reassuring smile and quietly asks if he is okay, genuinely trying to alleviate his tension and put his mind at ease. Jack mirrors her smile, telling her firmly not to worry, a man determined to safeguard that particular smile from any harm during this current timeline. He instructs her to not rush things, regardless of what occurs next, as they share a peaceful moment with the night sky visible just beyond the window pane. A close-up shot focuses on Elizabeth's feet as she takes a step forward, indicating a definite transformation in the girl who used to spend all her time avoiding everything and hiding. Jack holds Elizabeth carefully, with a newly hardened determination sparkling in his gaze. Elizabeth gazes outside the window, a pensive expression settling on her face. Internally debating whether this transformation truly counts as a positive development, she considers the gossip, finding it genuinely challenging to accept that Jack actually used black magic, especially since his current demeanor is so drastically altered. As a Sixth Circle user herself, she understands magical power well, and she cannot detect even the faintest indication of black magic coming from him. She determines that there is absolutely zero chance that her Seventh Circle user, much less a novice, could conceal something like that from her, meaning the story simply contains too many inconsistencies. Standing right outside the entrance to her father's study, she suspects the Martian's influence must be involved and steels herself for the upcoming confrontation. She strode into the study where her father sat by the hearth and, skipping all pleasantries, demanded Jack's immediate release from prison. The Marquis glanced up from his drink and, completely unfazed by her request, simply asked for a good reason why he should bother. Elizabeth pointed out that black magic was mostly just a scary story from ancient legends, making it entirely unbelievable that a child so young could possibly learn such intricate arts. The Marquis casually sipped his tea, considering how problematic it would be to explain the true state of affairs to the public, proving his thoughts were strictly political. Elizabeth remained perfectly silent, waiting for her father to respond. As the heavy tension in the room grew thick enough to cut with a dull knife, the Marquis accurately read her expression, stating she already knew Jack possessed zero talent for the heir's position, then waved his hand to tell her to continue. Elizabeth pressed on, her expression firm and unyielding, fully aware that this confrontation was a truly critical moment for her. The Marquis's hand clenched into a tight fist, a dark shadow passing over his eyes as he recognized her argument was actually a veiled warning directed at him. He gave a sinister smirk, acknowledging that her political maneuvering was impressive, and complimented her intelligence, admitting she played the game well. Elizabeth's thoughts drifted to the life of her porn. As the Marquis's illegitimate child, she knew her father fully expected her to accept her predetermined fate and silently fade into the background. The Marquis explained this served as a warning about what would happen to Jack if she tried to act foolishly or reject her destiny, essentially using him as leverage. Her hand began to tremble slightly as she realized this whole situation was never about Jack's misbehavior, but a calculated threat meant for her. The Marquis continued, explaining that when Jack reached adulthood, he would officially be declared dead, raising his identity entirely to allow him to live a completely normal life elsewhere. Elizabeth was stunned by the sudden admission, asking if it was truly possible, her voice shaking as she stared at her father for confirmation. The Marquis turned to pet his massive dog, reminding Elizabeth not to forget her own duty in the meantime, and assuring her that this plan also included her future. Elizabeth, her voice barely a whisper, told him to please not trouble himself, feeling completely trapped by his cold, meticulous calculations. She thought this whole setup was far too cruel to be mere coincidence, noting Phelan was a third circle magic user while Jack, the youngest, hadn't manifested even a single one. Her mind flashed back to the image of Jack blowing open his cell with a massive blast of magic, making her wonder exactly what she had witnessed earlier in complete confusion. The Marquis nonchalantly dismissed her concerns, stating that the past was irrelevant, then casually granted her request for Jack's release while taking a sip of tea. Elizabeth thanked him and requested permission to leave, exiting the study with a heavy heart, while the Marquis coldly replied, "Very well." As the heavy doors to the study closed, an oppressive silence descended, solidifying the terrifying agreement that had just been struck. The Marquis watched her go, the look of smug calculation on his face, convinced he had completely dominated this round of their complicated little game. Elizabeth stood outside the door, hands tightly clasped, attempting to comprehend the gravity of the exchange, as a sudden surge of pure dread washed over her. Her thoughts returned to Jack's desperate plea to abandon everything and run, his words echoing through her mind with a weight heavier than any physical burden. Clutching her chest tightly, she whispered, "That cannot be true, Jackie." Feeling completely cornered and utterly trapped by her circumstances, she sank to the polished stone floor in utter despair, burying her face in her hands, realizing there was absolutely no escape from a destiny that had already been permanently etched in stone. The sun began to climb over the Marquis's estate, illuminating the castle tower where birds took flight, signaling a new day, and a significant change in the established order. Inside his tiny cell, Jack let out an enormous yawn, finally feeling the full weight of exhaustion catch up with him after all the recent excitement and commotion. He rubbed his eyes, speculating if his extreme fatigue was due to the unusually vivid dream he experienced, where it felt like he was reliving a completely different, very long, past life. The jailer suddenly materialized at the iron door, sheepishly apologizing for disturbing his nap, declaring Jack was free to go, but Jack merely returned the news with a stony, unpressed glare, apparently not the type to throw a party about leaving. The watchman, who was inexplicably encased in clanking plate armor, reiterated his announcement, wondering aloud if Jack possessed functional ears, exhibiting an astounding amount of sass for someone addressing a peerage member, albeit one currently in timeout. Jack offered a subtle, knowing grin, mentally filing away the guard's casual, insolent address, but chose to overlook the offense this minute, deciding that dealing with such trivialities was beneath him. Honestly, finally outside the dungeon, Jack faced the knight, acidly commenting that the accommodations were charmingly snug, then quipped that for a person who once ruled empires, the knight's petty insolence seemed terribly short-sighted. The armed man sheepishly presented a pristine change of attire, which Jack accepted with a swift, utterly sincere, sounding thank you, delivered with enough obvious irony to soak the entire prison floor. The knight appeared genuinely perplexed by the whole exchange, so Jack fixed him with a frigid, tearing gaze where his pupils seemed to emit actual light, remembering the echoing disapproval of his old teacher scolding a lack of basic manners. Completely rattled by Jack's menacing focus, the guard instantly started sweating profusely, prompting Jack to inquire why he was rubbernecking, ordering him to scoot unless he happened to be carrying some shiny new footwear. The armored man recoiled abruptly, sputtering an utterly bewildered excuse, internally struggling to grasp how the supposed prisoner, a mere youth he was assigned to watch, managed to be this incredibly terrifying and belligerent. Jack invaded the knight's bubble immediately, eyes lit like a suspicious cat, inquiring in a dangerous whisper if the guard believed they were suddenly best friends forever, leaving the poor sap only capable of senseless stuttering, his nerves utterly shattered. The soldier's mind was short-circuiting, totally unable to process the overwhelming authority radiating from this juvenile delinquent. Just as Jack's palm started sparking with raw magical power while demanding the knight address him respectfully, calling the bewildered man a true scalawag, with energy coiling around his frame, Jack's gaze ignited with an inferno of rage, proving conclusively that he was definitely not the fragile, defenseless child the heavily armed babysitter had initially anticipated. A panoramic view displayed the stunning, extensively landscaped volunteer manor, an architectural masterpiece that appeared absolutely heavenly from the exterior, effectively concealing the shockingly dysfunctional, upper-level family feuds brewing inside. Having changed into tailored, appropriate aristocratic clothes, Jack paused at the doorway of his private wing, projecting the flawless image and bearing expected of her powerful Marquise as well. Fred, slightly terrifying offspring, Bronze, the ever-vigilant butler, cautiously peered through the opening, instantly recognizing his employer, and was thoroughly flabbergasted that the young master had managed to return home in such a shocking hurry. The dedicated servant sprinted forth to welcome him. This features a complex blend of overwhelming joy and professional anxiety, managing a choked, heartfelt declaration that his patron was finally safe at home. Ron immediately dove into a flurry of hovering, clutching Jack's shoulders and anxiously checking for scrapes or bruises, while Jack, clearly a little weirded out by the intense devotion, smoothly assured him that he was perfectly unharmed. The butler maintained his deep state of alarm, his sharp eyes meticulously sweeping over Jack, searching for even the smallest physical tremor, confirming that the poor, devoted man had likely skipped several nights of quality slumber worrying about the recent incident. Ron's hysteria escalated as he demanded an explanation for the unbelievable mess, immediately fixating on the suspicious splatters staining Jack's present garment, forcing Jack to quickly explain that the crimson stains were absolutely not his. Hoping to subdue the frenzied caretaker, Jack finally managed to cut through the noise, smoothly pivoting the conversation away from bodily fluids, mentioning casually that he sensed some unexpected company, and wondered aloud if the annex wasn't suddenly hosting a party. Naturally, Jack was spot on, finding a full detail of large infantrymen, maybe not 10 feet tall, and a fresh young squire from the prestigious Iron Blood Knights positioned conspicuously, indicating his father had gone overboard upgrading the security detail. A strikingly attractive knight with suspiciously golden hair advanced from the group, confirming his identity as the Iron Blood Knight page, who had apparently been designated to serve as Jack's extremely reluctant personal chaperone. Ron instantly regarded the handsome soldier with genuine sympathy, sighing about the unfortunate fellow, explaining that the knight's lifelong ambition was to join the esteemed order, only to be reduced to glorified young adult surveillance. The knight dropped to one knee before Jack, yet delivered an opening speech devoid of courtesy, stating clearly he harbored zero interest in playing caregiver and merely commiserated with Jack's pitiable position. A truly regrettable blunder, pal. The color instantly evaporated from the knight's features as a shocking, terrible truth clicked into place, mentally shrieking that Jack knew everything about the present incident. Realizing with dread that he was the exact same insolent jailer from earlier, he began to shiver violently, completely unable to stop the excessive perspiration that drenched his face, fully grasping that he had definitely dug himself a remarkably deep, ending hole this time. Jack and Ron simply stayed down impassively at the miserable, frustrated knight, who managed a belated, formal greeting addressing Jack as the third young lord, a formality far too late to undo the catastrophic injury he had already inflicted. The knight started incoherent blathering, desperately inquiring if the rumors regarding Jack's incarceration were false, causing Ron to shake his head in utter disbelief, convinced that the man had completely checked out of reality. The soldier remembered hearing gossip from the Mandy's clique, the very group backing Fallon, and had foolishly presumed that Jack, being the family black sheep, would just meekly accept his misfortune and keep his mouth firmly shut. Ron attempted a diplomatic intervention, gently suggesting that the knight's recent commentary was unnecessarily sharp, but the fool instantly escalated the situation, aggressively asking if there was an issue with identifying an idiot when he saw one. That disrespectful retort was the final limit, Jack's face freezing into a glacier as he addressed the doomed soldier, commandingly telling him to remain precisely where he was and perform his appointed duty of surveillance, which was the only task he was assigned anyway. Jack leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. We instructed the knight to simply do his job and stop discussing things he clearly didn't comprehend, offering a simple ultimatum: either dire, or shut up and obey. The knight was absolutely terrified. He had been sent to supervise Jack and genuinely believed he held all the authority. He expected Jack to grovel before him, not threaten to kill him. Completely humiliated and knowing his place, the knight finally gave up. He meekly apologized and agreed, his voice trembling uncontrollably with genuine fear. Jack completely lost his mind, bursting into laughter because the knight had actually shown a glimmer of sense for once. He mocked the guy relentlessly, calling him a disobedient dog who finally learned to think. Jack, already bored with the conversation, started walking away with Ron right behind him. He informed the knight that he was too lazy to keep talking and ordered him to go settle his business before coming back to report. He paused for just a moment to deliver a final, legendary burn over his shoulder. Jack told the knight that if he had an issue with his new treatment, he was more than welcome to go complain to the Marquis about it. Then came the ultimate insult with a cold, severe smirk. Since calling him a page required too much effort, Jack declared the knight's new nickname was now Chick, and he better come running when called. Jack casually told Ron it was time to leave, dismissing the whole situation without a second thought. The newly christened Chick was left in total panic, scrambling and shouting in an attempt to keep up with his new master. The once proud knight stood there, utterly devastated by his new status. He repeated the embarrassing nickname Chick while surrounded by imaginary baby birds, having officially lost all remaining dignity. With the knight fully dealt with, Jack turned all his attention back to his loyal butler, patting Ron's hand on his shoulder. He turned to Ron with a warm smile, the menace completely erased from his expression. Ron's thin ounce, he was craving something exceptional today, ready to forget about the morning's drama. Ron was overjoyed, bowing respectfully in response. He confirmed that yes, then master, he would prepare the requested dish once Jack changed, thrilled to have the opportunity to serve him again. And what an incredible meal it was. Ron laid out a veritable banquet fit for royalty, complete with perfectly prepared steak and an assortment of delicious side dishes. Jack eagerly licked his lips, his mouth already watering at the sight of the amazing feast. He was definitely prepared to devour everything. A cute chibi version of Jack appeared, absolutely in love with the food. The text simply confirmed what was obvious. This meal was beyond delicious. Jack took a bite and was blown away by the taste. As expected, he exclaimed, Ron's cooking abilities were flawless. Ron simply smiled gently, saying he felt honored by the compliment. Ron started getting emotional watching Jack eat, so Jack had to tell him to stop staring because he was just a card character. Ron quickly looked away, trying to compose himself. He claimed it was nothing, though he was clearly moved by Jack's kindness after all the recent hardship. Jack just returned a warm, knowing smile. He asked if Ron wasn't hungry. Offering his fork, there was plenty of food, he suggested, so perhaps they should eat together. Jack let out a boisterous laugh, glancing over at the knight who was now standing rigidly at attention. The despot, he announced, this dog at least finally knows how to think. He turned back to Ron, waving his hand dismissively. Anyway, he said, he was simply too lazy to continue talking, instructing Ron to report the incident with the knight to the Marquis on his own. Jack pushed a plate of food over toward his loyal butler. With a kind smile, he asked Ron if he wasn't hungry, explaining that there was plenty of food so they should eat together. Ron looked at him, his expression filled with a deep, unspoken sentiment. He had clearly been worried sick about Jack, and the small gesture of kindness almost overwhelmed him. The butler immediately objected, clearly flustered. He asked how he could possibly share a meal with his master, telling him to simply sit down because he had something to say. He struggled to maintain professional distance, but Jack's offer had deeply touched him. Ron bowed his head, finally surrendering to his young master's demand. He agreed, same, if you truly insist, finding himself unable to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. As they shared the meal, Jack turned serious. He casually inquired about his sister's current state. Though his eyes showed clear concern, Ron replied that Lady Elizabeth was doing as she usually did. Jack suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, anger flashing in his eyes. He furiously demanded to know if Ron was calling her on his behalf, completely catching the poor butler off guard with his sudden intensity. Ron was absolutely stunned by the accusation. Jack declared that Ron, more than anyone else, should understand how much his sister was suffering, leaving Ron to stammer out a confused pardon me. Jack immediately realized he had said far too much, accidentally revealing knowledge of future events that had not yet occurred. He clutched his head, scrambling to retract the statement. I don't know, he muttered. What could I have possibly meant? A heavy, awkward silence fell between them. Jack's lip had created a new tension where none existed before, and Ron was visibly struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Trying to diffuse the tension, Jack smoothly changes the subject back to dinner, assuring Ron with a small grin that his culinary prowess was always good enough for a royal feast. He started explaining things by pulling on threads of his younger days, detailing everything he could recall, which instantly conjured up a magnificent, steaming pot of delicious stew. The mental image continued, featuring fragrant loaves of bread freshly cooling on a rack, proving these strong food memories were inextricably linked to some seriously deep emotional stuff, the sole reason he could always gobble down his supper without a nervous breakdown, even as the universally despised third child, was the hyper-vigilance of one magnificent human being. He dropped the truth he had guarded for decades, revealing that Ron constantly tested his meals for poison before consumption. showing the devoted Butler secretively tasting Jack's dinner down in the shadowy kitchen. Ron was struck completely speechless. "My lord, you knew the high-level security detail," he stammered in genuine awe, but Jack smiled mysteriously, replying, that delicious little detail is hardly the full story." Jack leaned forward conspiratorially with a sly, knowing expression, muttering, "Let us see what else we can uncover," mentally preparing to completely devastate his unsuspecting attendant's composure. He looked Ron directly in the eye and dropped the mic with an impossible question, calmly inquiring, with terrifying certainty, if Ron was currently practicing as a ninth circle mage. Ron could only stare back blankly, his usual unflappable composure completely obliterated, realizing Jack had accidentally exposed his deepest, most highly classified personal secret. Jack explained his logical deduction, starting with his parents, mentioning that although his father possessed prestigious connections, his poor biological mother was merely a commoner who perished during his birth. He offered Ron a gentle, warm smile, reasoning that since his sister strongly resembled the matriarch, and gossip held that she was a wonderful soul, his mother must have been a fantastic person, too. Back in the current moment, he assured Ron that this intricate web represented his genuine, true convictions, meticulously arranging the complicated facts of the puzzle only he seemed to understand. He posed the critical, connecting inquiry that tied the entire mystery together, asking if Ron had protected his mother from the periphery, already completely certain of the answer. Ron's hand, still neatly clad in its white glove, visibly tightened, his absolute silence acting as a powerful, unspoken validation of every word Jack had just spoken. Jack delivered the mind-bending reality plainly. His mother, allegedly just some average commoner, was actually being guarded by a ninth circle mage, basically the world's most powerful Secret Service agent. He took a measured sip of his tea, finding the entire situation wildly absurd, joking internally that if this ludicrous premise was a fictional story, he would have hurled the book away for being so utterly nonsensical. His brief moment of humor vanished as the grim weight of reality settled in, his voice becoming low and serious as he confirmed, however, this unbelievably ridiculous thing actually happened. He revealed a dark memory from his prior existence, confessing that when he made his desperate dash from the house, he was definitely not solo, depicting himself astride a horse, fleeing into the great unknown. The recollection continued, showing a small companion clinging to him on the horseback ride, right before professional assassins sent by his own father started chasing them relentlessly. The flashback detailed his younger self, utterly panicked but spurred by necessity, galloping frantically through soaking rain and pitch blackness, literally racing for the preservation of his own life. The Marquis had sent a formidable retrieval force after the runaways, notoriously including the infamous Fuson Red Dates, who possessed a terrifying reputation for cold, efficient execution. Spearheading the aggressive pursuit was the captain of the Night Order, a brutally powerful eight-circle swordsman, who represented a truly frightening force of nature. But Jack wasn't fighting the gruesome battle alone, as the memory showed Ron suddenly unleashing his spectacular power to fiercely defend his cherished young master, and the second rider with him, whom he had innocently called a child, was actually his future teacher, a loyal soul who willingly sacrificed herself during the catastrophic escape attempt. The horrific memory concluded with a desperate, echoic scream of Ron's name as the deadly conflict roared on, a crucial moment that permanently defined Jack's whole early lifetime. Back in the safety of the present, Jack explained his past reluctance, admitting he was afraid to question Ron about his secretive history, knowing the extent of his immense capabilities and his connection to the late mother. He briefly thought back to a time when things felt significantly less complicated, more accurately, when he was blissfully unaware of the startling truths hidden just beneath the surface. He unveiled the greatest family secret of all. His mother was certainly not a mere commoner, a highly important piece of information of which the Marquis was completely oblivious. In fact, it is highly likely that his mother never once saw fit to enlighten the Marquis regarding her actual identity, choosing instead to carry that weighty secret straight to the afterlife. Jack lowered his gaze to his cup of tea, a newly determined look etched upon his features, signaling that he was finally ready to move past all this historical drama. He decided figuring out his mother's whole deal wasn't really a priority at this very moment. Frankly, made things much simpler. He'd just keep going without a complete backstory, focusing instead on the future he actually had a shot at fixing. He eventually got around to making his big ask, admitting to Ron that he couldn't trust a single other soul within those walls. He then made one specific request. "Ron, please protect my sister for me." He gave a nod to Elizabeth's natural talent, mentioning that at just 18 years old she was already a sixth circle mage, which basically made her the definition of a prodigy. Ron, however, recognized her one major weak spot. "No," he countered, shaking his head knowingly. "She possesses an alarming amount of kindness, and self-sacrifice is just a minor inconvenience to her." Jack wholeheartedly concurred. He understood that his sister's excessive niceness would absolutely be her ruin if she were forced to navigate this nest of vipers all by herself. He then outlined his strategy, announcing that he planned to bolt for the academy first thing tomorrow and wouldn't be returning home unless the circumstances were truly dire. He gave Ron a timeline for the gig, just 4 years, he clarified, holding a steady gaze. "I need you to stick around with my sister for that entire duration." He glanced out the window at the estate, which felt more like a very expensive prison than a home. After those 4 years, he swore, Ron could finally go live his own life. Ron was completely floored by the proposal, his hand flying to his chest in disbelief. My life, he mumbled softly. The concept he had in really entertained in what felt like several lifetimes. Jack elaborated on the deal, explaining he wasn't just offering freedom from butler duties, but rather a chance for Ron to finally chase his own ambitions. He then pointed out that Ron would be protecting his sister for 4 years, and asked who Ron thought she would need protection from. Just as the discussion reached its most important moment, the knight previously known as Chick barged in, requesting permission to enter the room. Jack turned toward the interruption, barely managing to hide his irritation. He grumbled, "Door," naturally, under his breath in a sarcastic tone. The door slowly creaked open, completely shattering the heavy mood that Jack and Ron had so carefully constructed. The timing truly couldn't have been worse. Jack was visibly frustrated, clenching his hands tightly. He shouted that this conversation was important, then snapped at him to come in, having completely run out of patience. Tonight, James entered and immediately launched into his report. He informed them that the guard who sustained injuries earlier had received preliminary first aid and was currently being treated. Jack raised an eyebrow, clearly failing to be impressed in any way. They asked, with heavy sarcasm, if that was truly the extent of the news. James recited the official explanation, which was, quite frankly, absurd. The story claimed the guard had somehow managed to cut off his own fingers during practice, then clumsily dropped his weapon. Jack smirked, finishing the obviously fabricated tale himself. He added that the dropped blade just happened to stab the guard right in the eye, and because Jack was safely tucked away in the annex, that was how they conveniently closed the case. He slapped James on the shoulder with sarcastic approval. Fine effort, he stated. Once you fully trained as the Marquis's loyal laptop, I'd appoint you captain of the scraps. James just muttered something about being fine. Jack called out to him again. Hey Chick. The knight ground his teeth in frustration and corrected him immediately, saying it's actually James. James Cantor. Jack completely ignored the correction and cut right to the chase. He declared he wanted to practice swordsmanship, instructing James to fetch him one genuine sword and one wooden practice weapon. Jack stared at him intensely, then simply said whatever, showing zero interest in the knight's official job description or feelings. James attempted to regain some dignity by puffing out his chest. He defiantly stated that running errands was beneath his pay grade, drawing a firm boundary. Jack grabbed a fork from the table and pointed it at him menacingly. Hey Chick, he inquired, you don't care much for me, do you? He then questioned if James bothered to at least pretend to act like a human being. He made a daring challenge with a malicious smirk. He proposed giving James a chance to physically assault him, catching the knight completely off guard. Both Ron and James were utterly astonished by the suggestion. Then master, are you actually being serious? They exclaimed at the exact same time. Jack confirmed that he was, quite honestly, completely serious. Naturally, he replied, extending his hand. Look at my hand right here. We detailed the dual conditions in a condescending manner. He asked if they truly believed he'd ever even held the blade, then instructed James that he could simply beat him up however he pleased during the fight. James was still attempting to comprehend the proposition. He asked in total confusion if Jack was actually suggesting he serve as a personal swordsmanship practice dummy. Jack finally couldn't help himself and let out a small chuckle, attempting to suppress his delight at the knight's complete lack of awareness. The man completely lost his composure, erupting into hysterical laughter that seemed to shake the room. He cackled that this was only the third most interesting thing he had ever encountered, before promptly demanding someone fetch him a sword. Ron looked at Jack, his face etched with genuine apprehension, asking if he was absolutely certain about everything. Jack simply returned the gaze, completely unbothered, and responded with a confused, "One word queer." As they sat down to eat, Ron explained his anxieties, revealing in a strained voice that their opponent was a fourth circle user. Jack's casual response was merely "so what?" as if the knight's power level was completely trivial. Ron continued to push the issue, questioning Jack's confidence in the impending fight, clearly terrified that his young master might suffer an injury. Jack, however, transformed the worry into a game, suggesting with a grin that they should place a wager on him. The proposed bet centered on whether or not he could successfully defeat the woman in question. Jack used self-confidence, while Ron remained visibly uncertain about the entire affair. Tonight, James, who had been standing guard nearby, cleared his throat in a painfully awkward manner, revealing he had clearly been eavesdropping on the entire exchange. Ron turned to look at Jack, a thoughtful expression on his face. He began formulating new conditions for the wager, deciding they should gamble not on victory or defeat, but on the number of hits Jack would actually receive. Jack looked slightly annoyed by Ron's obvious lack of faith in his abilities. He let out an exasperated sigh, clearly not a fan of the revised terms. However, his mood quickly reversed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He leaned forward enthusiastically, declaring the new conditions sounded like fun, and asked what Ron wanted to bet. He reminded Ron that James was an exceptionally skilled knight, operating on a level entirely different from his brother Felon. He questioned Ron's resolve, asking if he was truly determined to go through with this. Jack slumped back dramatically in his chair, feigning disappointment. wine that Ron clearly had absolutely no confidence in him, attempting to emotionally manipulate his loyal butler. Leaning forward once more, a playful glint in his eye, Jack proposed, "Then let us make this official." He finalized the terms. If he took even one blow during the duel, Ron would be the winner. Ron looked away, still visibly hesitant. He remained quiet for a moment before stating there was something he desired from Jack, and all the young master had to do was agree to that one condition. Jack was intrigued. He clarified the one-hit rule, then proposed adding another layer to the wager. The loser would be obligated to grant the winner a single wish. He offered a sly smirk, his eyes shining with a mixture of self-assurance and affection. He pointed out that he was merely the Marquis's servant, playfully emphasizing Ron's higher position while subtly acknowledging their deeper connection. He held up his fork, the tines glinting in the light. He stated that, as he mentioned before in a serious tone, he only truly trusted two people within the Marquis's entire household. He then revealed the identities of those two masters, the sister and Ron. Specifically, he meant Ron. Ron was completely blindsided by the heartfelt admission, his eyes widening in complete shock. He whispered, "Young master," his voice thick with unexpressed emotion. Jack continued, his expression earnest. He observed that Ron seemed to be avoiding something, sensing a hidden burden weighing heavily on his faithful servant. Jack looked at Ron with a soft, understanding smile. He explained that he did not give orders to those he trusted, so he would rephrase his previous request. Ron lowered his gaze, deeply moved by his young master's words. The heavy weight of his past seemed to lift slightly, if only for this brief moment. Jack simply grinned, leaning back in his chair. He confessed that if Ron phrased it in that manner, it would be difficult for him to reject the unspoken conditions of their bet. James, who had been forced to witness the entire conversation, clenched his fist in frustration. He was clearly furious about being the subject of their frivolous wager. He knelt down before Jack, his pride completely shattered by the circumstances. He realized he had no choice but to participate in the humiliating challenge. "Third young lord," who began, his voice laced with a newfound respect, "please accept my apologies for my earlier disrespect. If you require a training partner, I will gladly serve as your target." Jack waved a dismissive hand. He instructed James to retract his previous statements, explaining that countless people, like the woman he mentioned, had shown blatant disrespect directly to his face. He explained that while he could tolerate disrespect, physically assaulting him was an entirely different matter. James, he suggested, must be genuinely afraid of what would happen if he crossed that specific line. Jack leaned forward, a confident smirk on his face. He stated that James was kneeling because he wanted to observe him in action. He asked when James wanted to go somewhere private to see the fight, then quickly corrected himself. James looked up at him, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He considered the possibility. Perhaps Jack was afraid of being defeated by him. Jack moved right into his personal space, his eyes burning with intensity. He then voiced the knight's deepest insecurity. "You're afraid of losing to me?" James gnashed his molars, his ego thoroughly bruised, attempting to dismiss the obvious dread that, alas, was utterly plastered across his terrified expression. Jack reclined with an infuriatingly victorious grin, stating unequivocally that apprehension was utterly foreign to him, the declaration that certainly begged a skeptical eye. "Raoul," James finally cracked, then announced, embracing the confrontation, "I suppose you will simply need to discover personally whether my courage is genuine or just a theatrical performance. Is Yuri still destined to encounter this ancient gentleman's blade regardless?" Jack pivoted towards Ron, a mischievous sparkle dancing in his gaze, inquiring if Ron happened to be aware of any suitable practice area hidden within their cellar, to which Ron could only offer a bewildered, "What was that?" Ron vigorously rummaged through his mental attic, desperately attempting to conjure up recollections of such an area, possessing a nebulous remembrance that frustratingly refused to solidify. Abruptly, the mental snapshot of an obscure portal ignited in his consciousness, a long, dormant recollection excitedly resurfacing, prompting a startled, "Oh my." He guided Jack and James along a descending staircase into a concealed section of the manor, professing utter astonishment at the existence of such a sophisticated facility right beneath their noses. Jack surveyed the clandestine training arena, a reflective look gracing his features, then began, in this fashion, before swiftly amending his thought, "Now, this is the very spot where your esteemed mother, Lady Volunteer, along with our two offspring." He questioned Ron regarding his ignorance of this location, to which Ron elucidated that since Jack had perpetually avoided any form of physical exertion, there had never been an impetus for his descent. Now that he considered it, the area presented an astonishingly pristine appearance, with Jack gliding his palm across an adjacent handrail only to discover not a single particle of grime. It dawned on him that some diligent soul clearly maintained the space with regular upkeep, as there truly was no alternative rationale for its immaculate and flawless state. He faced Ron, a look of profound appreciation gracing his features, for he understood precisely who had been diligently overseeing this clandestine refuge. He dipped his head in a subtle gesture of unspoken gratitude towards his devoted manservant, uttering a heartfelt, "Thank you very much," his tone imbued with a profound earnestness. Ron simply offered a warm smile, content in having proven useful, as a delightful, miniature iteration of Jack then lightheartedly addressed James. "Tame, below there, tick." Jack extended his palm, his countenance now completely devoid of levity, demanding to know the object of James's vacant gawking. and then instructed him to surrender the practice blade without delay. James stepped forward, his expression fixed in a resolute grimace, informing the junior lord that they ought to commence with the wooden training sabers and urging him to make haste. Clearly impatient for the impending clash, he passed the practice sword to Jack, their fingers brushing momentarily, stating, "Certainly, my lord. Here it is," his tone betraying a subtle tremor of apprehension. Jack grasped the blade, this hold unyielding and self-assured, the heft of the timber feeling remarkably natural and accustomed within his palm. He regarded the weapon, a faint smirk playing on his lips, while James noted that the junior lord appeared entirely comfortable wielding a sword. Astonished by such an innate posture, Jack's smirk expanded into a cocky, knowing expression. Then he queried, "Proficient? If one were to stack every sentient being and creature I dispatched in my previous existence, the resulting cane would easily pierce the firmament." He offered a subtle inclination of his head, acknowledging the praise, stating casually, "Indeed, I suppose. I appreciate the kind words," his gaze simultaneously sparkling with a menacing and predatory luminescence. He casually flung the actual weapon towards James, cautioning him, "And consider this a grave matter, even if it's merely a practice blade," he declared, before instantly surging forward, bellowing out Chick's designated moniker. James had scarcely a moment to register what was happening before Jack's timber weapon arced menacingly towards his cranium, prompting him to hoist his own blade in defense, the subsequent collision sending a jarring shockwave up his limb. The pair of wooden sabers met with a resounding percussive retort, tossing James backwards, utterly blindsided by the raw, unexpected power of Jack's sudden offensive. He grunted with effort, astonished by Jack's brute strength, yet he privately mused that he had, of course, effortlessly parried the blow, concluding Jack must be a mere novice, and since the boy seemed so terrified of harm, James decided to simply give him a little jolt. Yet Jack proved utterly unyielding, and a crimson welt blossomed on James's cheek as Jack's blade connected flawlessly, prompting James to inwardly concede, "This is the self-assurance visibly faltering." Jack's offensive became a chaotic streak of activity, his weapon dancing with a velocity and accuracy that completely contradicted his apparent youth, leaving James solely engaged in a desperate, losing struggle to defend himself. The sparring concluded with the same abruptness with which it commenced, leaving Jack observing a vanquished James, a quizzical expression adorning his countenance, uttering, "Well, the desarb," as if he had indeed just thoroughly crushed a seasoned fourth circle knight. James knelt, cradling his throbbing arm in agony, utterly flummoxed by the recent turn of events, sputtering, "My lord, you would undoubtedly be quite deceased if this had been a genuine blade." Jack merely flashed a wide, unnervingly self-assured smile, his gaze brimming with an ominous certainty, then inquired if he hadn't in fact, articulated this exact outcome previously, casually jogging the knight's memory regarding his initial admonition. James was absolutely frozen in stunned disbelief, trying to compute where this kid got his dazzling footwork, seriously questioning if this was truly the young lord's inaugural swing with cutlery. "Feast your eyes on this maneuver." Jack committed to a mighty, full force lunge using the practice stick, yet James managed to swat it away like a pesky mosquito at the absolute last second. Despite this being a mere casual redirection, James was already dripping sweat like a leaky faucet, utterly unable to comprehend how a scrawny 14-year-old possessed such terrifying force in one shot. The knight stood there desperately trying to collect the scattered remains of his dignity, realizing this whole spectacle should have concluded when he blocked the first time, sensing a dramatically harder battle looming. That sturdy wooden practice weapon slammed into the stone floor with a jarring bang and a terrible racket, bearing merely dropped, but in a formal combat setting, that usually spells immediate disqualification. "Hold on." Jack wasn't even close to finish, sprinting like a literal speed demon, gracefully dancing circles around James with what observers might call flawless execution, making a professional knight look like a clumsy amateur in sheer quickness. Bronze, observing from the periphery, looked like a stunned carp with his mouth hanging wide open, completely certain that if Jack were currently wielding actual sharpened steel, this friendly skirmish would instantly turn into a serious criminal investigation. And boom, there it went. Jack's sword was perfectly aimed right at James' windpipe while the knight lay utterly flattened on his spine, and judging by his expression, he definitely just witnessed a 20-year recap of every poor life choice he'd ever made. Ron was undergoing a massive, philosophical meltdown internally, recalling vividly that Jack had never handled a sword until this very morning, leaving him to wonder how on earth the boy was moving like a seasoned battle instructor. He gaped at Jack with an expression of utterly pure incredulity, debating if the term genius was substantial enough to fully capture the sheer absurdity of the martial talent he had just been forced to watch. We are treated to an awesome visual of Jack's eyes suddenly shining with a malevolent, predatory golden glare, causing Ron to conclude that even the most historically renowned child prodigies couldn't possibly possess this much raw ability. Jack stood over the thoroughly defeated knight, completely unbothered, and mockingly asked the hatchling if he was already pushing his mid-20s, prompting James to just lay there in a daze, attempting to stammer out an utterly bewildered apology. James succeeded in rasping out that his age was currently 23 rotations around the sun. Then Jack casually inquired exactly when his martyr practice began, and James sheepishly confessed he had started at 18. Jack appeared truly impressed, or perhaps he was just getting an Oscar, Worthy performance of shock, noticing that James achieved the fourth circle in just half a decade, a ridiculously rapid pace considering his delayed commencement. Jack's gaze sharpened dramatically as he began meticulously evaluating James' hidden capabilities, one eye pulsing blue as he peered directly into the poor knight's character sheet, hunting for any latent gifts. He glanced around the dungeon at the battered training mannequins, concluding that despite beginning so late, James definitely harbored some genuinely helpful skill, quite the compliment coming from a guy who used to be the ghost of swordsmanship. Jack pictured a grand, influential shadow of James commanding troops, realizing this fellow could effortlessly ascend to the 7th or even 8th magic circle and take charge of an aristocratic knight corps if he maintained the pace. Jack began pacing towards the arsenal shelf with a purposeful, resonant stride, while James could be observed behind him attempting to peel himself off the floor, clearly still suffering from a severe case of combat shock. This is just splittingly funny, Jack mused, grabbing a razor, sharp steel blade, finding it utterly ridiculous that a person with James' distinct potential had been relegated to the mundane task of junior caretaker for a kid like himself. Jack flashed a small, mischievous smirk, informing the bewildered knight that he was actually growing quite fond of him, visibly enjoying this entire instructional beatdown while positioning his newly acquired weapon for the rematch. James attempted to adopt the tone of a worried guardian, cautioning Jack that serious injury was imminent if they continued this farce, but Jack merely found the notion preposterous and erupted into a round of genuinely maniacal giggling directly into the poor man's bewildered face. The boy was completely unhinged, suffering like an absolute lunatic. Since receiving a safety lecture from a mere fourth circle knight was easily the most side-splitting comedy a former legendary master had experienced in numerous generations, Jack eventually regained control of his lungs and released one final, patronizing exhale, staring down at the warrior with palpable disdain, finishing the moment by referring to him as a baby bird once more, simply to ensure the express train of degradation stayed on schedule. Towering above the vanquished warrior, Jack chose to impart some brutal, unfiltered knowledge, cautioning James there exists a significant gulf between sheer smugness and genuine competence, then asked if the knight honestly believed their previous skirmish was purely good fortune. James was left gazing mournfully at his discarded wooden stick in complete stillness, looking utterly devastated and profoundly perplexed, simply unable to process the realization that her supposed feeble child was thoroughly owning his professional butt. Jack pointed one accusatory digit and informed James that he was currently relegated to the status of fledgling, daring him to launch another assault. His expression sat in an impenetrable veneer of chilly superiority. James' emotional meter had officially redlined, his complexion flaming crimson, and he was grinding his teeth in raw, undiluted fury because some tiny brat dared to completely ridicule him. The knight roared like a hungry bear and charged ahead, hacking his weapon with every ounce of strength available, the visible streaks indicating that he was finally moving with seriously impressive velocity this time around. Jack responded only with a disturbingly serene grin while James sprinted toward him, scoffing at the knight for biting such an elementary piece of bait, asserting this failing was precisely why he remained a mere apprentice, a decision that would prove catastrophic. With a deafening clang, the two weapons connected in a collision of tremendous force, the resulting sound effect practically leaping off the paper and slapping the reader in the face as the steel was firmly interlocked. However, Jack possesses superior finesse, slicing straight through James's defenses as if they were made of airy nothingness, leaving poor James utterly aghast that he completely whiffed his attack. And just like that, this whole charade concludes again, with Jack's steel tip resting precisely near James's jugular. That marks the second time the poor chap has met an untimely end today. James's practice blade tumbles onto the ground as he throws in the towel, utterly vanquished, feeling broken in both body and spirit. Bless his heart. A massive, wickedly playful smirk cracks Jack's face as he flashes a pair of fingers skyward, cheerfully announcing your double demise for the day, a level of pure insolence that is simply legendary. James is practically liquefying from nervous perspiration, demanding a breakdown of that last move, utterly unable to process the unbelievable sorcery he just witnessed firsthand. Jack casually pivots away, dismissing the feat as trivial, explaining he merely shifted the blade's trajectory at the precise instant their weapons met, a seemingly simple but truly advanced maneuver. James stares blankly into the middle distance, completely shell-shocked, beginning to suspect he isn't just sparring a gifted youngster, but rather some other, far stranger entity. A close view of James reveals his face quivering with a volatile mix of rage and pure terror, undoubtedly contemplating every past decision that landed him in this damp basement. Jack offers a casual little hand gesture and labels it an expert flourish, then has the sheer gall to inquire if James desires an immediate encore, which is just sweetening the bitter pill. James snaps, yanking out his real weapon with a look that promises violence, declaring he'll employ actual steel this time, to which Jack merely shrugs, responding with a bored, sure thing, whatever you say. Jack glances back toward Ron, who is observing with an unnervingly composed expression, the atmosphere in the chamber so tight it could honestly be sliced with a dull butter knife. Jack delivers a playful wink and a decisive thumbs up to Ron, confirming his victory in their little wager, while Ron just emits an exhausted sigh, conceding the terms of their agreement. Jack brings up the specific desire he requested from Ron earlier, and we momentarily see a shimmering image of the lovely, guileless Elizabeth, who represents Jack's entire purpose in this second lifetime. Ron casts his gaze downwards, his countenance grave, fully aware of the sheer gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Indeed, esteemed young master, Ron affirms, bowing his head respectfully, vowing to stake his entire existence on realizing Jack's ambition. Now that is what one calls devoted servitude. James resumes his fighting posture, looking dead serious as if the stakes have suddenly become life or death, informing Jack that this attempt will be decidedly different, prompting a skeptical, really from Jack. Jack begins to radiate an intense, brilliant azure aura of pure magical energy, flashing a distinctly predatory smile as he condescendingly permits the little fledgling to employ magic this round. He leans in close, displaying a chilling intensity in his gaze, confirming he plans to utilize his own formidable abilities too, as the surrounding atmosphere visibly crackles with roar power. James is now fully primed, his body vibrating with channeled arcane force, offering a grim acknowledgement that it is time to decisively conclude this confrontation once and for all. With an explosive burst, Jack charges in, executing a powerful, handed downward chop, blue electrical arc spitting off his weapon as he brings the forceful blow crashing down. The blades meet in a deafening, powerful detonation, the resulting concussion wave bright enough to illuminate every corner of the practice facility instantly. James strains mightily, his features contorted with exertion, realizing with dread that Jack's magical output far exceeds what any initial tier spellcaster should ever possess. James's eyes balloon in shock as his defensive posture begins to visibly fracture, letting out a choked sound of realization that a mere child is actually overpowering him. The seasoned warrior, with a resounding, heavy clang, James is propelled backward, slamming into the ground with a solid thud, having utterly lost both his balance and every shred of his pride. Jack doesn't grant a moment's respite, immediately driving his heel down hard to firmly hold the down James to the floor, ensuring a completely overwhelming and definitive triumph. Jack stands over the defeated warrior, his weapon held loosely, coolly inquiring if it is already over, his expression chillingly bored, an absolute masterclass in brutality. James lies prone, wrestling with the sheer impossibility of the event, unable to reconcile how a first-level sorcerer managed to utterly crush a fourth-level knight so thoroughly. Jack looms over him, stating the principle is actually quite straightforward, preparing to lecture this little fellow on the nuances of advanced magical channeling. He elucidates that rather than employing the pedestrian method of spreading magical energy uniformly for a general physical enhancement, he concentrated every ounce of his personal reserves into a single, targeted area, then asks James if pursuing the formal knightly path is truly necessary, sounding almost like a career counselor. Jimbo stares skyward like a confused puppy, wondering aloud what that entails, since his brain lacks any software for a career outside of being a tin soldier. The scene jumps to the big boss relaxing with his obsidian beast in the office, where he mirrors the fellow's shock by repeating the same query, stroking the creature's skull. The noble labels it a faithful mutt, setting a gloomy mood for the twisted proposal Jack is cooking up for the poor lad. Jack looms over the kid with a smile so sinister it would scare a ghost, leaving James shaking like a leaf while stuttering for forgiveness. Jack suggests the boy switch gears to become his private attack dog, claiming that being a shadowy headman beats a tedious career in shining armor any day, thus kicking off the weirdest job interview ever. Looking completely shell-shocked from the threshing, James listens as Jack reiterates the deal, insisting that serving as a secret pet offers way more thrills than some snooze fest. The armored fellow hesitates, probing for the actual benefits of this career change, while Jack offers nothing but a creepy, golden-eyed glare that speaks volumes. Jack chuckles at the kid, advising him to worry about the job duties before checking the salary, while Ron stands behind them looking like he smelled garbage. Jack describes a lifestyle of endless prestige and perks, accompanied by a mental image of a wolf sprinting through winter woods to make the deal seem fancy. As James seeks a job description, Jack stumps his footwear right onto the man's ribs, asserting his dominance while implying the duties are written on his soul. Finally the fine print emerges. Jack expects the lad to delete any obstacles and serve as a human shield while they loiter in the damp training cellar. The kid's brain nearly explodes at the mention of professional murder, and he collapses on the tiles in a panic, wondering whose names are on the hit list. Observing from the corner, Ron looks like he is doing some high-level math, probably figuring out if the team budget covers another mouth to feed. The pathetic knight mumbles the word murder over and over in his clunky suit, finally realizing that Jack's grand plans involve way more blood than expected. Looming above the wreck, Jack tells him to use his tiny brain and uses that insulting baby bird nickname again, which really hurts his fragile ego. The scene shifts to Felon sulping under his covers after his unexpected bath, while Jack graciously grants James 24 hours to decide on his future. Staring at his potential boss with a blend of terror and curiosity, James receives a parting glance and a snarky wish for him to choose wisely. Sunlight hits the estate the following morning as Ron hollers for Jack, though the bright sky hides the toxic drama simmering behind the front door. While Jack puts on his fancy clothes, Ron nags him about his lack of self-preservation, convinced that hiring a random soldier is a recipe for disaster. Staring into a beverage as if it holds the secret to Jack's sanity, Ron bluntly questions if there is any actual faith in this new recruit. Rubbing Jack's tense shoulders while the lad hydrates, Ron cautions him that the basement chatter has likely leaked to the evil lady of the house already. Jack wears a grin that says he knows everything, looking perfectly relaxed and pampered as if he does not have a giant target on his back. Ron kills the vibe by insisting that laughter is inappropriate, given his certainty that the wicked woman is lurking nearby, ready to strike like a cobra. He wonders aloud if Jack fears a sudden assassination attempt, as flickering candlelight makes the whole room feel like a scene from a horror flick. The servant frets over what that lady might plot once she learns of Jack's departure, especially since she currently looks like she is planning a felony. Chuckling at the drama, Jack reminds him that his dear sibling is currently scared of sinks, meaning the mother is too busy babysitting to plot. He clarifies that although the lady wants him buried, the big boss is watching like a hawk, proving Jack has played this board like a grandmaster. A chart of the family tree pops up, showing that Jack is still a vital piece of the puzzle to keep Elizabeth from going off the rails. With a face of pure gravity, Ron asks if he is absolutely sure, finding it impossible to believe that survival is guaranteed in this viper den. Relaxing into the massage, Jack asks if Ron truly believes the head of the house would permit his wife to commit filicide right at home. He figured she would probably just break a few bones before he left for the academy, rather than actually killing him outright. What a truly heartwarming family relationship. Jack gave a dark, self-assured smirk as he took another sip. He knew precisely how far he could push these people before they truly snapped. The liquid swirled in his glass as Jack recalled his former life. He remembered quite clearly that absolutely no one in the entire world had ever managed to take him down back then. He thought about legendary adversaries like the Harpy Lord, Dork Lord, and even the fearsome Dragon Lord. All of them failed to kill him, as he was a seasoned veteran of countless battles. So, the mere notion that her simple Martians could possibly defeat him made Jack burst into uncontrollable laughter. To him, it was hands down the funnest joke he had heard all day. Jack finally thanked Ron for the massage, admitting he was slightly tender after all that intense exercise with the knight. One simply stared back with a completely dead, inside, over, it expression. Ron called out to Jack as the young master began putting on his clothes. Despite the butler's constant attitude, his loyalty was clearly 100% genuine. Jack looked incredibly determined, proclaiming that unless he personally chose to die, he would simply never expire. That level of confidence is textbook main character energy right there. Ron asked if Jack was planning something extravagant for the following day. Jack merely gave a cryptic response, implying Ron was on the right track without revealing any specifics. Jack told Ron that if he was so curious about tomorrow's events, he was welcome to follow, provided he did so in complete and total secrecy. Ron looked completely blindsided by this revelation, asking if he wasn't meant to accompany Jack. The young master was already walking away, clearly intending to handle things solo. Jack shot him a sly, knowing look over his shoulder. He definitely had a complicated plan in mind that Ron was not yet fully aware of. Jack firmly told Ron, absolutely not. We explained that Ron couldn't come openly, making him promise to follow only if he stayed completely hidden. Jack put a finger to his lips, instructing Ron to keep the entire operation completely hush. He asked for agreement with his characteristically manipulative charm. Ron reluctantly agreed to the terms, bowing his head in submission. He was clearly unhappy about being left in the dark, but he knew better than to disobey. Jack closed the door cabinet with a sharp creak. He had already moved on, completely focused on the next phase of his intricate scheme. He suddenly stopped and turned back, asking, right, did you need something else? Acting as if he hadn't just dropped a major bombshell on the poor butler, Jack announced to Ron that he was going to advance to the second circle right now. He then gave a strict command to make sure absolutely nobody entered his room while he was training. Ron started sweating profusely, considering that reaching the second circle was supposed to be an incredibly difficult, massive ordeal. He couldn't believe how casually Jack was talking about it. He kept muttering second circle to himself in complete astonishment. It typically took most people years to achieve what Jack planned to do in a single afternoon. Jack internally reminded himself that this was laughably easy for him. When you've already been a master once, the initial progression levels become nothing more than a simple speedrun. Ron managed to choke out a weak acknowledgement as he turned and worked away. He was completely overwhelmed by the profound genius of the child he served. We see James' boots as he stomps forcefully through the mansion. This heavy gait clearly indicated he was deep in the middle of a major internal disagreement. The poor guy was still tightly clutching his scythe from the duel. He was convinced Jack must already be a third circle mage, given how powerful the blows he took felt. James was sweating and stressing out, acknowledging Jack's genius but insisting the hound proposal was absolutely ridiculous. He was desperately trying to torque himself out of considering it. We see Jack in a crisp red uniform, looking every bit the noble. The narration reminds us that he has no family backing or influential vassals to provide any support. James stood lost in the grand hallway, realizing that the third young lord possessed literally nothing in terms of resources except for his innate abilities. He recalled Jack's promise of a much more entertaining and adventurous life. It was an incredibly tempting offer, particularly when compared to the boring, restricted existence of a regular knight. James vigorously shook his head, trying to snap out of the trance he was in. He told himself he had merely been swept away by the outlandish claims of a precocious child. He decided he should probably just inform the Martians about absolutely everything. He remembered hearing the rumors about Elizabeth and Jack's martial skills and realized he had a major scoop. James' face contorts into a truly unsettling, calculating grin. He is convinced this moment is his express pass to finally make a name for himself with the Marquis and Marchioness. A maid or attendant gasps dramatically, clearly stunned by the situation. Meanwhile, James is absolutely certain he has just stumbled upon the perfect shortcut to social advancement. Mentally, he dismisses Jack as a bothersome child. He firmly believes that even with all of Jack's brilliance, he need to be a supernatural villain, not just smart, to outmaneuver the Marquis household. We get a glimpse of this ridiculously opulent space, which must be the Marchioness's private sanctuary. The excessive pink and lavender color scheme is frankly quite nauseating. The Marchioness's hands are folded precisely in her lap as she delivers a scathing lecture to Elizabeth. She makes sure to emphasize that Elizabeth's mother was nothing more than her simple commoner. Sipping casually from her wine glass, the Marchioness completely brushes aside Elizabeth's magical aptitude. In her mind, becoming a potential archmage is utterly insignificant next to maintaining social standing. Elizabeth sits in agonizing silence, looking utterly devastated. The Marchioness informs her that as long as she resembles her mother, none of her other qualities hold any value. Elizabeth lowers her gaze, her face reflecting a profound sense of emptiness and sorrow. Her stepmother's venomous remarks are systematically dismantling her spirit. The Marchioness flashes a phony, syrupy smile before offering Elizabeth a glass of wine. This entire interaction is clearly a twisted psychological game designed to torment the young woman. The camera zooms in on the crimson liquid, which bears a disturbing resemblance to blood. It serves as a stark metaphor for just how toxic and perilous this little family chat truly is. Elizabeth, visibly terrified of her stepmother, questions how she could ever be so bold as to drink in her company. The Marchioness merely offers a condescending smirk, clearly reveling in the control she wields. "No," the Marchioness replies, carefully observing the wine as it swirls with a gentle clink in her glass. The atmosphere in the room is so heavy with tension it feels difficult to breathe. Taking a slow sip, she offhandedly mentions that the Malone Duke House's eldest son has expressed interest in Elizabeth. It's immediately obvious she views her stepdaughter as nothing more than an asset to be bartered. She sets the glass down sharply, then announces that the second son of the assembled Duke House is also a contender. She rattles off these choices with all the emotional detachment of someone selecting new upholstery. She scoffs with distaste and folds her arms, lamenting that he has only a second son. This woman's insatiable hunger for elevated status truly has no limits. Leaning in with a stare so intense it could freeze lava, she informs Elizabeth that she will continue vetting potential partners. She concludes with a chilling warning, telling her to ensure she stays obedient. When the Marchioness casually asks if Elizabeth is a romantic interest, the poor girl nearly leaps out of her chair in terror. She immediately denies it, absolutely petrified of the potential repercussions if she had admitted otherwise. The Marchioness simply smiles and expresses relief, explaining that anyone Elizabeth favored would mysteriously vanish without a trace. This level of casual evil truly belongs in a supervillain's handbook. She effortlessly shifts topics, observing that Jack appears to be contemplating something highly entertaining. Elizabeth immediately pales, her mind racing with anxiety over what her brother might be plotting. She manages a shocked gasp, her heart pounding in her chest. She understands that any situation involving Jack inevitably spirals into chaos at breakneck speed. The flashback shows James in the training area. The Marchioness mistakenly believes Jack attempted to sway a page, convinced he is unwittingly stepping into a carefully constructed snare. She firmly believes Knight remains loyal to her, with her son reinforcing that loyalty. She completely fails to grasp that Jack has already successfully turned that young man into his personal, devoted follower. Elizabeth grips her skirt so fiercely that her nipples drain of all color. She realizes she is stuck in a terrible situation, fully understanding its nightmarish reality. The Marchioness suddenly erupts into a high-pitched, mocking cackle. She considers Jack's effort to influence Knight utterly superficial and finds the entire concept incredibly funny. Elizabeth drops her gaze, her eyes weary and filled with unshed tears. She understands that all of Jack's actions are merely desperate attempts to cope with the abuse inflicted by their father and stepmother. Internally, she screams of herself to suppress her emotions. She firmly believes that if she refuses to comply, the burden placed on Jack will become even more severe. The Marchioness finally recovers from her laughter, claiming her stomach aches from the humor. She then tells Elizabeth she appreciates her understanding, a pretentious term for compliance. She rises from her seat, casting a look of utter disdain at Elizabeth. She instructs Elizabeth to continue her current behavior while she takes charge of finalizing the marriage details. As she starts to work away, she pauses to add one last thought, just for good measure. You can sense this final comment will be absolutely terrible. She rests a chillingly cold hand on Elizabeth's shoulder, causing the terrified girl to tremble. It feels exactly like a predator establishing dominance over its prey. A foreboding shadow stretches across the room as the Marchioness hovers over Elizabeth, making it clear that developing feelings for another man would be a terrible, life-altering mistake. She leans in close, whispering with a smile that promises pain. "You understand the consequences, don't you?" confirming that this woman truly is pure evil. Elizabeth's eyes are wide saucers of pure terror, and she is sweating profusely, barely able to breathe with the terrifying Marchioness standing directly behind her. The screen cuts to black, as Elizabeth manages to whisper a response. She realizes that, for now, she has absolutely no choice but to comply with the order. The Marchioness exits casually, acting as if she hadn't just mentally pulverized a girl. sweetly calling Elizabeth a sweet girl and urging her to hurry down to dinner as though everything were perfectly normal. Elizabeth remained sitting in the quiet room, looking completely broken, a devastating image of profound isolation. The scene shifts to a lovely sunset view over the estate. The colors are beautiful, yet the atmosphere feels anything but peaceful. The maids are frantically preparing an enormous feast in the dining room, clearly demonstrating this family-esque commitment to lavish, over, their, top living. The close-up reveals a perfectly arranged dish of fresh vegetables, looking like high-end restaurant food, which only highlights the toxic environment about to be served at this table. The family members are all gathered for the meal, and the silence in the room is so heavy you could cut it with a knife as everyone eats in quiet tension. Down, the dining room doors burst open with a massive, startling crash. This is certainly one way to make an entrance. Jack strolls in looking utterly bored, complaining Jesus if **** were the inconvenience party, leaving the Marchioness and Elizabeth absolutely stunned by his arrival at their formal dinner. Jack offers a worried, arrogant grin and immediately mocks the summer mood, asking why everyone looks so miserable, especially since the entire nation isn't doomed yet. Elizabeth jumps to her feet in total shock, gasping out his name, while the Marquis sits stone-faced, appearing ready to physically attack someone. Jack dramatically places a hand on his chest and demands a spot at the table, reminding them that he's the family's precious third young lord and deserves to eat with them. We quickly interrupt for a magic explanation. There are two methods for using Marnar, the first being physical reinforcement, where you spread Marnar to boost your strength and speed. The text box appears indicating a few minutes ago, taking us back to Jack's room just before his sudden dinner interruption. Marnar reinforcement functions essentially as a super athlete buff, enhancing senses, intelligence, and, most importantly, providing a massive increase in war strength. Then there's the more visually spectacular method, where mages like Ron utilize specific formulas to conjure fireballs and ice arrows. The second technique involves systematically pouring Marnar into precise formulas to materialize powerful magical effects into the real world. This difference explains why people are divided into mages and swordsmen based on their chosen Marnar application, establishing the standard power system for this universe. Jack sits near the window in his room, pondering that even though he identifies as a swordsman, he retains the ability to use actual magic whenever he needs to. He clearly declares, "I am a swordsman," focused entirely on rapidly leveling up the strength of his new body. We get a close-up on Jack's eyes as he centers himself, preparing to execute a feat that should theoretically be completely impossible. Jack is sitting on his bed, radiating an enormous, bright blue Marnar aura, having successfully formed his second circle in record time. He glances over at Ron and asks what he is staring at, while Ron stares back in unadulterated shock, muttering to himself, "It has been 2 months." Jack flops back onto the bed, completely exhausted by the rapid advancement, and asks, 2 months? What does that even mean? Ron looks down solemnly, explaining that 2 months was the time required for him to finally achieve the second circle. Still unable to process Jack's speed, lounging on his furniture, Jack admits that ordinary folks normally require a full 4-month duration to transition between those initial energy levels. Ron feels utterly bamboozled, noting that without time, travel and shenanigans like Jack's, ascending to that subsequent power rank so rapidly is a literal act of God. Jack merely offers a massive, joyful beam and hails Ron as legendary, completely clueless about the insane dominance he just displayed. Giggling at the insanity, Ron mentions he probably shouldn't accept praise from a brat who unlocked the second circle within a mere 5-hour window. Suddenly remembering his schedule, Jack asks what time it is, since he was so engrossed in his practice that the entire afternoon slipped away. Pulling out his antique timepiece, Ron calmly states that it is currently 5:40. Noting that their window of opportunity is closing fast, Jack springs up while shouting in disbelief, unable to fathom that his meditation session lasted so long or that the dinner hour is imminent. His Bella starts protesting loudly, and while Ron offers the standard steak, Jack is brewing a much more chaotic and spicy alternative. He brushes Ron aside, telling him to forget the cooking, as he is already mentally orchestrating a plan to torment his stuffy relatives. He realizes the arrogant snobs in the main wing are likely dining right now, which causes the mischievous cogs in his brain to start spinning. Jack leaps from his duvet with an unhinged expression while Ron fruitlessly tries to intervene, but the boy has clearly chosen the path of violence. Standing before his reflection to straighten his clothes, he ensures he looks perfect before delivering the news of his departure in the most grating way. Inside the banquet hall, the servants appear truly petrified because Jack suddenly plucked a greasy drumstick directly from the communal plate. The image zooms onto Jack ruthlessly destroying that poultry, where the crunching noises are nearly audible to everyone present. He crams his gullet without an ounce of embarrassment, remarking that this wing of the estate serves gourmet meals while his kin watch in shock. After a satisfied grunt, he insults the house staff by claiming Ron is the superior chef, causing the Marchioness to practically combust with anger. Jack lets out a heavy breath and offers a sarcastic thanks for the food, while Elizabeth stares at him with eyes as round as saucers. The patriarch eventually finds his voice and barks Jack's name, catching the boy with a confused grunt mid-flurp and a chin glistening in poultry fat, wearing a face as cold as a tombstone. The Marquis demands to know if there is actually a significant reason for this unannounced visit. Jack nonchalantly cleans his fingers with his tongue, asking why else he would ever step foot in such a boring dump while showing his father zero respect. A creepy shadow close up shows Jack's mouth twisting into a sinister grin just as he prepares to drop a massive truth bomb on them. The lord of the house is absolutely seething with disappointment, having expected a quiet son but now concluding that the boy has lost his marbles. Jack flashes a cheeky and deceptively sweet smile, asking why his father is making such a scary face and ruining the pleasant dinner atmosphere. Observe the hilarious difference, with a smug Jack having the time of his life while his father on the right looks medically unstable. Elizabeth is freaking out and pleading for a private chat, but Jack just shushes her with a hand, keeping his grip on the chaos. The old man finally yields and crosses his arms to listen, although it is obvious he is just waiting for an excuse to explode. Jack wears a wicked grin that is way too scary for a teenager, preparing to detonate a verbal grenade in the middle of dinner. Jack reveals the update, stating he is returning to the academy tomorrow, while the noblewoman nearly vibrates with fury over his bold attitude. The patriarch immediately agrees and tells him to get lost at sunrise. Looking relieved to finally get this massive headache out of his sight, Jack shoots him a cunning, disrespectful smirk to signal that he never acquired authorization. Successfully seizing control of the social environment, Jack finally stood up, giving his father a thank you so sarcastic it could peel paint off the walls. Any other parent would ground their kid for a decade, but Jack was just happy to escape the main dining hall. But hold your horses, we wasn't finished yet. Jack turned his attention to his brother Felon, who seemed to be suffering from a severe case of looking like absolute garbage since their last run. And Felon was literally sweating bullets and shaking like a leaf, visibly traumatized by the unfortunate water feature encounter. Jack leaned in close with a perfectly artificial, friendly expression, asking after his brother's health. Jack pulled out a wine bottle and began pouring. The jesting he heard Felon couldn't even stand a glass of water due to his new, specific phobia. He then mocked him mercilessly, saying how parched he must be feeling. Jack fixed Felon with an icy stare, recalling how Felon had beaten him up whenever boredom struck. He then twisted the knife by reminding Felon that they were still technically family. A truly cold-blooded observation. A close-up shot revealed Felon's hands trembling violently on the tabletop. Jack announced with feigned sympathy that it was quite unfortunate, but his eyes absolutely screamed that he was enjoying this moment of vengeance immensely. Jack then began pouring the wine directly onto the table, soaking Felon in the alcohol. He reassured him not to worry, claiming it wasn't tea water, and then offered the dripping Felon a sip. Pure, unadulterated evil. As the wine splattered everywhere, Felon began to gag and choke from the sheer horror of it. Jack had successfully annihilated what was probably the most expensive meal in the entire kingdom. The Marchioness finally snapped, leaping to her feet and shrieking "You impolite little savage" at the top of her lungs. The entire dining experience had officially devolved into total pandemonium. Jack didn't bother to look back, simply dismissing her screaming as little more than her nearby dog barking. He had said exactly what he intended to say and was now prepared to make his quick getaway. Elizabeth observed the scene with complete despair and anxiety, while Jack seemed to be relishing the resulting chaos. She was the one who would have to survive the disastrous fallout of his latest performance. The Marchioness leaned heavily on the table, spitting out the insult vulgar son of her gun through tightly clenched teeth. She was utterly incandescent with rage that her commoner's offspring had managed to humiliate her so completely. Her eyes began to glow with a terrifying purple energy as she promised this transgression would not stand. It was clear she was already devising a dozen different methods to make Jack pay for this moment. Jack paused for a fraction of a second, feeling the murderous intent radiating from behind him. He wasn't scared. If anything, he simply looked like a man who had anticipated this very moment. He gave a final smirk over his shoulder, casually mentioning that he'd be looking forward to her next move. He was essentially extending a personal invitation for her to try something, fully prepared for any attack she might launch. The dialogue box showed the household staff, all chattering amongst themselves about the disrespectful kid who totally trashed the dining hall. The gossip was going to spread faster than a wildfire through dry kindling. The Marchioness was still shrieking from off camera about ripping Jack's throat out. The terrified maid simply stood frozen, listening to her complete and total meltdown with increasing dread. The gossiping continued in the hallways. One maid wondered aloud if Elizabeth had been giving Jack lessons on how to infuriate the madam so thoroughly. No one could comprehend the significant transformation in his personality. The maids came to the conclusion that cleaning up was probably the smartest course of action before they became targets of the Marchioness's explosive rage. A very wise decision. Honestly, the next morning arrived, looking bright and cheerful. The narration informs us that, against all expectations, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the night. This fact stood in stark contrast to the Marchioness's threats, implying her promises of vengeance were, for the time being, just empty noise. Behold this amusing panel. Elizabeth is giving Jack a solid smack across the face while he apologizes, crying because she was so worried sick about him. We simply accepts the punishment like a well-behaved younger sibling. Jack stared out the carriage window at the rapidly passing forest. He was finally escaping that living nightmare of a mansion and putting it squarely in his rearview mirror. The carriage rolled along the road accompanied by a small escort. The narration noted that while the preparations seemed straightforward, they were surprisingly extravagant for the departure of someone in exile. Inside, Jack appeared profoundly bored. To him, this carriage wasn't a symbol of wealth or status. It was just a nice, comfortable place to ride while traveling. Outside, we spot a knight riding alongside the vehicle. His rigid posture indicated immediately that he wasn't just some run or Mulv, ordinary guard. Introducing Razan, the sixth circle knight, identifiable by his white hair and a very serious facial scar, the commanding this entire escort, and he looks like he definitely means business. Razan glanced suspiciously toward the carriage, letting out a small, dismissive scoff. He plainly held no affection for the youngster he had been tasked with protecting. Jack smiled to himself inside the carriage, knowing precisely what was running through Razan's mind. He was completely certain the Marchioness had ordered this guy to take care of him during the journey. Even James, the nervous wreck, was riding along, looking incredibly stressed. He was clearly caught between fulfilling his old orders and serving his new, unpredictable master. Elizabeth leans through the carriage window, anxiously quizzing Jackie on whether he will actually be okay. D's been riding right beside him this entire time because her worry levels are currently through the roof. Jack gives her a calm look and reassures her that everything is fine. We see her on a white horse next to him, resembling an extremely dedicated and protective older sister. GS still completely stressed out, convinced the second mother is definitely hatching some evil plot. Elizabeth desperately wants to accompany him just so she can personally keep an eye on things. Jack offers her a sly, knowing smile and repeats his assurance that he's fine. He asks if he didn't already tell her that their circumstances were going to be dramatically different from now on. He settles back into his seat, radiating total confidence, and tells her to relax about him. DS already seen everything awful this world has to offer and survived. He gives her a gentle look, reminding her that they wouldn't dare actually kill him. Thanks to the political situation, he has already figured out the whole power dynamic. Elizabeth looks incredibly defeated and sad, her posture instantly slumping. She realizes she can protect him forever, but letting go of control remains incredibly difficult for her. The carriage progresses along a scenic river path under a bright, clear sky. It looks perfectly peaceful, but inside the small traveling party, a major emotional conflict is brewing. Jack finally tells her she should return to the mansion, asking how much longer she plans to shadow his journey. It's time for him to embark on his own new path. Elizabeth reluctantly agrees, but not without giving him one final, serious warning to be careful. She finally pulls away from the carriage, leaving him to face his destiny alone. Ron now rides alongside, looking incredibly serious himself. We ask Jack if he genuinely expects to be fine, noting that the atmosphere from the main household has recently been pretty toxic. Jack assures Ron that he'll be perfectly fine and reminds him about the promise they made yesterday. He's counting on Ron to keep everything secure at home while he's off at school. We are shown a quick montage focusing on Jack's mouth as he practices saying his standard noble greetings. DS mentally preparing himself to play the part of a model student once more. Ron closes his eyes momentarily and offers a respectful, "Of course, the master." He understands the commands perfectly and confirms his readiness to follow them precisely. In the distance, we observe the carriage and horseman rounding a far off corner. The official departure from the volunteer estate is finally completed. Ron turns to Razan and confirms that he remembers the specific request. The secret plan, the vital part of the operation, has officially been set in motion. Jack glances out the carriage window one last time, telling Ron to head back and look after Elizabeth. He absolutely doesn't want her left alone with those deceitful snakes. Ron turns his white horse around and begins riding back toward the mansion in the distance. The trusted guard heads home, while Jack continues forward with his new escort. The narration informs us that Ron will be following the march from a discreet distance, just to observe exactly what kind of chaotic mess the Marchioness faction attempts to start. The simple text box pops onto the screen declaring, "This is her." The brief moment of tranquility preceding the inevitable chaos has officially concluded. Jack relaxes comfortably in the luxury carriage, describing this whole situation as his personal gift to Ron. He wants to give his loyal butler the chance to see exactly how much he has changed. Jack lets out a huge yawn, complaining that the beautiful weather is actually making him sleepy. He's completely unbothered, which is a bizarre attitude for someone being escorted by a potentially murderous knight. We get a gorgeous aerial view of the carriage traveling through the lush green rolling hills. The scene looks like something lifted straight from a high-budget fantasy film. The carriage wheel keeps spinning as the rhythmic plop of horse hooves continues without interruption. Razan remains positioned alongside, watching Jack with intense, predatory focus. Razan stares into the carriage through the mirror or window, his expression completely devoid of any emotion. He is clearly waiting for the exact right moment to execute his plan. The sun dips below the mountains, painting the sky in stunning shades of orange and red. It's a beautiful sight, but in this world, a pretty sunset usually signals that things are about to get dark very quickly. The scene shifts to the deep blue of the night sky, with a bright, luminous moon hanging over the Rocky Mountain peaks. The journey is continuing, and the quiet stillness of the wilderness begins to envelop them. Inside the carriage, Jack slowly wakes up from his nap, blinking his eyes to shake off the grogginess. He lets out a sleepy hum while shifting around on the cushioned seat. He looks out the window and realizes the world outside has gone dark while he slept. He wonders if it's evening already and questions why none of his bodyguards bothered to wake him up. Outside, the carriage has come to a full stop as the soldiers begin setting up camp for the night. Jack watches them unload supplies, thinking to himself that this exact spot is likely where the real fun starts. James stood just outside the carriage door, wearing a smug, satisfied expression on his face. Jack exited to meet him, looking completely unfazed by the sudden and dramatic shift in the atmosphere. James fixed Jack with a severe, almost menacing glare, his blonde hair catching the subtle light of the rising moon, who initially kept silent, allowing the thick, awkward tension to build between them. Jack matched the knight's silence, staring him dead in the eye with a bored, analytical expression. He had already precisely deduced the entire situation without James needing to open his mouth. Suddenly, Jack offered a subtle, mysterious smile that would make any sane person incredibly nervous. He was clearly operating on a completely different level than these knights could ever understand. Jack let out a little laugh and called James our little chick, asking if he had finally gone through with his plan. James just sighed heavily and admitted that things had ended up following that exact path. Jack stepped forward decisively, resting lightly on his cane as he accepted the situation. He told James it was entirely his decision to make and that he had zero plans to try and change his mind now. He worked past the knight, muttering under his breath about how he shouldn't have expected much from a little chick anyway. As he headed toward the center of the camp, the rest of the knights began surrounding him like a pack of starving wolves. Rasen, the captain with white hair, stood at the front of the group looking incredibly cocky. He informed Jack that since he'd already figured out the scheme, they didn't need to waste any more precious time torquing. Jack simply tightened his grip on his cane and told the captain to keep torquing, explaining that he wanted to hear the official version of his execution. This kid had truly unbelievable guts to provoke a sixth circle knight in such a casual manner. Rasen started explaining that for the next 4 days of travel, they would set up camp every night, exactly like this. Jack just gave him a dry look, urging him to get straight to the point. Rasen developed a truly twisted, malevolent grin, his eyes lighting up with malice. He was clearly looking forward to this particular part of the job with sadistic glee. We get an intense close-up of Jack's glowing yellow eyes just as Rasen dropped the devastating news. The plan involved breaking Jack's limbs every single night, and healing him with potions, only to repeat the entire ordeal the very next day. Rasen hovered over the boy, confirming that he had indeed ordered this brutal treatment. Jack simply looked up at him and calmly asked, "Do what?" As if he hadn't just heard a horrific torture plan. Jack tightened his grip on his cane, the distinct thud of his hand connecting with the wood echoing in the quiet camp. He wasn't scared. He was just patiently waiting for the captain to finish his overly dramatic monologue. Rasen revealed that they knew all about Jack secretly forming a Marner circle. He stared at the boy with total contempt, convinced he had caught him dead to rights. "We're going to destroy it." Rasen sneered, leaning uncomfortably close to Jack's face. Destroying a Marner circle was generally regarded as a fate worse than death itself in this world. The entire camp fell silent as Jack stared back at the small army of knights and asked what, with a tone of pure disbelief. "It was a classic. Are you guys serious right now?" Moment. The narration explained that shattering a heart-located Marner circle was functionally a death penalty. Even if you survived, trying to reconstruct it was 1,000-1 shot that usually just resulted in endless misery. Jack looked down at the grass, realizing they fully planned to leave him as a permanent cripple for the rest of his existence. He couldn't believe they were actually plotting something so vile against their own family member. Jack placed his hand on the hilt of his sword as Rasen mocked him, claiming James had told him about Jack's talent. He casually dismissed Jack's skills as nothing impressive compared to a seasoned veteran, with deep shadows covering his eyes. Jack listened as Rasen called his talent completely unremarkable. It was a truly catastrophic mistake to underestimate a man who had been known as a genuine monster in his previous life. Rasen drew his sword with a sharp, metallic ring and ordered Jack not to put up any resistance. He claimed that fighting back would only make the impending limb-breaking session significantly more painful. Hidden deep in the bushes, a couple of commoners watched the entire scene unfold in sheer terror. They decided it was far too dangerous to interfere in a fight between nobles and resolved to just remain concealed. Jack thought to himself that this entire atmosphere felt surprisingly reminiscent of home. He reminded himself of his true identity, known as I and the Sword Ghost. Jack held his ground in front of the carriage, drawing his own blade. He wondered internally if Ron was still watching from the shadows exactly as they had planned. A quiet shot of the wildflowers in the camp provided a brief moment of tranquility before the impending explosion of violence. It was the absolute calm before the storm hit. Jack began telling a story, mentioning that he once spent 10 years stranded on a mountain. Rasen and his men stared at him like he had finally lost his mind from the immense pressure. Rasen paused for a second, completely confused, and asked for clarification. He had absolutely no idea that Jack was referring to the training from his previous life. Jack continued his monologue while slowly walking toward the knights, explaining how he met his master on that mountain. He admitted that by the time he came down, his family house in the kingdom had already fallen, but he genuinely didn't care back then. Rasen and the other knights simply burst out laughing at Jack's bizarre nonsense. They mocked him, demanding to know what in the world he was talking about, convinced he was simply babbling hysterically out of fear. Jack confessed that even though he pretended not to care back then, one specific thought remained etched in his mind. With a swift flourish of his blade, he unveiled the sole concern that truly occupied his thoughts, the fate of his sister, and the deep-seated regret from his previous existence now served as the potent fuel for his present might. Jack recalled Elizabeth gracing the mansion's balcony, a picture of intelligence and natural flair, musing that even if her family connections were less than ideal, she was surely destined for a most advantageous marriage. He envisioned her gazing wistfully out the window, a pang of loneliness in her heart as she worried if her little brother was faring all right, firmly believing that her happiness with a beloved partner would be his own peace. The image of her tear-streaked face was utterly heartbreaking, and he reflected that for her sake, he would have overlooked any other transgression, signaling his decision to unleash his full potential without reservation. Grayson continued to taunt him, inquiring if sheer terror had muddled his senses to the point of wielding such a pathetic excuse for a sword, wanting that the pursuit of vengeance was a delight that would inevitably lead to his mental undoing. Jack casually concurred with Grayson, admitting that mere talent or swordsmanship alone wouldn't cut it. And then, a colossal surge of azure mana began to emanate from his being. Jack flashed a chilling grin as crackling arcs of electricity danced across his features, confessing that while he could have tolerated physical harm, any attempt to sabotage his mana circulation was an unacceptable transgression. Gripping his sword upright, the cerulean energy spiraled skyward, forming an immense pillar, and he sarcastically commented that while talent was certainly a factor, they were about to witness the true definition of overwhelming strength. With mana practically bursting from his temples, Jack projected an aura akin to a divine deity of conflict, declaring his intention to showcase his ultimate capabilities right at that very moment. Jack moved with the speed of a whirlwind, unleashing a tempest of azure energy that violently reshaped the terrain. The sheer force of his mana so potent it could steal one's breaths. The assembled knights stood utterly dumbfounded, their countenances contorted with sheer dread, each instinctively recognizing in that fleeting instant that they were hopelessly outmatched. Jack charged headlong with a furious cry, his weapon radiating a deadly luminescence, and the narrative unequivocally stated that if these knights failed to vanquish the child immediately, their own demise was assured. Jack hoisted his sword aloft for a decisive strike, proclaiming the name of his technique, the violently churning gales, as the very atmosphere seemed to shriek in agony around him. Everything dissolved into a mesmerizing spectacle of motion and sapphire light as Jack achieved a state of absolute concentration, his glowing blue eye betraying an unyielding, icy resolve. A deafening thunderclap reverberated through the woodland as Jack's devastating blow landed, his command for the winds to obliterate all opposition leaving the knights completely at his mercy. The scene momentarily shifted to a serene depiction of Jack clad in his noble attire, presenting the image of an impeccable young heir, a stark contrast to the son everyone believed him to be. James remained rooted to the spot, his heart seeming to cease its rhythm the instant Jack unleashed his formidable power, and the spectral apparition of a grim reaper looming behind Jack signaled the definitive return of the sword ghost. The blinding eruption of light engulfed the encampment as Jack's whirled, shattering power was unleashed, the accompanying text perfectly summarizing the situation. For these unfortunate knights, their world had unequivocally ended. Jack tightly clutched the fractured hilt of his sword as the azure sparks from his colossal maneuver gradually dissipated, clearly indicating that his final offensive had utterly depleted his reserves. The ground was a gruesome tableau of blood and fallen bodies, and amidst the carnage of slain knights, the solitary sword lay abandoned in a crimson pool, marking the definitive conclusion of the battle. Jack stood solitary in the epicenter of the devastation, enveloped by a thick, luminous haze of mana, resembling a diminutive harbinger of death surveying the aftermath of his own brutal onslaught. Sensing an approaching presence, he called out to Ron, urging him to cease his clandestine observation and reveal himself, while the remnants of azure energy still flickered around him as the nearby shrubbery began to rustle. Ron emerged from the foliage, his expression one of utter aghastness, his face conveying his sheer disbelief at the catastrophic level of destruction wrought by a mere 14-year-old. Ron stood there, utterly bewildered, gazing at the field strewn with fallen warriors, while Jack regarded him silently, allowing the summer gravity of the scene to fully register. Jack leaned in towards Ron, his face partially obscured by the encroaching shadows, and confided that the spectacle Ron had just witnessed represented his true hidden ability, prompting an involuntary gulp from Ron. Jack divulged that this particular maneuver was one of the initial 4 techniques he had perfected during his past life upon reaching the pinnacle of transcendent mastery, and a fleeting memory surfaced of his master's gracefully flowing hair. He emitted a weary exhalation, noting that even with a detailed explanation, Ron would likely struggle to grasp the profound sensation of achieving transcendence. His eyes glowing with an unnerving, distant light, Ron remarked that the technique appeared less like swordsmanship and more akin to an advanced application of mana manipulation. Just as Jack's stance faltered and his body began to betray him, Jack suddenly pitched forward, coming entirely to unconsciousness, and Ron lunged to support him, his voice cracking as he cried out, "Young master." The adrenaline finally receding, the camera focuses closely on Jack, revealing things are far worse than they appear. Yes, violently coughing up massive quantities of blood. This tiny 14-year-old body was simply not equipped to handle that much raw magical power simultaneously. Even while literally dying, he attempts to maintain his facade, telling Ron this minor internal bleeding is nothing to worry about. He manages to choke out a request for a healing potion, assuming Ron has one lying around. Ron doesn't waste even a second, immediately reaching into his vest to pull out the life-saving medicine. When it comes to preserving Jack's existence, Ron is completely focused and efficient. Ron props Jack up and helps him carefully drink the potion. Jack leans heavily on his butler, looking like a total disaster area after performing such a reckless stunt. Take a look at this expensive vial. Ron is pouring the glowing pink liquid directly into Jack's mouth. The stuff probably costs more than the annual income of an entire kingdom. Jack desperately gulps it down, attempting to prevent a complete organ meltdown. You can almost see the vitality returning to his face as the magic potion starts working its wonders. Ron lets out a relieved sigh, informing Jack that he would have been completely finished if Ron hadn't happened to have that potion. Jack's body is actually steaming from the internal repairs completing themselves. Jack smirks, fully aware that Ron would never let him fail. He knows Ron always reserves a spare potion specifically for Jack, rather than saving it for himself. That's a true ride. Die relationship. Jack stares up at the sky, remembering a nearly identical situation from his previous existence. He is covered in blood, but he finds himself smiling at the memory. We get a dark flashback where Ron carries a battered, unconscious Jack through a torrential rainstorm. It turns out Ron has spent multiple timelines basically functioning as this kid's personal savior. Back in the present moment, Jack sits beside the carriage and confesses he never had a proper chance to say this before. Ron listens quietly, appearing visibly affected by the emotion. He looks Ron directly in the eye and offers him a genuine, heartfelt thank you. It's an exceptionally rare display of vulnerability from our usually edgy and cold protagonist. Ron is taking the revelation about time regression surprisingly well, but you can see the mental gears grinding in his head. He is processing the fact that his master is essentially a time traveler. Jack holds the now empty vial and reflects that his past self was such an idiot for concealing everything. He recognizes he should have trusted Ron right from the start. The word regression hangs heavy in the air between them. Jack has officially laid all his cards on the table, meaning their relationship dynamic has changed forever. Ron helps Jack get back on his feet with a sturdy heave. He asks if Jack is feeling better now, still fulfilling his role as the world's best guardian. Jack checks his hands and notes that the medicine must have been top grade because the burning pain has already disappeared. He declares himself ready to get back to work. He begins working through the camp, his white coat heavily stained with blood. He moves with renewed purpose, heading back toward the main carriage. Jack starts examining the bodies of the fallen knights. He is searching for any loose ends or potential problems before they pack up and depart the area. Jack stands tall among the corpses, looking completely unaffected by the gruesome sight. He murmurs that this level of damage should be more than enough to deliver a very clear message to his family. He looks down at a particularly blood-drenched patch of grass. He calls out for Ron once more, his yellow eyes glowing with a sinister intensity. Ron stands next to the luxury carriage and confirms the bad news. The little henchman is finally dead. James ultimately received precisely what was coming to him for betraying Jack. We see Jack's boo position right next to James' lifeless head. Jack casually admits he intended to mold the guy into his personal errand boy, but apparently, the plan is now cancelled. Jack surveys the scene of destruction from a distance, deciding James' death was a wise outcome. He notes that he really didn't have high hopes for the guy in the first place anyway. Jack turns back to Ron, who looks totally prepared for whatever strange question is coming next. The bond between them strengthens with every passing minute. Jack asks Ron if he is genuinely not surprised by the whole returning from the future revelation. He is trying to figure out if anything can actually shake this unflappable bubbler. We get a hilarious chip by Ron looking absolutely bewildered, with question marks floating around his head. He is definitely curious on the inside, but he is playing it incredibly cool on the outside. Jack starts listing all the future secrets. He talks about what happens to his sister and how the entire volunteer house gets completely wiped out. He's dropping some serious spoilers for future events. Ron starts sweating profusely now, hearing that his entire world was destroyed in the previous timeline. The horrifying reality of the situation is finally hitting him in full force. Jack's eyes turn cold as he mentions that the process of their destruction was not exactly enjoyable. He has seen things that would certainly give even Ron terrible nightmares. Jack leaned in and whispered that he knew every single detail about Ron's future, but he genuinely didn't feel like sharing. He gave Ron a choice to listen, but cautioned that this particular chapter of history wasn't exactly a cheerful read. Jack became annoyed and jabbed Ron repeatedly, grumbling that talking to him was a total waste of conversational energy. Look at this little chib I seen. It's hilarious. Jack is having a full-blown tantrum, pointing fingers and shouting while Ron just stands there apologizing for existing. That boy is a menace to society. Jack spun around and casually asked Ron if he ever wondered about the tragic fate of his older self. He flashed a mischievous grin, which typically indicates impending disaster. Ron asked if his future iteration at least made it out alive. He desperately hoped for a decent ending, or possibly just a faint pulse. Ron tried to suggest he wasn't exactly prone to an early demise, but Jack immediately shot him down with a blunt. You're totally died. The lack of tact was truly savage. Jack looked absolutely serious as he repeated the claim. You died an untimely death. He wasn't joking. This was a cold, hard piece of information retrieved straight from his memory bank. Ron looked completely defeated after hearing about his eventual demise. Chibai Jack patted his shoulder reassuringly, telling him not to let a little thing like death ruin his entire day. Jack hopped back into the carriage and casually mentioned he needed a nap. He acted completely normally, as if he hadn't just dropped the most devastating piece of news in history on poor Ron. As Jack slept peacefully, Ron stayed outside to survey the dead. He was studying the devastating results of Jack's attack, Trying desperately to understand the precise technique, Ron reached down and gently closed the eyes of one fallen knight. He was extending a small measure of mercy to the soldiers with whom he had once served. The deceased knight's eyes were finally closed. It was a quiet, summer moment in the absolute chaos of a violent evening. Ron surveyed the 24 corpses before him. He realized that this entire massacre was a result of a single attack from Jack. He couldn't even bring himself to call it a regular sword move. He noticed that every single person had their heart pierced in exactly the same spot. It was definitely not a standard stab wound. It was something far more precise and terrifyingly efficient. Inside the carriage, Jack was sound asleep with his hand covering his eyes. He was finally getting the rest his severely battered body desperately required. Ron watched the scene from outside, his expression filled with genuine concern. He was trying to reconcile the image of this sleeping child with the monster who had just slaughtered 25 trained knights. He looked down at the deceased white-haired captain. Ron was completely lost in thought, wondering exactly what kind of traumatic life Jack had lived to achieve this horrifying level of skill. The camera pulled back for an overhead shot of the clearing. Ron stood by himself amidst the wreckage, silently acknowledging to himself that he was seriously worried about what was going to happen next. Ron was absolutely desperate, screaming for his young master to wake up immediately. Jack's eyes snapped open, glowing brightly with the creepy yellow light as he finally regained his senses. Jack gasped for breath, jolting upright in the carriage as the adrenaline finally began to dissipate. Ron was right beside him with a concerned look, checking to see if the kid was actually alright after gulping down that ridiculously potent healing potion. Jack looked completely drained, sweating and admitting that he still felt terrible despite the healing effects. Ron stood nearby with a sack of stolen goods, probably thinking his master was completely crazy for pushing himself so hard. Take a look at the haul. Ron thoroughly searched the pockets of every dead knight and recovered 5 high-grade potions, 3 gold pieces, and 40 shillings. If you're going to go through all the trouble of surviving an assassination, you might as well make some profit from it. Jack managed a tired smirk, finding it laughable that even the Marquis's minions carried such a hefty amount of pocket change. He was already thinking several steps ahead while still covered in his enemy's blood. Jack handed the money bag back to Ron as if it were no big deal. He told Ron that drinking more potions was pointless since the immediate danger had passed, which greatly confused the butler. Ron looked pretty down in the dumps holding the collection of stolen potions. Jack told him to keep the loot as payment for the expensive life-saving potion Ron used on him. Now that's what you call a fair trade. Jack stuffed his items into a trunk while Ron grumbled to himself nearby. Ron was jokingly complaining that Jack had turned his single top-grade potion into just 3 high-grade ones, noting that the exchange rate in the house was absolutely brutal. The sun was beginning to peek over a literal field of dead bodies. Ron asked Jack what they should do about the numerous corpses, and Jack simply and coldly told him to leave them for the wild animals to find. We received a grim image of the armored corpses lying abandoned in the field. This wasn't just a simple battlefield, it was a powerful statement to everyone back at the manor about exactly what Jack isn't. Jack pointed out the very obvious dilemma. If Ron returned home as the only person left alive, people were going to become extremely suspicious. He was teaching the Ninth Circle mage a thing or two about creating a decent cover story. Ron asked who in their right mind would dare question his authority. Jack's answer was simple and truly terrifying. The Marquis, even a butler with this much power has to play the complicated game of noble politics. And Jack hauled his bulky trunk aboard the conveyance, feeling psyched to launch the next phase of his brilliant scheme. Serve him his dad, even if wise to the plot, couldn't he stop the train? Ron, observing Jack's antics with an expression of almost gravity, dryly mentioned that if he held the head honcho's title, Jack would be instantly teleported back home the nanosecond the uproar began. Jack simply chuckled inside the conveyance, complimenting Ron's crystal ball skills for anticipating the move, knowing his paternal unit wasn't crafty enough to spring a snare he couldn't escape. With a competitive gleam in his eye, Jack dared Ron to place a wager, radiating the aura of a fearless high-stakes gambler, completely unfazed by the implied paternal displeasure. The pair shared a brief, taut silence as the vehicle rested amidst the wreckage, Jack's low conveying an instruction for Ron to simply trust the blueprint he was sketching for the years ahead. Ron dropped to one knee, his face softening as he urged Jack that he absolutely must anchor himself to a bedrock belief, the central tenet to drive him through this surprising second act of life. Jack flashed a cunning, almost savage smile, inquiring if Ron was 100% certain that no other living soul had witnessed him tailing the coach, ensuring their clandestine partnership was hermetically sealed. Ron shut his eyelids with supreme confidence and affirmed his success, because a mage skilled in the Ninth Circle simply doesn't mess up the finer points of covert operations. Silly you. Jack leaned in closer, pressing the matter again, needing utter, unreserved faith, as the strategy he was about to unleash demanded nothing less than total allegiance. Our tireless helper, little Chebag, Brown, explained. He skillfully laid down an arcane illusion back at the estate, crafting a perfect phantom replica, diligently carrying out his typical dusting routine. Jack admired the potent Ninth Circle sorcery, pointing out that Ran had effectively fashioned a flawless doppelganger, a feat only the world's most monstrously powerful beings could possibly detect. Jack mentally staged the confrontation, picturing the Marquis grilling Ran about the gruesome business, and how they planned to artfully twist the narrative to their benefit during the cross-examination. In Jack's mind the Marquis was being stabbed by an array of sharp points, symbolizing the immense pressure, telling Rand to just confess if things became too perilous, to take the foil. Rand blinked, politely startled, demanding Jack repeat that instruction, clearly bracing himself for whatever wild directive the young master was about to issue next. Jack's gaze burned with a fierce, chilling light as he made his solemn oath, commanding Rand to deliver the message that if either he or Elizabeth perished, it would instantly trigger the extermination of the entire volunteer household. A profound quiet descended upon the interior of the vehicle following that chilling declaration, as Jack was essentially drawing a massive, hostile line in the sand against his own family legacy if his wards were harmed. Breaking the thick tension, Jack suddenly barked out a laugh, claiming it was merely a hypothetical scenario, telling Rand to stop looking so gloomy. Though everyone sensed he held those words as gospel, Jack gazed outward with a gentle expression, admitting he could only hope, wishing dearly his patriarch wasn't foolish enough to test the depth of his conviction. We observe a framed picture of the Marquis alongside Elizabeth, framed by blossoms, serving as Jack's final, unspoken ultimatum, offering his father one last window to behave like a respectable human. As the pair walked beside the vehicle, Rand inquired about the contingency plan if the Marquis decided to summon Jack back to the ancestral home while he was immersed in his academy studies. The setting shifts to the vast educational fortress, where Jack clarified that once the term commences, a return trip to the manor becomes virtually impossible unless a direct family member kicks the bucket. Jack's eyes narrowed sharply while discussing the stringent school regulations, counting heavily on those rigid bylaws to afford him the 4 years of undisturbed solitude required to amass true might. Rand paused his steps and performed a gesture of deep respect, fully grasping his assignment. Remain here, act the devoted valet, and keep meticulous watch over all matters for Jack's sake. Jack playfully ribbed Ron to keep an eye out for rogue beasts on his return journey, prompting Ron to sigh, probably musing that the most dangerous creature present was a 14-year-old who was currently teasing him. Ron regarded Jack with a complex mixture of devotion and sorrow, evidently not keen on separating from his young employer, especially after witnessing the raw power he now possessed. Jack pondered whether he would ever cross paths with Ron again in 4 years, offering a cryptic, "Who knows?" The map isn't finalized, though he was dead set on redrawing this year's history. Jack delivered his ultimate, non-negotiable command to Ron: make sure to protect my sister, emphasizing that this singular task outweighed all others, and Ron was the sole person he trusted with it. Ron dissolved into the surrounding woods, leaving Jack standing alone near the coach and the grim reminders of the conflict, marking the temporary conclusion of the partner plotline, signaling Jack's solo mission launch. Jack quickly glanced at his hand and performed a quick mental calculation, realizing the journey would consume 4 full days, which he intended to fill by traversing the rugged mountain paths instead. He mused that even though the highway route was scheduled for 4 days, trudging through the wilderness amounted to roughly the same duration, and he was prepared for the rustic discomfort to avoid any further unwanted attention. Huffing like an out-of-shape gym rat, Jack yanks his leaden luggage and bids farewell to his posh ride, choosing the spooky woods over plush seats, marinated in solitude on a dusty path. He glares at the lonely wagon, betting his last copper that a nearby village sells better equipment than a broken wheel. Observe this comedy of errors, as the pint-sized hero struggles to mount his steed, lamenting his vertical deficiency because even a master blade wielder sucks at being a toddler. Our grumpy protagonist eventually starts traveling, though he looks like he swallowed a lemon, whining about how tiny limbs make scaling a giant horse a miserable Olympic sport. A picturesque view shows him trotting over a bridge under a dying sun, trading his predictable past for a future as mysterious as a cheap mystery box. Darkness blankets the trees in a suspicious calm, making it difficult to imagine the absolute bloodbath that recently painted these leaves redder than a strawberry patch. Wearing his best brooding face while navigating the shadows, he mentions that taking a detour sounds much better than rushing straight to that boring school. Glaring at the oversized space rock in the sky, he crunches the numbers, assuming his old teacher has finally swapped her current look for her vintage model. Introducing the formidable Valentine Milos, a fur-clad beast of a woman glowing with Marner, whom Jack confesses is the only person on his current to-do list. He recalls her saving his neck and gifting him the strength for vengeance, transforming him from a total village idiot into the legendary Spectre of the Blade. This lady was the undisputed champion of the dark arts, the mythic titan who reached the peak of influence before the history books deleted her. She remains the only shadow Jack worships with total fanboy energy. Halting his mount on the stone path, his chest thumps like a drum because meeting the legendary woman who built his entire soul means the actual training starts now. Guided by lunar brightness, he enters Arbalour, a quaint settlement where he likely just wants to find a pillow and pass out for 12 hours, targeting a decent tavern for a snooze. He notes the bustling crowd, perfect for a kid who wants to vanish like a ninja in a circus. The interior is disgustingly adorable with children chasing a massive canine, offering a sharp contrast to the gore and mayhem he just escaped from earlier. Flashing a rare grin, he figures the happy brats prove the neighborhood is decent, since even an ex-demon enjoys some serenity without people screaming in terror. Stepping into the dining area, he finds the usual medieval pub scenery, featuring aromatic barbecue and a cloud of fur pretending to be a security guard. Woozy laughter echoes through the air, creating a chaotic wall of sound that is absolutely ideal for harvesting juicy gossip from unsuspecting locals. Gaze upon those glorious meat links, a culinary masterpiece that radiates enough salty goodness to make your heart skip a beat just by looking. Grabbing a chair, he prays that no drunken idiot starts drama. Although a weary child looking for soup is usually a magnet for pub brawls in this genre, Arnold the tavern mascot waddles over with a lolling tongue, causing Jack to stare at the silly furball and question the creature's life choices. An upbeat lady sporting battle scars greets him, offering food or bed while radiating the vibes of her tough sibling who would hide your mistakes. Her eyebrows shoot up at the sight of her lone toddler on a journey, remarking that he is officially the tiniest solo traveler she has ever hosted. Tanning her stats, he tries to determine if she is a simple waitress or a retired killer, because he cannot even order dinner without doing a tactical assessment. Pushing some cash forward, he requests sacks and a bed, casually mentioning his parked horse and weaponry like a very demanding miniature noble. She beams and returns his change, swearing to deliver a local fruit pastry and a slab of beef to help his tiny frame actually hit a growth spurt. Inquiring if he prefers calcium or a pint, he gets a professional request for the white stuff from a kid who looks insulted by the booze offer, telling him to entertain the dog while she cooks. The tiny hero agrees reluctantly while the canine enters a state of absolute, unbridled wiggly chaos. Scrubbing the pup-ass ears, he muses in the tranquility of the moment. Realizing this is the quiet part before the inevitable explosions and flying arrows start, he noticed the innkeeper didn't bother ripping him off, even though he was clearly an obvious target, in a realm overrun with cutthroats. Discovering an honest businessman felt like a major victory. He glanced at the dark, calling him a carefree simpleton. While fully aware of the upcoming horrors, he definitely had that regressor S1000-yard stare from having seen too much. Arnold simply existed in blissful ignorance, totally unaware of Jack's dark internal monologue. It seemed being a Doug sometimes beat being a time-traveling, sword-wielding genius. Jack managed a faint grin, thinking that perhaps living without a worry in the world truly was superior. He was starting to feel the heavy weight of all those past recollections. He began listening to nearby mercenaries who were discussing a massive monster elimination campaign. They looked incredibly worried about the whole venture while chewing on some dry bread. They complained about the 20,000 magic users being sent into the magic beast forest. With so much competition around, they worried their payday would turn into a total bust. Jack realized his kingdom had basically turned into a punchline. It was a humiliating reality check for the former heir of such a high-status noble family. He recalled the specific details of this mission, including the deployment of the Iron Blood Knight order to the forest. A shot of sizzling meat on the tavern grill reminded us of the current atmosphere. Apparently, the Teslan King personally commanded every house's private soldiers to assemble for this mission. It was less of a military operation and more of a desperate everybody-in situation. We saw a long line of soldiers marching toward a faraway castle. The grand scheme involved a large-scale conquest of the magic beast forest, alongside a massive group of mercenaries. The forest was enormous, located near a place known as the Grand Canyon. It was one of those neutral territories that looked calm but was actually a high-lethality death trap. The area was packed with all sorts of creatures, including ogres, darks, goblins, parpas, and even elves. It was basically a legendary loot drop zone for the kingdom's greedy aristocrats. Monsters here were essentially working piles of treasure. Troll blood made great potions, ogre tendons crafted superb bowstrings, and monster iron forged durable weapons. No wonder everyone wanted a piece of the action. Jack petted Arnold while contemplating that the true motive for conquering the forest was simply human greed. He knew how messy things got when people started hunting exclusively for profit. He considered how harpies were hunted for their decorative feathers, and elves were kept as attractive pets for their appearance. This world definitely wasn't all sunshine and cuddly bears. Jack stayed down at the table, knowing for certain that this entire subjugation mission would end catastrophically. He wondered just how much the kingdom would lose this specific time around. I remember this now. Jack thought as the devastating memories flooded his mind once more. The NS warm lights reflected in the window while he brooded over the past. We saw a flashback of a dragon-like monster incinerating a formation of knights. The Iron Blood Order lost a third of its troops, and the private noble armies didn't fare much better. Due to this epic failure, the king's popularity plummeted and public sentiment completely evaporated. It essentially marked the beginning of the end for the current government. The narration made no effort to soften the blow. It was a devastating defeat. This mission served as the unfortunate starting point for everything that went wrong in Jack's previous life. Jack noted that this loss initiated the kingdom's internal conflicts, leading directly to a civil war just 1 year later. Talk about a destructive chain reaction. The king is the root of all our problems, the drunk man yelled, slamming his mug down hard. Beer sloshed everywhere as the tavern debate quickly grew heated. The tipsy man kept ranting about incompetent individuals taking control, while a man in the background appeared utterly stunned. The tension in the inn was clearly escalating. The other patrons stared silently as the man continued his drunken lecture. Someone quietly muttered that the man was obviously inebriated, trying to downplay the treasonous words. Jack decided the man was utterly fearless because talking trash about the king generally resulted in a quick meeting with the executioner. He watched the drama unfold while casually leaning on his hand. Someone brought up the rumor that the third young lord of Volunteer had practiced black magic. Jack just listened in, hearing himself get called a disrespectful brat by the commoners nearby. They called Jack a fool and started laughing about him being thrown in jail. That's hysterical. one man shouted, sitting just a few tables away from Jack himself. The blonde man ridiculed Jack, asking how such an idiot could possibly learn black magic when black mages had been extinct for ages. He had a smug, highly punchable expression. The red-haired woman joined in, labeling Jack as the idiot of the Marquis family. She guessed he probably just found some dusty book and assumed he was a wizard. The innkeeper looked over at Jack and asked what he found so amusing as he sat with Arnold. She had clearly caught him enjoying all the mockery. Jack was vigorously assaulting his plate, a peculiar cartoon light bulb flickering above his head, attempting to remain invisible despite the loud chorus of character assassinations surrounding him. Clapping a palm over his grin, he understood he found the verbal attacks hilarious. Realizing stealth is difficult when the heckling is genuinely great material. The realization dawned that his face muscles were working independently. He murmured slightly shocked to discover that being insulted was proving quite entertaining. The proprietor slid onto the bench beside him, bemoaning the lack of patrons tonight because she was dreadfully bored, though Arnold the canine seemed delighted by her presence. Deer counted the gossip about the third noble's son being an absolute simpleton, offering Jack a knowing glance, unmistakably probing him to gauge his forthcoming reaction. Jack confessed his wibbler, citing the absurdity of the hearsay as irresistible entertainment. Observing that folks consistently relish critiquing matters sight unseen, he inquired how she felt regarding individuals forming definitive opinions solely on hearsay. Watching her consider the question while he delicately sampled his dairy beverage, flashing a wide grin, she stated her preference for evaluating situations only after direct observation, noting sagely that unverified stories are merely noise. Jack returned the wry expression, suggesting that occasionally those outrageous whisperings are totally factual, projecting an intense, brooding protagonist energy right then. They exchanged an understanding chuckle while Arnold quietly loitered nearby, marking an unexpectedly warm interaction between two unrelated patrons inside a watering hole. Jack took a monumental and tidy chomp of the spice fruit dessert, the sweet insides gushing forth as he fully committed to consuming the snack masquerading as dinner. He seized a further portion with a determined ripping noise. This fellow was dedicated to destroying the entire pastry, which honestly appeared completely magnificent. He chewed contentedly, musing that although the quality didn't quite rival Ron-esque culinary masterpieces, this was still highly palatable, showing absolute delight with the chosen establishment. The proprietor reclined, folding her arms and regarding him cheerfully, declaring that judging from her current vantage point, the terrible gossip clearly missed the mark entirely. Jack merely continued his consumption, his face distended like a storage unit for nuts, maintaining utter devotion to the meal while shrugging off her character assessment. She delivered a cheeky flicker of the eye, proclaiming that since the third lordling was surprisingly handsome, the slander must be baseless fabrication, meaning Jack's genetics finally paid dividends. Jane playfully fluttered an eyelid at Jack, needling him regarding the tall tales, suggesting that considering his unexpected good looks, the yarns claiming he was dull must be complete popcock. Jack simply kept demolishing his pastry, utterly unperturbed by the flattery, maintaining those chipmunk cheeks throughout the conversation while she rattled on. Jack commenced a professional assessment of the woman, registering the facial blemish, her athletic physique, and the tough hired soldiers frequented the place, concluding she was far more than her simple manager. Jane fussed over him, slicing his rations for simpler digestion in a rather maternal fashion, but Jack countered with the absolute truth, asking whether she truly ran the local Adventurers Guild outpost. Jane's expression became instantly invaluable, momentarily displaying sheer shock before melting into an expansive, "Please grin." Evidently impressed this youth had cracked her disguise so quickly. Jack grabbed another mouthful of dinner, utterly composed, informing her that his accurate assessment was no mere stroke of luck, confirming he had perfectly placed her identity. We are given background information as Jack elaborated that hired fighters traverse all settlements seeking employment, noting existence is rugged for those lacking aristocratic lineage. These professional warriors are recruited for tasks ranging from full-scale property disputes to locating missing house pets or slaying mythical beasts, meaning if the treasury is full, they handle the messy business. The official Adventurers Guild typically operates directly within the city center to coordinate these assignments, serving as the central nexus for those desiring easy cash or heavy lifting personnel. Jack grinned knowingly, pointing out that organizational offices practically always sprout up adjacent to hospitality locations, suggesting Jane must possess an unbelievable surplus of leisure hours. He exposed her dual role as a high-ranking executive who secretly managed a tavern, commenting that for someone considered a dunce, he was certainly utilizing substantial brain power. Jane exhaled deeply and conceded the neighboring organizational headquarters was her primary career, but this jurisdiction is minuscule, leaving very little actual employment, so she was merely juggling responsibilities. Jack understood immediately that this whole tavern functioned as an elaborate waiting room for the association, recognizing it as a brilliant arrangement for monitoring all movement and arrivals. Jane let out a hearty peal of amusement, informing Jack his current activities were quite audacious given his notoriety, beginning to suspect the gossip concerning the alleged idiot was pure nonsense. The star-white screen practically screams the truth. All that gossip is merely whispered tall tales, spun by bored mercenaries after one too many ales, because real always knows real. Jack pondered how this woman managed to spot him in a town so utterly disconnected from civilization, especially given how far he was from the Marquis's grand estate. Jane offered him a knowing smirk, and Jack's mind immediately clicked, realizing exactly where his secret totally inconspicuous infiltration had gone hilariously wrong. Our narrative rewinds several minutes to the impressive, formidable stone gate of the town, just as the sun began its dramatic descent behind the distant horizon. Jack had ridden into town atop his horse, brimming with an almost comical self-assurance, convinced he could simply vanish into the crowd without a single soul noticing. What an epic blunder. The guards, with the speed of hungry wolves, instantly blocked his path, demanding his purpose for visiting, clearly not taking any chances with random vagabonds. Jack, with an utterly nonchalant flick of his wrist, revealed his family crest, subtly reminding them who actually mattered. The guards practically needed smelling salts upon recognizing a volunteer noble. Their spears hit the ground with a clang as the guards instantly began bowing low, practically touching the dirt, begging heartfelt forgiveness for their egregious failure to identify a nobleman. They continued their endless groveling, imploring him to enjoy his stay in their quaint town, while Jack, looking utterly bored, simply grunted a dismissive, "Sure, good work," and rode past. Back at the table, Jack realized the juicy gossip must have traveled from the gate to the tavern faster than a lightning bolt, meaning Jane probably knew his full story before he even sat down. Jane suddenly adopted a serious expression, cautioning him that engaging private soldiers without the Lord's direct blessing was extraordinarily perilous. The genuine concern Jack found surprisingly refreshing. Jack simply shrugged it off with an arrogant grin, finding immense amusement in the stranger's unexpected kindness, which remarkably surpassed any affection his own relatives had ever managed. He momentarily mused about his utterly worthless brother and those sketchy knights from the forest, concluding that compared to them, this mercenary lady was practically a canonized saint. Jane offered him a truly genuine smile, her eyes softening considerably. She seemed to genuinely appreciate that Jack wasn't behaving like a typical, insufferable noble brat. She extended a friendly hand across the table toward him, and the prior tension in the air dissolved completely, replaced by a much warmer, more inviting atmosphere. She formally introduced herself as Jane Arbelower, the capable manager of the Alaves Guild, possessing a bright, energetic smile that was genuinely, charmingly infectious. Jack shook her hand, slowly repeating the name Arbelower, clearly connecting some significant, crucial dots about her true, surprising identity in this territory. He suddenly realized the entire territory shared her surname. Arbelower. This wasn't just some random innkeeper. She was essentially local royalty disguised as a hard-working manager. Jack playfully inquired if she was the first or second born, but Jane merely chuckled, informing him she was the third child, and her big brother was the one burdened with actually ruling the place. Jack felt a surge of genuine admiration, finding it utterly amazing that a noble woman would willingly engage in mercenary work, a profession typically relegated to mere commoners. Jane enthusiastically stated her love for the job, while Jack inwardly noted how most noble families cruelly peddled their daughters off for strategic, joyless political marriages, making this town incredibly progressive. She simply laughed, adding that no one in her family had ever harbored thoughts of selling her off, suggesting she enjoyed a robust, supportive network Jack could only sadly dream of. Jack's eyes momentarily clouded, a sharp pang of envy slicing through him. Her family was so refreshingly normal, so profoundly different from his own toxic disaster, that it truly stung. We witnessed a charming scene of Jane playfully interacting with Arnold, clearly illustrating that she was absolutely thriving, living her best life out in the delightful boonies. Shifting back to business, she quizzed Jack about the whereabouts of his escorts, expressing disbelief that a high-ranking noble would choose to travel completely unchaperoned. Jack calmly continued eating, casually remarking that a self-respecting moron certainly didn't require an escort, actively leaning into his terrible reputation as a clever way to stay incognito. Jane simply stared at him, her face a perfect mask of blankness, genuinely unsure how to process or respond to that astonishing level of self-inflicted comedic genius. She finally let out a peal of laughter, declaring him both amusing and utterly unexpected, now 100% convinced that all those terrible rumors about him were nothing but utter balderdash. Jack then decided it was high time to acquire some assistance, considering the rather extensive journey ahead, so he asked her to procure some reliable escorts for his trip's next segment. Jane leaned forward conspiratorially, inquiring precisely how many people he needed, clearly eager to provide the most impeccably tailored service possible. Jack raised his 5 fingers and presents his specific criteria. He wants veteran travelers with wilderness experience, but the most crucial requirement is superior cooking talent. Apparently, priorities shift when food is involved. The payment offered, 2 pieces of gold immediately, with 3 more upon completion of the journey. Jane's pupils actually glittered with avarice. This was an astonishingly large sum for a simple protection detail. Jack realizes he is significantly overpaying. Since typical merchant security missions only cost 30 shillings, he is essentially purchasing their absolute, unquestioning loyalty with this generous gold infusion. He dabs his mouth with a napkin and offers thanks for the meal. In under 20 minutes, he finished his dinner and successfully enlisted a small private army. The miniature version of Jane celebrates enthusiastically with Arnold, clearly hyped about the sudden payday. She guarantees that all preparations will be complete by tomorrow morning. Jack rises to go to his room, peering deep in contemplation. Despite the productive negotiations during dinner, he still carries significant burdens on his mind. He gives her 3 additional gold pieces and asks her to arrange a carriage and horses as well. The man spends money as if he possesses an endless supply of it. Jane offers a mischievous, predatory smile, calling him an exceptionally generous client. She promises to ensure he receives the absolute best, most comprehensive treatment. She hands him the key to his chamber and advises him to rest well. She pledges to assemble only the most skilled veterans available for his upcoming expedition. As Jack works away, he privately reflects that Jane is an amusing individual. He is glad he decided to stop in this town. He has provided a pleasant respite from constant bloodshed. The scene shifts to the now quiet hallway of the inn. The commotion of the evening dining rush is finally beginning to subside. The heavy wooden door to Jack's room groans open. He finally has privacy to process the multitude of events that have occurred. Jack immediately flops backward onto the bed without bothering to remove his boots. He is thoroughly exhausted after everything he has endured. He stares at the ceiling with heavy eyes, internally admitting just how completely drained he feels. Returning to the past takes an extraordinary amount of effort. He knows he really should clean up before sleeping, but his eyelids already feel like solid lead. The physical struggle is profoundly real, and that's all for Jack. He is sound asleep the moment his head finds the pillow. Though night to the most lethal 14. Dear, old on the entire continent, the perspective shifts to a powerful flashback of Jack's original timeline. The small Jack appears completely shattered, weeping uncontrollably. He sits in a dark, cold cave, where water steadily drips from the ceiling. His heartbroken sobs echo through the oppressive silence, amplifying the feeling of profound loneliness. The view changes to show a bright moon visible through a crack in the cave's roof, encircled by massive chains. A mysterious voice labels him a pitiful child, gazing down upon his misery. The voice poses a brutal question, asking if he will accept living so helplessly forever. Little Jack looks up with wide, haunted eyes, his small hands trembling fiercely. Behind descends, adorned with heavy links of chains. It marks a moment of destiny as a loud clatter sounds, signifying the final breaking point of his former existence. Narv, Narv. Jack frantically shakes his head, tears streaming down his face. He has reached his breaking point, refusing to continue as the weakling he has been. The enigmatic woman stands over him among a pile of skeletons. She notes that while possessing a kind nature isn't necessarily a fault, incompetence certainly feels like one in this world. She leans in with a wicked grin and asks the life-altering question, do you truly wish to change? Jack's desperate face is clearly reflected in her eyes. Jack drops to his knees, his voice all but resolute. I want to change, he whispers. This exact moment marks the creation of the spectral swordsman. She reaches out and they clasp hands, sealing a dark covenant. She gives a simple, very well, accepting him as her new pupil. She pulls him into a hug, informing him that from this day forward, he will refer to her as master. It is a cold, heavy embrace that permanently alters his fate. Jack's eyes snap open in the present, glowing intensely with a yellow light. He is sweating and gasping, the memory of his master still fresh in his mind. He sits up in bed at the inn, struggling for air. He is attempting to separate the terrifying nightmare from the confusing reality of his regression. Outside, the town awakens to a beautiful morning. The contrast between the bright, cheerful sky and Jack's dark, lingering memories is truly jarring. Jack collapses against the cushion with a miserable groan, grumbling about how it is dawn already, and he is totally unprepared for reality after his mental marathon of misery. Out of nowhere, the entrance gets booted wide with a loud bang, suggesting the visitor lacks any concept of boundaries or early bird manners. It is Jane, barging inside with a noisy greeting while declaring the travel preparations are finished, though Jack just yells that she should knock like a regular person. Arnold the Prush zooms inside as well, pouncing on Jack with an enthusiastic woof while a giant screech echoes during the canine wrestling match. Eventually he stumbles out, appearing exhausted while hauling his luggage, as Jane observes him with a grin, since she is obviously a terrifyingly cheery early riser. The duo moves down the lodge stairwell, noting the environment is far more hushed compared to the boisterous pub madness from the evening prior. Jane feels fantastic, guessing that Jack rested wonderfully, unaware that he actually spent his night starring in a personal mental thriller film. The lad provides a faint, civil grin and expresses appreciation for the top-tier wagon she secured, returning to his performance as a polished young noble. Jane waves toward a bunch of rugged fellows waiting in the foyer, explaining she recruited only seasoned warriors to guard him, and they seem quite intense. A pair of sellswords are leaking sweat, and Jack recognizes them as the same idiots who were badmouthing him during the previous day. The fellow presents himself as the commander of the Fire Ant Legion, stating that people call him by the alias John Doe. The boy mentally echoes the title John Doe, feeling instantly dubious since that is clearly the most unimaginative false identity on the planet. John Doe simply offers a relaxed beam, mentioning his moniker is usually reserved for nameless dead bodies, barely attempting to mask his obvious pseudonym. The pair grips hands, and while Jack expresses pleasure, John finds the name hilarious, but the boy is already internally dissecting every twitch the man makes. John Doe maps out the path, noting the trek to the Stone Peaks takes time and requires 2 nights of camping in the middle of nowhere. Jack releases a massive gape, questioning if these guards were once professional cooks, as he cares way more about dinner than dangerous beasts. John Doe flashes a massive, filled smirk and admits the boy is right, as these sellswords are actually world-class chefs specializing in forest cuisine. Jack feels satisfied and commands an instant departure since he is sleepy, which makes the soldiers stand straight and bark a loud confirmation. While stepping outside, Jack peers back at the lodge once more, leaving Jane and her companions looking entirely baffled by the strange young boy. Jane observes the departure, musing that Jack brought her a hilarious new acquaintance, and she flicks her hand as her old soldier pal departs. Focus returns to the coach portal, as the story suggests life would be uncomplicated if this guard were a typical hireling, but luck is rarely kind. Utilizing his unique arcane vision to see through the ruse, he confirms that while his physical form is altered, his elite perception remains totally intact. He contemplates Ron acting as a humble servant despite being a legendary warlock, concluding that masking one's true capability is the latest local fad. Gazing at the captain, Jack uncovers a shocking truth. This escort is actually a high-level master of the blade, making him wonder why a legend is lurking in a backwater village. He recalls Jane chuckling while questioning his demand for an experienced fighter, and he privately assumes their future encounters are practically guaranteed. Jane suggests grabbing a pint in the future, while Jack maintains his well-mannered child facade as the hired help watches them from the rear. He mentions considering the offer if she pays the tab while pulling the coach door shut, having perfected the persona of her distant, intriguing aristocrat with expert precision. Jane bids farewell with a massive grin, hoping her precious young patron enjoys a secure voyage, as she has truly become fond of the eccentric youngster. The wheels begin to spin with a rhythmic clicking noise, and the fresh adventure commences as they leave the village of Arbelore in the dust. The group travels past a stunning woodland spring, and though the view is calm, anyone watching knows the tranquility will be shattered very soon. Relaxing within the wooden coach with his palms cradling his noggin, the lad utilizes this transit to bounce back from those nasty nightmares. Lifting a hand to juggle a tiny Escher sphere of mystical energy, he concludes he feels significantly improved compared to yesterday. The magic brew is working wonders. Glancing through the wyvern portal at the radiant sapphire heavens, he appreciates the gorgeous weather, relishing a brief interval of actual peace and quiet. The gritty warrior peers through the pain using a grave expression, forcing the youth to merely gape in return, puzzled by such unnecessary intensity. Jack beckons the fellow with a casual shout, causing the soldier to twitch and stutter an affirmative, obviously still rattled by his previous evening's insults. He inquires if the man knows his true identity, to which the sellsword confesses hearing whispers of noble blood. Jane claimed he was a mere globetrotter, embodying his liquid. The lad invites the man to query whatever he wishes, displaying an unexpected calmness toward those who mocked him merely a day prior. Probing deep into his waistcoat to locate an unknown object, he is watched intently by the guard who wonders what kind of surprise the youth will reveal. Producing a shiny metallic trinket and offering it over, the boy wears a disinterested look that suggests he considers the valuable item to be utter garbage. Clasping the item as his pupils dilate, the fighter falters, questioning if this is the emblem of her grand family while acting completely dazzled. The youth offers an icy glance, noting how that man's face reveals recognition regarding the symbol, then teases him for being such a shocked little fanboy. Gazing toward the far off foliage as flux take flight, he gestures at his residence, calling it a pathetic noble estate located way over there. Wearing a sinister grin, the youth reveals the ultimate secret that the Volunteer seal signifies a lineage approaching its total destruction. Quite a creepy description of his kin. Currently reclining in his wagon, the boy indicates the far peaks where his Volunteer estate sits, bluntly informing guards that his pathetic noble household is doomed while showing his badge. Absolute quiet blankets the sight while the hired hands gape at the gilded seal, a heavy stillness descending as they realize the high-status brat they are guarding. Resting his spine with an enigmatic gaze, he recalls how folks labeled a certain family member an idiot, gleefully exploiting his own infamy to troll the workers. Flashing a devious smile, he asks if they can guess the identity of that fool, clearly enjoying this psychological sport while the men suffer mental collapses. One particular sellsword quivers like a leaf, his hands wobbling upon realizing the kid he mocked yesterday is the terrifying noble sitting before him. Sork about a catastrophic blunder, his orbs shimmer with a wicked, hunting glint while he chuckles at their fright. Finding it comical they finally understood the situation after his blatant hints. Focusing on the shiny Volunteer seal, Jack references the gossip following his incarceration, specifically the tales regarding his use of forbidden sorcery which is quite scandalous. The panicked soldier grovels for mercy, met only by Jack's icy gaze as he nonchalantly confesses the whispers of his dark wizardry are somewhat accurate. After a brief vision of his mythical mentor, the Master of Shadows, the line notes that despite being a duelist, his education naturally included some sinister hexes. A momentary vista reveals a tranquil cascade pouring under the sun, providing a short respite before Jack resumes terrorizing the poor souls protecting him. Proximity increases as Jack taunts the quaking men, questioning the need for complex spells when Knuckles solve problems faster, showing his mastery of mental bullying. Abruptly gesturing a digit toward the pair, he scares the guards senseless, causing them to shriek their agreement simultaneously as if expecting a magical execution. Challenging the tavern trash server, the lad wonders why the man mocked him so boldly yet remains silent regarding the monarch, highlighting their double standards through pure intimidation. Suddenly feigning sorrow, he claims it hurts to see them so frightened, leaving the guards utterly confused by his erratic behavior and questioning his sanity. John Doe, the legendary bladesman masquerading as the leader, remains stoic, pretending ignorance of any gossip to maintain his facade as a common hired hand. Observing John with sharp eyes, Jack deduces the scheme, Guessing the administrator only briefed the captain while leaving the grunts ignorant for their protection. Placing a palm upon the shivering guard's arm, the youth suggests they simply forget the past, although his seemingly kind motion masks a definitely lethal warning. Wearing a grin so radiant it feels like a looming threat, he mentions they will be inseparable for the next few days while staring at Wright with an expression that makes nodding the only way to keep his head attached. The mercenary manages a trembling affirmation while Jack maintains his terrifyingly normal behavior, basically treating these paid employees like prisoners who happen to negotiate a decent salary. Night blankets the mountain camp, turning the forest into a gorgeous yet spooky sapphire-lit scene that provides the perfect atmosphere for sharing deep secrets or embarrassing campfire stories. A close-up of the bubbling stew over the roaring flames shows the group relaxing, while Jack reflects on how gossip is usually just worthless noise that fails to capture the actual reality of things. The hired swords huddle around the heat looking remarkably awkward, until Jack lets out a soft little noise that makes every head turn to see what the young master wants this time. The guard notes that Jack is a complete anomaly for a nobleman, mentioning that while most elites avoid filth like a plague, this kid is scrubbing greasy dishes like he was born in a kitchen. Jack looks genuinely baffled by the remark, clutching a cup and blinking rapidly because he never realized that basic hygiene would make him such a bizarre social outcast among his own kind. Look at this incredible spread featuring savory meat pies, fluffy batter puddings, and sausages in dough, leading Jack to admit that his bodyguards are actually Michelin-star chefs moonlighting as killers. The tiny version of Jack looks like he is experiencing a religious epiphany from the flavor, proving that hiring mercenaries who can actually season their food was his most brilliant plan yet. He feels a quick pang of guilt thinking about Ron, who is likely drowning in family drama while Jack lives his best life eating five-star outdoor cuisine in the middle of nowhere. Jack suggests they consider his dishwashing as a fair trade for the amazing dinner, proudly identifying as a dedicated foodie while showing off a rare and surprisingly cute side of his personality. He asks about their usual night watch routine, and the guys explain they typically just pick straws to decide who suffers through the shift, which is the classic way to stay fair in the woods. One fighter smirks at Jack while appearing much more relaxed, telling their tiny employer to go ahead and dream of sugar plums since he has finally decided the kid is alright. When asked if he wants to gamble for a shift, Jack rejects the idea with hilarious logic, claiming a growing boy needs his beauty sleep and asking who will pay for his therapy if he ends up short. Jack mentions his extreme boredom and proposes they swap legends to kill the time, volunteering to go first, which usually indicates a massive amount of historical lore is about to be dropped. He sits by the glowing embers looking incredibly thoughtful as he chooses a starting point, while the mercenaries watch him with genuine curiosity about what kind of city tales a rich brat might know. Jack kicks off with a massive inquiry regarding the total population of dragons in existence, immediately diving into heavy fantasy world building before anyone has even finished their tea. The soldiers remain skeptical, pointing out that the founding monarch supposedly wiped those lizards out centuries ago, but Jack just offers a mysterious look as if he knows the hidden truth. We see images of historical figures while Jack explains that the legend of the First Kingdom is mostly just corporate marketing fluff, and you have to ignore the flowery babble to find the facts. An epic mural shows King Julius and his two buddies wrestling a titanic dragon, which is the sanitized version of history that every school child is forced to swallow during their boring lessons. A crumbling statue depicts the nation's slow decline, showing how a massive empire shriveled into a kingdom that eventually became a helpless puppet for the Tolkien regime, which is quite a gloomy update. Jack flashes a small unknowing smile, labeling his previous summary as the official story that everyone knows while hinting that he is about to reveal the top secret version nobody knows. Here comes the massive revelation. Jack claims there are 2 elder dragons in the Black Sea, a hatchling in the palace, and 5 more hiding in the woods like he read the world's cheat codes. He does not stop there, asserting that 8 additional dragons are wandering the continent in human disguises, totaling 16 active monsters, which is a truly terrifying thought for anyone wanting a peaceful life. The entire camp falls into a heavy silence as the mercenaries stare at him, likely wondering if this child is a secret genius or just has an incredibly overactive imagination. We see a vision of a colossal fire drake breathing absolute destruction, though Jack knows they will not believe him since these creatures are treated like extinct fairy tales from the ancient past. Jack asks if it was a fun story while wearing a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying the look of absolute mental collapse on their faces after dropping that information on them. He explains that dragons avoid humanity because of a binding pact that limits their actions, which is the kind of high-level magical politics that a 14-year-old definitely should not be aware of. The mercenary is completely stunned, asking if that means the legendary king was a lying forward who never actually killed any beasts, his entire worldview shattered by a kid drinking juice. Jack smirks and calls the founding monarch a total coward, explaining that the guy never committed any extinctions but simply survived long enough to beg for a favorable negotiation with the dragons. As the fire crackled, Jack finally dropped the last shiny piece of the puzzle. He explained that the true heroes who handled all the boring grunt work were the king's 2 mysterious, nameless cronies. With a ridiculously smug expression, Jack reclined, letting the mercenaries chew on the new information. He clearly relished his new identity as the world's most dramatically dangerous raconteur. John Doe, however, was clearly the only person treating this bizarre yarn seriously. His eyes narrowing in suspicion, he cut straight to the chase, demanding to know what those dragons were doing right now. A detailed map suddenly materialized, displaying the western and eastern continents divided by the vast expanse of the Black Sea. Jack prepared to launch into a full briefing on the Dragon World's geopolitical security situation. Jack revealed that the Lord Dragons were basically stuck with one primary job, protecting the magical barrier within the Black Sea. John Doe repeated the word barrier, genuinely fascinated by this new idea. The camera panned over a vast, turbulent ocean as Jack continued his explanation, noting the barrier had been installed millennia ago specifically to divide the continents. A glowing silhouette of a giant dragon lord materialized, radiating ancient magic. Jack explained the specific, thankless job of barrier guarding was passed down through generations. A close-up shot revealed a truly terrifying dragon face. Jack casually mentioned that he was quite curious to know what exactly was on the other side of the eastern continent, which these creatures were so desperately blocking. The view pulled back to the peaceful camp beneath the starry night sky. The mercenaries paused for a moment of silence, trying desperately to process the ridiculous details of the tale. In an instant, the entire group erupted in hysterical fits of laughter. They had collectively decided that Jack's entire lore dump was simply a massive, ridiculously exaggerated campfire story. The mercenary clapped Jack on the shoulder, teasingly calling him a masterful storyteller and dismissing all the dragon talk. He figured Jack must have just been lonely and needed to provide some entertainment for the fire. Jack simply offered a faint, knowing smile in response, while John Doe stared at him with an intensely suspicious, serious expression. John was clearly the only one who suspected the kid might actually be telling the truth. Jack immediately told the guy to remove his arm and jokingly asked if he'd been drinking too heavily. He thought to himself that he never truly expected these simpletons to swallow such a completely unbelievable story anyway. Perfecting his nonchalant facade, Jack rose from the campfire and began working away from the group. He casually remarked that their lack of belief in his crazy dragon stories really didn't make a difference to him. One mercenary asked if he was turning in for the night already. Jack paused by the carriage and explained that he planned to wash up and change out of his travel clothes before sleeping. The mercenaries offered to escort him for protection, but Jack simply brushed them aside with a dismissive wave. He insisted he was fine and perfectly capable of handling his own personal hygiene. Jack placed a small lantern carefully on a rock next to the flowing stream. He dipped one foot into the water, gauging the temperature before committing to a full plunge. He released a long, completely relaxed sigh as he submerged himself in the stream. This rare moment of genuine tranquility felt well deserved after all the insanity he'd recently endured. Jack mused over how the boisterous mercenaries hadn't believed even a fraction of his story. He could clearly hear their loud laughter and drinking echoing from the main camp. He splashed cold water onto his face, pondering why he had suddenly become such a chatterbox. He generally preferred the silent, deadly type of demeanor. He floated idler, asking himself the reason for his changed attitude. To be completely honest, he thought the traditional protagonist who hides all their strength was just incredibly dull. We stared up at the night sky, feeling completely revitalized. The frigid water felt absolutely amazing for his surprisingly tired 14-year-old body. Jack's eyes hardened as he continued his inner reflections. He recognized that there was something far deeper at play regarding his current circumstances. Back in the main camp, the mercenaries were still partying hard around the blazing fire. They remained entirely clueless that their supposed moron employer was currently analyzing every single move they made. Jack's thoughts turned to John Doe, the captain of the mercenary group. He strongly suspected the man might actually be a clandestine operative dispatched by the Tolkien Empire. He sat in the water with his hand propped on his chin, thinking the entire scenario felt far too vague. He even began to suspect Jane, the branch manager at the local inn, was part of something nefarious. He leaned back his head, sensing that the pieces of this elaborate puzzle weren't clicking into place properly. He felt certain that the seemingly random encounter was far too strange. Jack smirked to himself, realizing it was ridiculous that he requested an escort and immediately found an 8-circle martyr user. That was essentially a 0.01% drop rate for a real-life encounter. He recalled that even the captain of the legendary Iron Blood Knights was an 8-circle user. It defied all logic to find someone so incredibly powerful working as a simple mercenary. The story emphasized just how elite an 8-circle user truly was. Individuals of the caliber simply did not hang out in forgotten backwater towns unless they had a very specific, serious mission. Jack stared into the distance, pondering John Doe's true circumstances. A guy with that much power shouldn't be performing simple, level grunt work in the sticks. The scene tightened on Jack's intense gaze as he continued to puzzle over the situation. He needed to figure out if John Doe was an ally or a major threat that required immediate elimination. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale, cold light across the forest floor. It was the absolute ideal setting for either a secret training montage or a very tense interrogation. While still in the water, Jack suddenly pulsed with a massive surge of bright blue mana. He decided he had a more critical issue to address before worrying about the mercenary's fate. He examined his hand, realizing he had mostly recovered from the exhausting repercussions of using soul speech. His travels had apparently served as a decent physical therapy session. Jack finished his bath, shaking the water from his skin. He felt reinvigorated, much more like his old, confident sword ghost persona. He let out a huge horn, stretching dramatically in the stream. Knowing his master was nearby, he needed to be in top form for that family reunion, which was sure to be awkward. Jack stepped out of the water, splashing onto the grass with a wet sound. He decided that if John Doe turned out to be a spy, he absolutely would not allow him to travel with them anymore. He pulled his shirt back over his shoulders, setting his face in a stern expression. He realized he had no choice but to confront the man face and demand answers directly. Back at the campsite, the campfire still crackled cheerfully under the cooking pot. The mercenaries were unwinding, completely oblivious that their tranquil evening was about to be interrupted. Jack strode back into the ring of firelight. The mercenaries looked up, slightly stunned that he had finished his bathing ritual in such a short amount of time. Jack approached John Doe, casually gripping his sword. He stated that something had been nagging at him too much to let the situation go. Jack's eyes flared with an intense yellow glow as he fixed John with a sharp stare. He asked, without hesitation, if the captain was seriously going to pretend he knew nothing. In a flash, Jack had a dagger pressed right against John Doe's throat. He informed the captain that he had officially become an annoyance and needed to start spilling the beans immediately. John Doe didn't even flinch. Maintaining perfect composure, Jack demanded to know why a powerful 8-circle Marner user was wasting his immense talents on basic mercenary work in the middle of nowhere. Jack stressed that his ultimate destination was extremely vital to him. He would much rather continue the journey alone than travel with someone clearly concealing their real background. One of the other mercenaries completely lost his cool in the background, horrified that his boss was actually an 8-circle master. John Doe simply told him to keep quiet and avoid interfering. John Doe stood up slowly, facing Jack without the slightest trace of fear. He accepted the challenge, telling Jack to assume he was an 8-circle master, then asked what exactly the kid intended to do about it. The captain reminded Jack that since he shared such a captivating dragon story earlier, it was only fair that it was now Jack's turn to deliver some entertainment for the group. Jack gave a dark, self-assured smirk. He was perfectly fine listening to John's story, just as long as the content turned out to be factual. John Doe asked what Jack planned to do if he outright refused to answer. Jack kept his sword perfectly still, informing the captain that if he couldn't provide a satisfactory response, he would most likely simply pass away. Jack's eyes narrowed as he considered the possibility that John might be a spy working for the Tolkien Empire. The current atmosphere in the camp was thick enough to cut with a knife. John Doe appeared visibly startled when Jack suddenly brought up Jane. Jack asked if he should also be suspicious of her, considering the possibility that the captain was indeed a spy. John Doe's expression turned frustrated and angry. He demanded to know exactly why Jack had suddenly decided to drag Jane into this highly charged argument. Jack recalled Jane back at the inn. He began to wonder if the friendly offer of her future beer together was actually going to be his final meal on Earth before he died right now. We flash back briefly to yesterday at Jane's inn. The overall atmosphere was considerably more pleasant and easygoing than the current high-stakes forest confrontation. Jane spoke to John Doe in private, describing Jack as a remarkably intriguing child. She obviously recognized something special about him that most individuals tend to miss entirely. Jane remarked to John that Jack was completely unlike the rumors describing him as an abandoned simpleton. They were eating and drinking while talking about their new work arrangement. Jane pointed out that her simple glance into Jack's eyes revealed he was carrying a massive amount of hidden secrets. She was clearly much more perceptive than she initially appeared. She confessed that she had specifically requested John take this mission so he could closely observe the young man. It seemed she was playing a complicated, long-term strategic game all along. Clutching his hand, Jane whispers that fate is a fickle beast, truly convinced this little guy is their golden ticket to a better existence. Returning to now, Jack sports a grin that would make a hyena nervous, inquiring if the captain finds this little drummer spicy enough yet. John grumbles, visibly vibrating with stress from the tyke's intensity, finally grasping that he massively miscalculated the threat of this prepubescent powerhouse. Jack observes that despite his bullying, the captain's Marner flow remains rock steady, leaving him wondering if John is a paranoid genius or just insanely blessed. Confessing his lack of fine motor skills, Jack explains he simply cannot play nice. Intending to slice John the second any magic starts tickling the air, striking a relaxed pose. Jack suggests the choice is basically a no-brainer, branding the leader 60 seconds to pick between breathing or becoming a corpse. Text flashes against a blinding white background, confirming that the gossip was wrong because this boy is actually a full-blown supernatural freak. Focusing on those shimmering yellow orbs, John concludes that anyone staring into the gaze while calling Jack a fool is the genuine neighborhood moron. Swallowing hard, John fumbles for his gear while scrambling to find a witty retort for a toddler who just promised to send him to the afterlife. Jack looms there with a smug smirk, treating the ticking clock like an eternity, which gives John the sinking feeling that this kid isn't just playing pretend. Imagine a hungry lion towering over a trembling fawn, as John's gut instincts shriek that he's the main course and Jack is the apex predator. The camera pans across the silent campsite where Jack muses to himself about how weirdly things have escalated now that he can finally think straight. Stroking his chin in deep contemplation, John wonders how this pint-sized person managed to sniff out his secret status as a legendary 8-circle mage. Wearing a mysterious grin, Jack watches John ponder if Jane, that manager from the tavern, was the blabbermouth who spilled his top-secret beans. Quickly tossing the thought aside, John knows Jane has more integrity in her pinky than most, making a betrayal of his confidence completely impossible. Recalling Jane's stern yet maternal face, John reminds himself that his faith in her is absolute. Sure, she would have confessed if she blurted anything out. Moonlight filters through the leaves in a moody shop, highlighting the thickening dread as their chat veers into a very life-threatening neighborhood. Anga Steel? Jack mentions that only 40 seconds remain on his internal timer, cranking up the heat on Jun to stop stalling and start coughing up the truth. Meeting Jack's gaze with a stony face, the captain asks if the brat really thinks a middle schooler could actually defeat a high-ranking magical grandmaster. Look at those eyes burn with a feral yellow flame, as Jack bluntly asks the captain if he truly doubts the boy's ability to end his life. Feeling the pressure cook, John eyes the kid with pure dread, wondering how on earth the child's peepers could ever hold such a terrifyingly murderous glint. The lantern flickers atop some laundry in the shadows, while John questions if the figure before him is a human boy or some eldritch horror in disguise. Drenched in nervous perspiration, John wrestles with whether to keep playing cat and mouse or just spill his guts to this pint-sized nightmare. His life reels by like a bad movie, as the captain reflects on his career choices while Jack looms over him like a miniature Grim Reaper. Swallowing hard while clutching his chest, John figures his luck has held out this long, so why not bet it all on being honest for once? With a sharp glare, Jack announces that the buzzer has sounded, prompting John to trust his instincts and blab before the kid decides to start carving, radiating a menacing blue energy that screams felony intent. Jack admits he is unimpressed and concludes that the captain's expiration date has officially arrived today. Raising a hand in a desperate peace offering, John asks if the boy wants the tea on Jane's situation, hoping to find some shared interests. Standing firm as a glowing palm approaches his face, the captain finally cracks, asking Jack if he is actually prepared for the truth about the manager. Tucking his blade away with a surprised blink, Jack offers a shrug and a simple fine, deciding to hear the man out for the time being. Starlight base their bivouac as John Doe prepares his yarn, urging Jack to pay attention while he spills some intimate background details. The floral clause of accompanies the narrator's claim that John Doe's account was brief, proving to be a typical cliché heard throughout the realm. The dreamy memory depicts a buff dude and a gorgeous fair-haired lady, pitting at overused trope of a wealthy girl falling for a broke peasant. The past shows the protagonist gazing at Jane on her terrace, suggesting they endured endless theatrical nonsense to maintain their spicy secret bond. The narrative explains that John Doe met 19-year-old Jane during his early magical development, falling for her instantly in a moment that feels unusually heartwarming for the series. Affection blossomed over decades while John Doe stroked Jane's hair during her naps, acting as her invisible guardian since the dawn of time. Returning to now, Jack sips his drink while connecting dots, realizing why a high-status lady remained single all these years. The youth observes that despite the class gap, an 8th-tier wizard is legendary here, questioning why such a titan settles for being a low-rent hired sword. The leader looks sheepish and rubs his scalp while his hired thugs faint. Chalk their cap and had a spicy fling with an office boss. The tiny cartoonish Jane giggles with Arnold the pup, letting Jack conclude that her relatives likely saw no political profit in such a goofy girl. Jack simplifies the situation, describing Jane as a local administrator and John Doe as her undercover elite guardian, the top-notch disguise for hidden heavy hitters. The weary John Doe admits the reality, confirming he only approached Jack to see if there was some coin to be made. Finally behaving like a greedy sellsword, staring at the wagon, Jack wonders if he should trust this account, knowing how simple it is to invent a tragic romance to manipulate a child. Jack pivots to the lizard legends, inquiring if John recalls the royal infant beast, steering the chat toward massive global conspiracies. John Doe acts genuinely perplexed, asking how he could possibly know anything about that. While playing the part of a regular citizen who doubts myths, Jack wears a smug grin, loving that he possesses intel that even elite masters lack, preparing to unload some truly earth-shattering information on his companion. Jack defines true mastery as having 10 magical circles etched on the heart, mentioning the diva realms of power that even elite wizards have never discovered. Jack whispers about the transcendence, divine entities using the power of souls rather than magic, describing a tier of strength omitted from every dusty history book. John Doe pays close attention with a stern frown, attempting to deduce how a pampered brat acquired such highly classified, world-ending data. The boy rummages through his pockets with a nonchalant air, chatting about the apocalypse as if he were just discussing a casual lunch menu. The portrait of Heinkus Beckerman appears, while Jack predicts this Imperial Guard will soon shatter the wall of master to become the continent's most powerful swordsman. Heinkus stares downward solemnly while the youth claims he will revive the legacy of godhood that was once thought to be just mythic fluff. Look at those girls celebrating in a floral park, though Jack adds a grim twist, claiming the man relied on shady secrets rather than his own inner strength. Jack asks if the sellsword is entertained yet, and John Doe, now totally obsessed, begs his young companion to continue providing the juicy details. Jack spills the gory tea, revealing how Heinkus swapped his blood and bones for dragon parts, becoming a freakish hybrid that is neither man nor beast. Wearing a stone-cold face, the boy notes the man's shock, knowing he has successfully melted the soldier's brain with these spoilers from the future. James is sweating buckets while looking utterly petrified, just a normal square attempting to survive a trek with a kid who talks about human dragon mutations. John Doe mulls over the info, wondering why these wild tales matter during their little forest confrontation, seeking the missing link between the two. Jack clarifies that the Tolkien Palace currently holds only one dragon for science, arguing that despite its immortality, the solo subject limits their research potential. Pointing upward, Jack outlines the Empire's twin goals of spying and hunting for more lizards, basically revealing the royal family's secret international hit list. John grins slightly, looking quite amused by the intricate fairy tales Jack is spinning, though he remains skeptical about whether the boy is actually full of it. The hired goons in the background erupt in giggles, suggesting the kid write a novel since his edgy fantasies are impressively twisted and weirdly creative for a teenager. John chuckles and shrugs, joking that the guild would swallow those lies whole, but Jack merely snorts in frustration and spins on his heel. Clearly done with them, Jack exhales deeply, concluding from the goofy response that John lacks the brains to be a secret imperial spy, finally allowing himself to relax a single muscle. Jack saunters toward the wagon, teasing John about his future domestic bliss with Jane and demanding an invitation to the wedding. What an absolute savage he is being. While retreating, he fixes his messy collar and puts his blade away, having reached his limit for social interaction and craving some quality shut-eye in the coach. Without warning, Jack's iris flares with a menacing amber hue as his instincts scream danger, prompting his limbs to snap into a sudden blur of violent motion. A streak of steel flashes faster than a human sneeze, and suddenly a chunk of their campsite is reduced to splinters and regret in less than a single instant. Jack flickers like a pale phantom, his white cloak dancing behind him as he strikes with a speed that absolutely nobody in this dump could have ever anticipated. Boomer! Jack has John pinned down with a sharp blade pressed against his windpipe, flipping the script so fast the captain probably needs a neck brace and some immediate therapy now. John gulps in utter disbelief while cold perspiration drenches his brow, unable to process how a mere child just managed to outplay an elite 8-circle powerhouse like himself right now. Jack appears ready to harvest souls, his gaze smoldering, as he explains that John only keeps his head because Jack feels guilty for being the one who doubted his story first. Jack clenches John's chest plate with terrifying force for such a little guy, making the seasoned soldier look like a helpless puppy while he completely dominates the veteran fighter. Jack towers over the fallen leader, casting a dark shadow while promising that he won't be so polite if John leaks any more of that hidden murderous intent again. He leans close to whisper a bone, chilling warning that if John leaks even a drop of bloodlust once more, every person in this camp becomes dust, because he is officially finished. The rest of the crew is losing their minds, pleading with the tiny terror in their boss to use their words, stuck between two absolute freaks of nature. Jack stomps back to the coach while grumbling about how his attempt at being a social butterfly failed miserably, so he is officially resuming his edgy loner phase. The camera pans over the carriage resting beneath the twilight sky, as the atmosphere finally cools down following Jack's casual and terrifying display of godlike combat skills. Within the carriage, Jack is flopping around trying to find a soft patch for a nap, looking like a normal youngster for once, which is a massive lie considering his recent threats. We return to the popping logs of the fire, where a dazed mercenary watches the sparks and finally voices the question on everyone's mind. What the heck is even happening here? John looks incredibly summer while chatting with his teammate, as they are both struggling with the fact that their employer is a monster and their leader is an undercover legend. The panic-tired sword lets out a massive groan while struggling to comprehend all the deception. So John reminds him that they have been together for years and he even saved his neck. The poor guy is having a total mental breakdown while John observes him, as it seems the team's sense of loyalty just took a very heavy beating tonight. The soldier manages a pathetic little grin, noting that having a demigod on the payroll is quite comforting, and wonders if they might actually become the strongest mercenary group around. John remains stone-faced, asking if the man thinks being the mercenary king is some easy joke, because raw power alone won't keep you alive at the top of the food chain. John gulps his booze while staring at the horizon, mentioning that with 4 other masters roaming about, being an 8-circle master feels pretty unimpressive in the grand scheme. The rookie of the group squeaks out a concerned noise, asking the boss if all that wild talk from Jack about ancient dragons and empires is actually true. John gazes at the dirt, moisture dripping from his chin as he grunts a confirmation, finally accepting that Jack is a working encyclopedia of terrifyingly accurate secrets. The lad tries to brighten the mood, suggesting it is fine since everybody hides things, and lets out a shaky giggle to cut the very thick tension. He questions why John did not bother to fight back during the scuffle, wondering why an elite 8-circle master would allow himself to be pinned down by a teenager. A rapid memory pops up showing Jack basically giving John a free shave with a dagger, and the move was so lightning fast that even a pro would have blinked and missed his own funeral. John Doe emits a weary groan while looking like he just saw a ghost, as he is definitely trying to play it cool, though his soul is clearly still doing backflips from fear. The camera zooms in on John Doe fumbling with some dried meat like a nervous wreck, and he confesses his digits are vibrating because he almost took a permanent vacation to the afterlife. Scrubbing his mug, he realizes that admitting he nearly ruined his pants in front of Rutubba would absolutely murder his reputation, making it a massive hit to his captain pride. As the wagon wheels spin past the sleepy stream under the dark sky, the voiceover agrees with Jane that Jack is a fascinating little gremlin, but he could also end your life. The map of the Lions reappears, showing the Tolkien Empire melting down over royalty issues, so Jack entering the scene is basically tossing a lit match into a room full of dynamite. Finally catching some ZS in the back of the transport, Jack looks like a little angel for once, and although he senses doom on the horizon, he knows even geniuses need a nap first. A notification pops up fast, forwarding the journey by several days, showing the squad now wandering through a leafy paradise under a sunny sky, getting closer to their new spot. Hanging out of the window with a sneaky smirk, Jack offers to kill the boredom with a spicy tale, as it is officially time for more history lessons that nobody asked for. The hired swords look like they would rather fight a dragon than listen to him, and John asks what the topic is, looking like he already needs 3 aspirin. Jack mentions the big green boss of the monster woods, and when someone bets the beast is a level 9 threat, Jack smirks and says it is actually a level 10 nightmare. Everyone goes quiet as the kid prepares to drop some ancient knowledge, as they are totally hooked on his words, even though they are pretending to be bored out of their minds. John echoes the word history with a blank stare on his face, while Jack scrolls through his brain archives and chooses a juicy event from about 23 years back. The boy tallies numbers on his hands as if he is remembering grocery prices instead of world-changing events, and is all energy is currently off the charts. We asks if they knew the arrogant orc king was actually dating the queen of the bird people, which is basically the magical equivalent of a messy tabloid scandal. The warriors stare at him with pure disbelief, claiming that sounds like absolute nonsense, as they suspect the kid is just pitching a crappy romance novel at this point. Chuckling at their doubt, Jack points out that those two species usually want to murder each other, so he is building up to a tale about a super spicy, legal romance. The voiceover clarifies that these groups do not just bicker, they start massive wars over spilled milk, meaning the forest is basically a never-ending arena of petty bloodshed. As the sun beams down on the moving cart, Jack mentions that any real forest fighter would be well aware of this legendary grudge between the tribes. A picture appears showing a feathered queen and a beefy orc due to her the top dogs of the woods, and Jack grins, claiming there is a very specific, valid excuse for their scary titles because they are ridiculously powerful, as he starts explaining how their secret dating life nearly destroyed the entire region. While a review appears within the forest, Jack mentions their bond wasn't always so toxic and they used friendly neighbors living next door to one another, so we see a young version of Blattman the orc rising to fame, looking like a savage warrior ready to smash heads. John asks what kind of drama unfolded after 5 years had passed, and Jack continues to hang out of the wagon, guiding the listeners like a seasoned narrator until the big reveal hits. As the secret dating life of Blattman and the Harpy Queen Valor finally leaked to the public, and the illegal lovers finally exposed for the world to see, and Jack flashes a toothy smile while watching his audience squirm, knowing exactly how much chaos this caused, as dark shapes of people, birds and green beasts are shown while Jack remarks that every living creature shares one specific, annoying craving that destroys everything, which is the thirst for power, as Jack squeezes his hand into a ball, explaining how greed turned a sweet romance into a woodland disaster, while a group of feathered snitches and green traders teamed up, using the illicit affair as a perfect reason to try and kick the two leaders off their thrones. And we see messy feathers on a red battlefield as Jack explains the rebellion failed, though the couple kept their titles for a very good reason, and John is actually engrossed in the drama. He wonders why their romance soured after surviving the rebellion, so he quits being a skeptic, while Jack details how following the inner conflict, Blattman and Vala both picked a lane, choosing to boost their kingdom instead of indulging in their own steamy love affair. With their species above romance, the wagon turns quiet as the hired swords absorb that sad finale, realizing that being a boss usually means lonely nights, leaving John Doe pensive, pondering if this youth is spouting facts. He thinks the tale is cool, yet he remains skeptical whether Jack is just a world-class bullshitter. Jack privately notes that those bird ladies and green brutes did not just get scary overnight, they spent years hitting the gym to reach max level a decade back. Picture those winged gals and tusked blokes trading cheat codes, with harpies snagging warrior vibes while orcs mastered ghostly magic, forming a truly nightmare-fueled duo. Relaxing in the coach, Jack describes how the wood's biggest gans held secret cross-fit sessions together just to make their whole military force super buff. He gestures wildly, claiming the masterminds of this covert gym were the ex-lovers, who converted their messy breakup into a giant strategic win for their tribes. Consequently, these two groups began beefing even more intensely, becoming the ultimate power players ruling over every single creature in the enchanted woods. Jack flashes a wicked, slug grin while staring at his kicks, plotting exactly how to monetize this classified gossip for his own personal gain later. Jack chuckles, advising John Doe that if some angry orc or harpy grabs him, reciting this lore might actually prevent him from becoming their lunch. John Doe offers a confused, mouth-breathing expression, feeling totally buried under the massive pile of illegal history lessons this child just dumped on him. John Doe forces a nervous, twitchy grin, confessing he doubts half of that nonsense, but he will save it for a rainy day just in case. Jack abruptly shifts gears, offering snacks, which prompts a hungry guard to yell with joy as he grabs for the dried meat like a scavenger. Everyone chews on the treats, Jack mentioning Jane was the chef, creating an oddly wholesome vibe following the heavy lecture on ancient monster politics. Returning to the nobleman's mansion, a loud scream of confusion echoes through the giant bookshelves, nearly rattling the expensive chandeliers off the ceiling. The big boss sits frozen, reading a document with wide eyes, having just learned that every bodyguard assigned to Jack was slaughtered near Arbelor. That ginger assistant, Gonzalez, clarifies that professionals blame some high-tier sorcery, leaving the Marquis gaping at the sheer size of the body count. The Lord points out that the hit occurred precisely while the top-tier knights were out of town, noting the timing is suspiciously convenient. He ponders who the culprit is, Maybe the monarch or some salty duke. As he scrolls through his mental burn book for someone that capable, he commands Gonzalez to launch a top secret probe right now, desperate to identify the killer before his family reputation goes down the drain completely. The nobleman abruptly notices that Jack's corpse was missing from the list, asking with a look of concern if the brat might actually be alive. Gonzalez delivers a dry update, stating that since the kid was not in the pile of bodies, he probably sprinted away while they, closing his eyes, the Lord hands Gonzalez the keys to the kingdom for this search, certain that a living Jack is a working witness. The master glares at his help, demanding some actual answers, causing Gonzalez to salute like a toy soldier while barking his agreement. Gonzalez pivots and storms out of the study, looking ready to hunt, prepared to scour the whole world for that little runaway apprentice. The Lord grins as his aide departs, admitting he pegged Jack as trash, but if the kid exposes a hidden wizard, he might be valuable. Pausing at the exit, Gonzalez shoots a shady look back, clearly hiding some very spicy opinions regarding his boss in this entire messy disaster. Daylight hits the slopes of the big hills, finding our hero Jack alive and kicking after his sleepover, prepared for the next level of chaos. Jack tosses a fat sack of gold to the hired help, casually saying take this, as if he were just getting away loose nickels. Johnny grabs the satchel and his eyeballs practically exit his skull upon spotting the stash, since a mountain of golden circular boys is sparkling inside that leather pocket. Big John argues that the payout is overkill, yet Jack ignores the complaints entirely, claiming he merely requires 10 shiny bits and a few magical juices. Jack throws a cheeky eye twitch and a sign while appearing like the neighborhood's swaggiest youngster, mentioning the remaining treasure as a gift. What a legendarily generous lad. Smiling widely, Jack expresses gratitude toward the squad for keeping the journey spicy, while John unexpectedly says sorry for being a hater, marking a massive change in energy. Jack announces their paths must diverge now and wishes them luck, wearing a radiant, angelic expression that completely masks the terrifying beast lurking beneath his youthful skin. The hired swords remain frozen like garden gnomes, completely stunned, so Jack wonders aloud with total sincerity if they ever intend to actually start working away. John adopts a remarkably solemn face, inquiring if a final comment would be acceptable despite being inappropriate, which sparks Jack's curiosity regarding whatever random thoughts are coming next. John attempts a bit of professional counseling, suggesting that life as a blade for hire is actually decent, essentially pitching a job offer to bring the boy into the business. Jack merely flutters his lashes while metaphorically slapping him with a plank, because he honestly has zero clue where this strange conversation is headed right now. Jack explains that his knowledge base is already sufficient, as his future destiny is clear and definitely lacks any requirement for becoming a bottom-tier sword for hire. The solitary view shows Jack's backside as he contemplates how silver spoon youngsters lacking backup typically conclude their existence lying flat in a muddy gutter somewhere very sad. His gaze turns icy and remote while noting he has witnessed folks in his shoes expire repeatedly, proving this youngster harbors no fantasies about his harsh survival situation. The remaining pair of guards are spectating the scene, core at his spirits, while John prepares to deliver his ultimate sales pitch for the mercenary lifestyle. Jack chuckles, questioning directly if John is suggesting a career change to bounty hunting, since the vision of an elite fandom guarding merchant carts is pure comedy gold. The captain remains incredibly earnest, reiterating that the profession is superior to Jack's assumptions, as he truly feels concern regarding what will happen to the young man later. John describes a lifestyle of global tourism and cozy living provided one dodges the lethal hazards, believing this journey is way healthier than whatever sketchy road Jack currently treads. Jack grins, recognizing John alone perceives his true lethality, and he teases the leader for concealing such juicy information from his loyal band of brothers in arms. Jack brings up that evening in the woods, mentioning he could have effortlessly deleted him, which makes John swallow hard because the statement is undeniably accurate and scary. Sunlight filters through the foliage, creating a serene atmosphere, but Jack remarks that even lacking soul energy, a high-tier master would have detected his murderous vibes from miles away. John appears bummed out, confessing that Jack's immense gift feels like a curse, because the boy is far too powerful to ever enjoy a basic, cheerful existence. John reveals that in a kill or be killed society, he felt forced to mask his true power from his teammates, making peak performance a very solitary experience. Jack offers a tender, slightly melancholic grin, thanking him for the kindness while informing John that he will act like this entire conversation never actually occurred today. Jack signals for him to lean in for some classified gossip, whispering that a colossal catastrophe will rattle the entire landmass within just a handful of years. He advises John to simply keep his head down once the madness erupts, while John stares back as if he is witnessing a literal harbinger of the apocalypse. John looks at him with a gentle, wise expression, stating that even if he explained it now, Jack might not comprehend, but the sensation will hit when it matters. Jack flashes a completely devious smirk, mentally rehearsing his reaction for when the situation blows up, looking like a total professional in the field of dramatic theatrical performance. John eventually retreats, conceding that gold is worthless compared to staying alive, while he internalizes Jack's scary prediction about the future with a very heavy heart and need. Jack delivers a brotherly tap on the man's arm, feeling satisfied that they have finally managed to see eye to eye after all the tense and awkward bickering. Jack begins strolling into the dense shrubbery alone, finally making his way toward the specific location where his future teacher is currently waiting for a talented student. He flails a hand over his back, shouting for them to stay safe on the return trip. As the true legend officially exits the stage with great style, the boy jerks his neck backward as if someone just whispered free pizza, maintaining peak man character paranoia despite merely ditching his buddies. The random man halts and requests some identification, desperate to unmask this mysterious toddler before their paths diverge into the unknown. Displaying a puzzling facial expression, the youth asserts his companion possesses the answers, insisting on being identified solely as Jack. Two beefy legends lingering in a forest opening within mismatched meat suits. The protagonist inquires about a name to establish some professional courtesy. The lens zooms onto the guy as he sucks in air and swallows hard, preparing to peel away his secrets like a smelly onion. Our friend reveals his actual identity as Dronzer Desmo, the title resembling a fabled champion or a monarch who simply misplaced his crown. The youngster echoes that designation while staring intensely, clearly storing the info in his mental archives for later use. Our hero flashes a disgustingly bright and joyful grin, suggesting a reunion if fate allows. Hitting every single cliché in the departure handbook, foregoing a casual walk, the boy decides to sprint instead, kicking up massive clouds of soil while vanishing into the background art. The youth streaks through the terrain like a caffeinated electrical discharge, exhausting every ounce of stamina to achieve his intended objective. The kid tries some terrifyingly vertical parkour, scaling a cliff using one limb while carrying his luggage like it weighs absolutely nothing. Upon summiting, he gasps for air and leaks moisture everywhere, scanning the horizon to confirm if his journey is nearing its end. Standing atop a giant, uneven summit, the boy surveys the endless ridges, proving he is on a lonely trek to absolute nowhere. Focusing on his footwear striking the stone, he ponders whether his current tiny body is just too pathetic for this hardcore hiking. Completely wrecked and bent double, he gasps for oxygen, admitting that his current mobility is a total downgrade from his former peak. Once darkness falls, our hero explores a spooky subterranean tunnel, utilizing a tiny sphere of magical energy for illumination. The boy freezes as his palm radiates light upon detecting a presence. Realizing he has arrived at the specific coordinate he sought, our hero waits in front of a giant, smooth rock slab at the cavern terminus, feeling completely certain about the specific location. Touching the chilly surface, the youth believes passing through will reunite him with his mentor, recalling how he stumbled here by accident previously. Resting against the rock, he appears utterly knackered, pondering the suffocating and draining existence he endured back at the charity home. Retrieving a tiny vial, he spills the contents onto the boulder, remembering when his previous incarnation suffered through identical feelings of hopelessness. The rocky surface starts shimmering while absorbing the potion, seemingly triggering a prehistoric enchanted lock hidden within the stone. Our protagonist clutches his blade with a firm squeeze, aware that exactly one final unpleasant task remains before the entrance finally yields. Shutting his eyelids, the boy drags the sharp edge over his skin, showing zero reaction to the resulting stinging sensation. Crimson liquid leaks out during this ritualistic tribute, demonstrating that the child happily endures wounding just to reunite with his mentor. The scene opens with a gloomy memory of a damp grotto, a place so lonely and miserable it probably invented seasonal depression. Recalling his 17-year old self prior to the time jump, we see him vibrating with terror while pressing a blade against his own neck. The boy previously spent his life escaping and concealing himself, now appearing completely shattered and shivering within his dark, pale garment. Following the demise of his comrade, only one path remained, particularly while surrounded by fallen warriors who made the situation feel truly doomed. His hand muscles eventually give up and the steel drops to the ground, signaling he has officially surrendered to the surrounding misery. Our protagonist is currently melting into the masonry, leaking more water than a broken hydrant, completely embracing his internal sad clown year. Crimson syrup is making a mess on the chilly pavement, proving he actually followed through with his terrible life choices. He is multitasking by losing vital fluids and emotional composure simultaneously, making this a real vibe killer for any onlookers. The red puddle is definitely growing in the shadows, turning this cabin into a rather unsanitary and poorly lit crime scene. Out of nowhere, Jack's eyelids retreat in terror because he senses another person lurking, wondering if he has unexpected company. A shadowy person in a fancy bathrobe is chilling in the back, marking the precise second his character arc takes a sharp turn. The boss is giving him the death stare, remembering how cracking this rock open was a total fluke for a frail shrimp like him. Jumping back to now, Jack strolls through the grotto with a glowy rock lamp, upgrading from his previous light source of pure misery. Each footstep booms through the silence while the camera focuses on his footwear, signaling he is not here for a casual picnic. He looks like a tiny smudge in this gargantuan void, while the vibe gets increasingly suffocating as he ventures further into the abyss. He arrives at some rocky steps and begins his cardio workout, knowing the massive plot twist is lurking just a few flights up. Perspiration is ruining his forehead as he questions his anxiety. Since even time, traveling pros get the shakes before a big reunion. His nerves are justified, considering 10 long years have passed since their last encounter, making this heavy atmosphere feel totally earned. After scaling those heights, he stands at the peak and mentally congratulates himself on finally arriving at his destination. Gazing into the murky cavern, he realizes the Daker has not changed one bit since his last cosmic go-round, inhaling deeply to keep his heart from escaping his chest. He prepares for the grand occasion he has anticipated for ages. Abandoning his bags like yesterday's trash, he pushes onward with a level of concentration usually reserved for finding the remote. There is the boss lady, accessorizing with shimmering restraints. So he greets her by mentioning it has been a hot minute. He addresses her with respect, but she responds with a pair of massive, soul-piercing eyeballs that could honestly double as night lights. Mortality claims the whole roster, from monarchs to fire-breathing lizards, thanks to the unavoidable laws of the universe being a real bustle. The lady currently blocking his view is no exception, being an ancient powerhouse who probably remembers when fire was invented. She has successfully avoided the Reaper for 4 centuries, evident by how his reflection is trapped in those giant ocular globes. She is employing wizardry to glue her spirit to her physical shell, using premium-grade soul adhesive to avoid turning into a ghost. However, her spells are glitching and the chains are rattling, whereas previously she was on a 10-year deadline, but the schedule has shifted now. Consequently, their scheduled hangout time has been extended to 13 years, and he's dead set on making every moment legendary. She questions him about some guy named Issei while looking bewildered, but Jack just beams at her with a knowing, nostalgic grin. Wrapped up in jewelry like a shiny burrito, she demands to know his identity. Seeing him as just some intruder who forgot to knock, Jack responds by asking if she wants to play a guessing game, casually flirting with disaster by teasing the world's scariest woman. Unimpressed, she inquires if he finds the situation comical, radiating the kind of menacing energy usually reserved for substitute teachers. She clarifies that her second inquiry is not coming, asking for his name while the room gets heavy with her growing annoyance. Jack simply laughs it off and remarks that his master's famous temper has certainly mellowed out over the years. He continues to needle her, and she is positively fuming. He tells her he has been longing to see her for a very extended period. When she questions the claim, he confirms it straightforwardly, responding, "Des, master." She finds it quite odd that she apparently has a disciple completely unknown to her. She asks him if he even truly understands who she actually is. He gives her a polite bow and replies that yes, he absolutely does. The profound respect he holds for her is undeniable. He regards her with an incredibly soft expression. He states there is simply no way he wouldn't know her, given he knows her entire personal history. He recalls all those years they spent together during his previous life. He firmly believes it couldn't possibly have been a dream. Remembering the training, the bond, and every detail, even if he is the only one who remembers it, the reality of it is still absolutely certain to him. He clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the feeling. He recites her legendary titles, such as the Master of Glory and the one who opened the gates for humanity, as if it were common knowledge to everyone. He finally drops the bombshell. "Valentine Milos, I am your disciple who traveled back from the future." The S is serious show. Stopping moment right there. She responds with a confused grunt. "Puffed, the future?" She immediately concludes that he must have totally lost his marbles. She remains sitting in her chains, completely bewildered by the concept. Time travel is a bit much to process, even for a legendary mage who has lived for 400 years. She declares that she detests storytellers and questions if he knows exactly why. Jack, for his part, is howling with laughter like a goon in the corner. She shouts that stories are full of lies and boastful exaggerations that distort the actual truth. She's definitely not buying into his from the future tale just yet. She informs him that she will simply refer to him as a child with a talent for storytelling. She firmly demands that he provide her with a proper answer immediately. She puts the child from the future on the spot, asking him what a person like her would say in this exact scenario. It's a total loyalty test designed to trip him up. Jack bursts into laughter and suggests she would probably tell him to get lost. He quickly confirms that this sounds exactly like her typical response. She looks absolutely stunned by his answer. Jack teases her, suggesting she has a genuine knack for this and should consider making it her full-time job. She snaps back that she absolutely is not his master. Jack merely smirks, realizing she hasn't changed even a little bit since he last saw her. He settles down right at her feet, accepting that she truly is exactly the same person he remembers from his past life. He knew it wouldn't be simple to convince her of anything. Jack draws his sword from its sheath with a crisp, metallic sound. We wonder what in the world he plans to accomplish by brandishing a blade right in front of her. He swings his blade directly at her glowing chains. He shouts an apology for his insolence as he attempts to sever them. That is a truly shocking and audacious maneuver. We get a close-up of those heavy magical chains binding the master. You can see they are firmly embedded deep into the cave walls, seemingly unbreakable to any regular human being. Jack tightens his grip on the sword as a surge of blue soul energy flows from his hand into the blade with a powerful burst. He has officially stopped playing games now. The master looks utterly stunned, staring at the young man with wide, disbelieving eyes. She manages to choke out a simple "you" as she senses the tremendous power level he is radiating. Jack stares directly back at her with his intense, glowing yellow eyes. He confirms the source of his power, allowing the atmosphere to vibrate with his overwhelming presence. Jack assumes a low fighting stance, his blade now glowing intensely with Marner. He admits his actions might be disrespectful, but he is willing to risk whatever beating she gives him later if it means saving her immediately. The master panics immediately, realizing Jack truly intends to swing. She screams for him to wait, warning him that breaking those specific chains will cause the entire cave system to collapse on their heads. Jack doesn't even flinch, responding only with a cold, determined stare. He knows exactly what will happen next, but he has already made his final choice. Collapsing cave and everything. Jack propels himself into the air with a powerful leap. He is focusing every ounce of his strength into this one strike to permanently sever her magical bonds once and for all. The master is reeling from the sudden shock, her mind spinning wildly. We discover the identity of the person who trapped her here, none other than the legendary hero, Julius Teslin. The flashback reveals a silly little pinky swear. Julius vowed to return quickly, but he was just feeding her a beautiful lie that she kept warm for far too long. Julius Teslin turns and struts away in his fancy white cloak. Jack, narrating with zero chill, immediately declares the man a complete and utter scoundrel for pulling such a stunt. The time lapse shows the moon progressing through countless cycles as Master sits in the lonely shadows. It's a terrible visual reminder that this particular promise was never meant to be anything more than hot air. The decade melts into 2 decades, which eventually turns into a full half-century of quiet contemplation before Master finally processes the truth she'd been desperately trying to ignore. She shuts her eyes in the darkness, allowing the most painful realization to finally sink in. She had been abandoned. The sting of betrayal remains agonizingly fresh, even after so much time has passed. Returning to the present chaos, Jack unleashes a powerful battle cry while slamming his radiant blade onto the magical chains. The tiny master looks completely terrified when a huge boom reverberates through the cavern. The explosive energy is so brilliant it practically blinds the reader. Jack cuts through the thick chains as if they were simple strands of spaghetti. The resulting motion blur and bright blue sparks prove he poured every ounce of his soul ore into that single, powerful swing. The enormous chains shatter into countless fragments, finally freeing Master from her prison. The supposed unbreakable bonds, forged from legendary dragon bones, have finally met their match. Master stares in complete shock, realizing those legendary dragon bone chains have truly vanished. Her expression suggests she just witnessed the impossible, the true miracle performed by a crazy kid. Master begins tumbling from her high platform in free fall. Jack lunges forward, shouting her name as the entire cavern starts to violently rattle and roll like a cheap carnival ride. Jack manages to snatch her from the air just in the nick of time, catching her with a solid thud. While she is finally in his secure grasp, they are definitely still in a precarious situation. Gazing down protectively, Jack assures her that he is absolutely nothing like that spineless wretch Julius Teslin. He intends to demonstrate that his loyalty isn't just torque, but a genuine commitment. He leans in close, making it clear that he won't waste time with empty promises, but will instead show her exactly what a truly dedicated disciple does through his deeds. Master simply stares back at him, still looking like a bewildered little miniature person. She has absolutely no idea how to process this strange kid who just arrived and completely upended her entire existence. The cavern ceiling begins collapsing in huge chunks. The sheer shockwave generated by Jack's assault was powerful enough to tear the entire mountain apart from the inside. Jack remains completely steady as blue lightning crackles around his form. He commands Master to hold on for dear life, informing her that their journey out of here is about to get extremely wild. An enormous boulder slams into the ground with a deafening boom. Jack uses his own body as a shield while a growing pile of rubble accumulates all around them. Jack's eye begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. He is entering a state of absolute concentration, getting ready to activate a complicated technique designed to save both their lives. He holds his blade straight up and announces that the very ground beneath his feet is his exclusive territory. He is essentially establishing a literal stay-out zone for all the falling debris. A huge surge of mana erupts upward as he gives the order that absolutely nothing can trespass or even get close to their location. The intense pressure alone is enough to clear away the surrounding dust. Master immediately identifies the move as Mountain, one of the 4 foundational techniques. It is an ancient fighting style inspired directly by Sun Tzu's classic art of war strategies. Jack completes the activation of the defensive technique, this powerful blue ore shaping itself into an impenetrable dome of pure light that pushes back all the enveloping shatters. Large boulders crash against his martyr shield, resulting in a series of extremely loud bangs. Despite the ground vibrating beneath them, Jack stands perfectly still, refusing to budge a single inch. The swirling blue energy envelops them like a protective cocoon, instantly vaporizing all the smaller fragments of debris before they can even make contact. The view pulls back to show the entire cave, thinner, with Jack's bright blue dome glowing like a lighthouse in the middle of all the falling rock and clouds of dust. The entire mountaintop suddenly detonates in a massive flash of light. The resulting explosion is so enormous that it can be clearly seen from a great distance. A massive column of white light and dust shoots up into the air. Jack didn't just endure the collapse. He essentially obliterated the peak of the mountain just to create an escape route. Jack kneels exhausted in the wreckage, breathing heavily with Master clinging to his back. She looks at him from behind and asks the most important question of the century. Exactly who are you? Master holds tightly onto Jack's neck, clinging like a scared koala. It is an unexpectedly tender moment shared between 2 people who were just recently fighting for their very lives. Jack offers a weary, crimson grin while stating he already gave her the info, feeling drained but glad she is finally out of harm's way. Once more he claims the title of her student, this bandaged hand clutching his blade to show he is still down for a scrap on her behalf. Staring at the massive crater, Master is baffled that her small child can manipulate soul power, as he is clearly not your average gifted brat. Jack flashes a wide smile and suggests they explore the globe together for the next 13 years, already mapping out their entire future life. Master touches his cheek with a mix of wonder and doubt, starting to suspect this tiny human might actually be telling the truth for once. She begins kneading his face like dough, a habit Jack recognizes as her personal version of her polygraph to see if he is a big fat liar. Little Jack gets his cheeks pulled like rubber while complaining the test is inaccurate, making for a funny return to their classic chaotic vibes. Master peers into his eyes and demands to know if he is really a time traveler, her fear finally turning into genuine curiosity about his story. Thinking it over, she decides he is more of a regressor than a traveler, eventually conceding that his wild claims might actually be facts. Jack lets out a booming laugh, relieved she finally believes him, though he starts wobbling because his internal battery is reaching 0%. Jack collapses face first into the dirt with a grunt, having wrecked his tiny body just to pull off that high-stakes rescue operation. Master crawls over to scold him for being rude enough to force a relationship, acting like a grumpy cat even though she obviously cares deeply. They rest in the pit under the sunlight, where Master admits they never would have reunited without his pushy behavior, earning a grin from Jack. Jack asks with a cheeky smirk who her favorite student is, and she mutters that he argues way too well for someone who is basically dying. Jack formally introduces himself, and Master responds with a small huff of acceptance, marking the start of their new chapter as a team. The view pulls back to show the massive hull he made, as Jack screams he's back in her care, officially reuniting the legendary pair. 5 days later they reach the assembled territory, which looks like a sleepy little village, but trouble always follows our boy like a magnet. Jack looks like a working corpse, rubbing his eyes and groaning at his teacher, wondering how she managed to stay mute for 5 whole days. Master just stares back with those intense, unblinking peepers, clearly chewing on some very heavy thoughts while they work. Jack trudges through the crowds with Master acting as a permanent backpack, annoyed she has not said a single word since they left the cave. He checks if she is still loading her thoughts after a week, joking that spiders will start building webs on her lips if she stays quiet. Master is trapped in her own mind, remembering her first impression of Jack and how she originally thought he was just another Teslan descendant. She quickly realized that was wrong, noting that it should be biologically impossible for a toddler to tap into the high-level power of the soul. As a black cat hops over the roof-ups, Master telepathically explains that soul power is fundamentally a tier of energy way beyond standard Marner. Jack just smiles, totally okay with her being there, until she asks if he is really just waiting for her to finish the deep lecture. Bach! Master hits Jack right on the head, and he just laughs it off because getting smacked by her feels like a nostalgic hug from his past. Standing in a shop, Jack continues the lesson by explaining that soul energy is a rare perk that even Marner geniuses can almost never reach. The mood gets dark when Master points out the grim truth, telling Jack that the murder stains on his soul are way too high for a kid. Jack just gives her a bright and slightly creepy smile, having fully accepted the fact that he used to be a complete and total monster. He laughs and says he would spill the tea on his old life, but she has been doing a silent protest for 5 days, testing her patience. Master hits him with a serious reality check while they work, asserting that his present actions have stained his hands with more blood than hers ever did, which is truly a horrifying realization. She fixes him with a sharp look, wondering aloud if he has truly considered the implications of his actions. Jack just returns the stare, completely baffled, and asks what she means. She questions why he believes a precious opportunity like regression was ever granted to him. Jack, more concerned with his snack, seems entirely unprepared for such a philosophical challenge. He takes a large bite, finally absorbing her point. He realizes that while he was casually enjoying himself, she has spent days agonizing over his sudden time traveling existence. A quick memory flashes through his mind, a young woman crying amidst a devastated cityscape. This image represents the heavy emotional burden he carries from his previous life. A visualization of knights charging into a brutal melee abuse. The relentless repetition of conflict is something Jack has experienced far too many times. Jack stops in the middle of the street, looking out over the town limits. He finally gathers himself to offer a definitive answer to her questioning. He admits he has no idea why he regressed, but he refuses to worry about it constantly. He figures if some higher power send him back, they will reveal the objective in due time. Master then asks what happens if nobody ever contacts him with instructions. Jack gives an indifferent shrug, essentially saying oh well, and then casually turns to pet a nearby dog. He looks back up at her with a truly genuine expression. He explains that simply spending time with her in this moment is actually the most important thing to him. Jack flashes a wired, genuine grin, appearing like a completely different individual from before. He has chosen to live this life for himself and her, not solely for the purpose of revenge. Master comments on the sweetness of his words and then asks what his next move will be. Jack laughs lightly and declares he needs to find some trustworthy allies to join his cause. As he glances at playful pup, he reflects on the urgent need to assemble his own team. He understands that changing the future is impossible as a lone wolf. He remembers the massive explosion of energy from 5 days ago when he rescued Master. He knows that using that kind of power comes with an exceptionally high cost. He recalls the night he carried her away, surrounded by bright blue soul energy. He had truly risked his very life to extract her from the dark cabin. The flashback shows Jack vomiting against a tree while Master watches nearby. He internally admits that he felt absolutely dreadful after utilizing such immense power. He confesses that he had her secretly consume 2 powerful healing potions just to remain standing. He spent the entire 5-day journey essentially on the verge of collapsing. Back in the present, Jack knows his body is in poor shape and he requires a reliable protector. He suggests they do some brief shopping and then finally get some adequate rest. He also mentions needing a replacement sword, since his current one is completely destroyed. We start scanning the street carefully, searching for a decent armory. Crash! Abruptly, someone screams and slams directly into him. Talk about a jarring end to a thoughtful conversation. The basket filled with bright yellow blossoms scatters across the cobblestone street. A low moan escapes from the person as the scene descends into disarray. The gun blonde woman is splayed on the ground, clutching her head in agony. She apologizes repeatedly, explaining that she was simply rushing by too quickly. Jack extends a hand to help her up, claiming he wasn't looking either, but then he pauses suddenly, detecting something very unusual about her presence. He watches her frantically gather her flowers. Considering how he just mentioned needing an ally, he notices with a slight smirk that some of the blossoms are still intact. Jack calls out to her, forcing her to jump back with a terrified yelp. She frantically checks if he sustained any injuries, looking like a total bundle of nerves. Jack offers her a pouch of gold and asks her to become his associate or companion. The girl simply stares at him, completely confused by this spontaneous employment offer. She repeats the word comrade with a genuinely shocked look on her face. Jack just offers her a single surviving flower and explains that she gets the gold if she agrees to join him. The girl lets out an ear-splitting shriek of pure panic. She likely thinks Jack is some kind of eccentric, high-status weirdo and looks prepared to flee instantly. Jack stands there holding a bag of gold, feeling a little awkward as the girl rejects his proposal. She tells him that she absolutely cannot accept that much money for a few flowers. Jack offers a small smile and asks how much she would actually be willing to accept. He is completely determined to hire her, regardless of how peculiar his methods appear. Crimson cheek plus trembling. This youngster suggests minimal payment, as she seldom receives massive wealth instead of worthless vegetation. Jack tosses gold toward the maiden using a relaxed motion, concluding the bargain exactly as he originally intended. Returning the woven container, Jack mentions those plants belong to the kid, basically providing funds purely to listen to her chatter. The youngster dashes away sporting a massive grin while bidding farewell, leaving Jack alone while observing his fresh protege vanish among urban dwellers. Jack freezes instantly upon feeling prying eyes, twisting around to observe that small lass spying from a shadowy side passage. Our hero offers a friendly gesture while appearing quite smug, since their brief encounter obviously rattled everyone involved today. Striding away wearing a crooked grin, Jack celebrates discovering a rare prize before disclosing the wild reality that the child drinks blood. His mentor lurks nearby as Jack confesses that encountering a nocturnal creature within such a dump was entirely unforeseen. The teacher appears doubtful, questioning if Jack approached her purely based on her species, but he simply giggles and hides his motives. While the kid frolics across the village, Jack remarks her potential is immense, claiming she might reach legendary status if she avoids being lazy. The boss sees internally, shocked by his ignorance regarding simple truths, swearing she must educate Jack's thick skull to ensure he survives. Howling with laughter, she insists success relies on hard work, forcing Jack to groan about remaining a stubborn fool despite jumping across centuries. The bloodthirsty youngster pauses in a car door with a puzzled expression, pondering whether Jack's features resemble someone from her ancient and dusty past. The stunning visual displays the mentor strolling amidst violet blossoms, appearing like a serene flashback from a period before she became bitter. Within the vision, Dee wanders through aromatic shrubs, nearing a golden-haired lady who seems to be having a wonderful time, spinning about while her golden mop catches the light. The stranger clearly represents a vital piece of the mentor's secret background. Her pupils dilate once the realization strikes, stunned that her denizen from those specific woods is lurking in such an ordinary village. While the sky turns orange, the boss acknowledges life has become bizarre, yet Jack happily promises to protect their journey, completely unaware of her revelation.